Good morning, everyone. Oh, that was nice. Thank you. Good morning. Just pulling up my agenda here. I would like to welcome everyone to the January 15th Budget Committee meeting and take a moment to remind everyone that all of our meetings are web streamed and televised, so council included. If you could take a moment to ensure your phones are on silent, that would be greatly appreciated. If you're attending virtually, please keep your camera off and your microphone off. Use your hand raise feature icon to be called upon, and remember to remove it after you finish speaking, and to unmute yourself when called upon. And I would now call Norfolk County's Budget Committee meeting of January 15th, 2025 to order, and note that all members of Budget Committee are present today. The agenda has two proposed changes before us. The first is to add a deputation from Margaret Creighton Port Dover Waterfront Preservation Association regarding the Marina. And the second item is the addition of 4 new communication items, which are before you on your desk. Are there any other changes to the agenda? Okay, a mover and a seconder, please, to amend and adopt, to amend the agenda. Councillor Michelli, Councillor Breton, all in favor? I guess that was amend and adopt. Can that be one motion? Great. Are there any disclosures of pecuniary interest today? Councillor Duthie.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Through you, I would just like to declare a conflict of pecuniary interest related to pages 159 through 161 of 5.1, which is the corporate customer service and communications budget, as my employer may have some gain from that.
Okay, thanks very much. Any other declarations? I will be declaring, and I'm not as organized as Councillor Duthie with my page numbers, but the police services budget. So I'll turn that over to Deputy Mayor Brunton to chair that section of the budget today. Okay, so we have actually 6 items of communication before us today. 3.1 and 3.2 are originally listed on the agenda, and then we've just amended our agenda to include the 4 additional pieces. Mover and a seconder, please, to receive those as information, items 3.1 through to 3.6. Councillor Van Passen, seconded by Councillor Columbus. All in favor? Carried, thank you. Deputations, there are 4 today. Discussions of the topic will be discussed later in the budget, so we'll hear all of our deputations this morning and receive them as information after they have finished. With that, I'd like to welcome Peter Ziegler. Peter, welcome, and thank you for joining us. You can make your way up to the podium. As a reminder for all of the deputations, you have 5 minutes, and I will remind you when you have 1 minute remaining. And there is a button on the right-hand side of the microphone you can turn on and begin whenever you're ready.
Good morning, Council and Mayor. My name is Peter Ziegler. I live at 720 St. George Street across from Lakewood Public School. And I'm representing the community in front of the school and around the corner on Alma regarding the traffic in our area, people speeding, not stopping at the stop sign at Greenock. And we just have some serious ideas about what we should have in that area. There's humps that you can put in that will slow traffic down. That's the OPP that when I've spoken with them, they have recommended that that's probably the best thing we can put in. On Queen Street here at Saint-Marie, the public school there, they actually have on the stop signs yellow lights above and below the stop sign flashing to make people aware of it. The crossing guards have said on several occasions that people have driven right through the stop signs. And when he stops them, they'll say things like, "Oh, I didn't know there was a stop sign here. I didn't see it. Had no idea." So we're suggesting maybe lights on that. One of the suggestions is also the amber or the red light that's at Nelson, and we got a cost on that was around $2,500, but there was an issue with people and the neighbors around there would complain about having a flashing red light. Well, the one at Nelson has been there for several years, And it's the same situation. They got 3 homes on the corner and the senior residence. We have the school across the street and 3 homes on the corner. So, and any of the people that we've spoken to on those corners have not had it, would not have an issue with it. But red flashing lights are now solar powered in a lot of areas, so that would cut the cost quite a bit, we think. We were told by the OPP that there had not been any accidents in the area. Well, in 2023, there was a car that didn't stop at the stop sign at Alma, hit the side of a van, and rolled it onto the public school property. We never saw anything about it in the paper or anything, but the neighbors that are on the same side of the street as we are all had seen it, heard about it. This January 7th, there was an accident where a black Dodge Ram pickup truck ran into the side of a car, put it up on the boulevard on St. George. That pickup truck fled the scene. So now there has been accidents, actual accidents in the area. So we believe that especially with the school, there's been kids that they're playing out front, and instead of behind the school, they're playing on the front property. In 22, there was 2 occasions where they were kicking a soccer ball, and one was was the high school kids were throwing a football. The girl ran out onto the street to get the soccer ball. Luckily, there was no traffic at the time. The football crossed the street between 2 of the buses, and the kid that missed it ran out onto the street, and luckily, the car that was coming along the street was doing something closer to the speed limit, managed to stop without hurting him. Now, I called the school board and I called the school itself, made them aware of it, so I haven't seen anybody throwing footballs and stuff like that anymore. The biggest concern is that from Dover Avenue all the way down to Greenock, at least, people fly like there is no speed limit. It's well posted, there's signage everywhere where you need it, but we can sit out there. There's the companies that do grass cutting and stuff with their trailers, and they're riding lawnmowers on them. They all speed along the street too. Buses between 8 and 9 in the morning and from 3 until 4 in the afternoon. There's all kinds of buses there and stuff, and people just, they don't care. They don't pay attention.
1 minute remaining.
Well, I don't know what else I can say. It's the same problem that's going on all over Dover with speeding everywhere practically. So I just wanted to stick as much as I could to our specific neighborhood and what we see every morning. I have nothing better to do, have a cup of coffee and sit there looking out the front window and watch them fly by and think like, what the heck? So I surrender.
Oh, that's great. Okay, job well done. Thank you very much for coming, and I'm sure Councillor Berry can attest that I see all your emails. You do a great job. I know that you reach out to the police as well, so thank you for taking it that extra step and helping out with us when we're trying to control speed concerns. With that, I'll turn it over to Budget Committee for any questions. My only question, just to confirm, the main area that cars are gathering speed from your perspective is Dover Ave through down to Greenock. That's the stretch.
That's the stretch.
Okay. All right, Councillor Van Passen.
I do have a question for staff, actually. Is this on the list with our Traffic Safety Committee already, or does it need to be put on there that it can be reviewed properly? So.
Let's receive our deputation as information, then I will go over to staff. Mover and a seconder. Councillor Berry and Councillor Huffman, all in favor? Thank you for coming today. And Mr. Grice?
So through the chair, no, this is currently not on our radar on the Road Safety Committee. I was reviewing it as the deputation was ongoing, so certainly we will be adding this, assuming council gives us that direction. I believe it is warranted for review and staff to investigate and come up with some solutions.
Okay, thanks very much. Councillor Huffman.
Thank you, Chair Martin. I would like to provide staff direction that this be directed to the Norfolk County Road Safety Committee.
Okay, is there a seconder for that? Councillor Columbus. Debate and discussion. Councillor Berry.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. Andrew, could you just give, I guess, a very quick summary of what happens once it makes it to the Safety Committee and sort of anything else that could be done to maybe help with these situations, to maybe preemptively avoid them, or which I realize is, or to make them faster, go through the process of remedy faster?
Certainly. So through the chair, so the Road Safety Committee has been initiated, and that is kind of not jumping too far ahead in today's presentation, but one of the MBIs within our group is to ensure that we have the resources to continue working on the Road Safety Committee. But residents or councillors, whoever, can put forward requests for review of any traffic safety concerns, whether they be signage. Sorry, we just lost. Is that okay? Okay. So they can submit requests for sign review, speeding review, and they go to the committee, which consists of myself and our team, our operations team under Mr. Cridlin. The OPP are also at the table, and we take any of those requests, we go out, we field verify, we review, and we come up with what the most practical solution may be, if there is one, and then we would report that back to council and make the necessary improvements. The quickest way for a resident to get that request forward is to go through our website or to call it in, and it will get automatically put on the road safety agenda, assuming it warrants investigation. To avoid people having to come here to request it specifically at Budget Committee.
Sorry, one more, Andrew. How long does it typically take from the time that something lands on the committee's list to a resolution?
Through the chair, that would vary depending on the complexity of the solution. So listening to the deputation, flashing red lights on top of a stop sign, that is very quick. We meet every quarter. Something like that could be actioned in a matter of months. Sometimes it may recommend a pedestrian crosswalk, in which case we need capital dollars and proper design. So simple things can be done, within weeks, and more complex measures may take us, a year up to a year to construct.
Alrighty. I'm going to call the question on that. All in favor? That is carried unanimously. Thank you. I forgot to mention, our back hallway is under construction, so that is where the washrooms are. There is one working washroom back there, I'm told today, so if you need to use the washroom, it is under construction, it is open. And also, staff this morning found this bracelet. We were here late last night, so if anyone's missing a bracelet, we believe it is from this morning. I'll leave that up here for you. Next on the agenda, we have Victoria Town Hall deputation. Nancy. Well, is it your bracelet? Wow, look at that. Welcome back. Thanks for joining us 2 days in a row. Whenever you're ready, 5 minutes on the clock.
Oh, thank you. Must have come off when I took my coat off. Good morning, councillors and the mayor. I guess you have all the proposal and our memo before you, and we are hoping to move ahead forward through option 3, through the nominal sale of the whole of the parcel, through our nonprofit, and you retaining the parkland. The proposal aligns with Norfolk County's strategic priority to foster and build partnerships with the community. The foundation proposes to purchase the Victoria Town Hall from Norfolk County for an initial purchase price of $1 in order to achieve the project overall funding equipment, a requirement of $900,000, and you have the full budget there and it's a 5-year proposed budget, and with fundraising, capital grants, we would hope to proceed. And we have a project management, and we have a workflow, a cash flow there, page 4. And we were hoping for the capital project with a total budget of $300,000 from the county, which was designated, I believe, in 2019 and 2022. And for our startup grant, and then because we can't really get going unless we get some finances. And then we hope to, once we can get the 3 main parts fixed, the windows, the one corner, and the washroom. And then once we can get that done, we can start some revenue coming in to help with the other projects but there are several places that we can, get grants for this, but we have to own the building first, so we can't move forward on that until we get started. So, anything else? Is that about it?
For questions?
Yeah, do you have any questions, I guess?
Okay, thank you very much for coming. We'll turn it over to committee for questions. Councillor
Sit
Columbus.
down or stay here?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And a question to the deputation here. I'm looking at page 6, and you're looking for a property tax exemption?
Yes.
Is that right? And also something else. Oh, the legal fees associated for the purchase of sale. You're indicating that's the cost of the county then?
Yes, on your part, and then we would have someone do our own part. And it's sort of like a standard, what do you call that? In purchase of sale.
Right.
Yeah,
Okay.
like a legal, with the septic tank and the water and all that.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Councillor Duthie.
Thanks, Madam Chair, through you. Nancy, yes, thanks for being here today. And yesterday, I was thinking about this after your deputation yesterday. You talked about there being a large need for facilities of that size for events. Can you just sort of tell me how you got to that? And I'm just trying to play out in my mind what that looks like in the sphere of Norfolk
You
County.
mean what events would go on
Yeah,
there?
where are you trying to take
Well,
that?
it has been used in the past for birthdays, anniversaries, meetings, yoga, Zumba, all sorts of things like that. And I think in 2019, and weddings, yeah, absolutely. And we hope to partner with the church that's there. There was some, have a wedding there, and you can have a small reception there as well, because they're, side by side, that would work out really well. And, people want smaller venues. I know it's in competition with the community center, but it has a different atmosphere. I mean, we used to have quilting things there all the time, like a lot. And it was fairly, it broke even without any marketing. If we need to hire like a project manager for the building, and then a marketing manager and, salesperson to look after this, and a property manager there to market it.
Okay, so you really see this as being a destination for events?
Yes.
On a regular occasion?
Yeah.
And you think that's an underserved population currently
Yes.
here? Okay.
Yeah. And it's smaller and it's much nicer than some of the other halls around. Like, it has just a better ambiance than several of the other halls around.
I wanted to maybe just ask, I should have been more prepared, I'm sorry. Regarding the grants that you were looking at receiving, what was the amount? $275 or something is what you had planned for grants? Do you?
Yes.
So have you researched those? You know which grants those are, which funding envelopes those are?
Yes, we have.
Can you tell me more about that?
Barb, this one here?
Yeah, we shared that actually
With-
with, that was a question of Councillor Berry, so we did provide
We
some
provided
additional-
that, yeah. There's the Trillium Foundation, I can't remember all the names of them, just a minute. There's several there's a
Okay.
Trillium, there's the the Heritage Committee, there's a trust, Norfolk Trust, and there's several around that they have approached. And we have a person on our team that is quite familiar with that and applying for grants and things, and they're quite hopeful that it would go through.
Okay. So of course, I have to ask the question, of course, what happens if it doesn't go through?
Right.
Because there's,
Right.
potentially lots of applicants
Yes.
for those kind of funding sources.
Yes.
So what happens with that 275 if
So
you don't
we
get it?
Sorry,
have
Nancy,
start-
can you move your mic right in front? I just see there's a couple people who are having a hard time hearing. so
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, I'll speak up. We hope to work with pledges. We have some pledges already, and fundraising, that sort of thing. That's about basically what would happen.
And you think you could make the 275 through pledges and other fundraising without the grants?
I think we would keep trying for the grants.
We're
That's
trying.
the answer to that question.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah.
we would continue to try different.
Sorry, can you use the microphone? Thank you.
Sorry about that. Yeah, so we would keep trying with the same, the Ontario Trillium, the different list of potential places that we've already researched. You know, if it isn't successful in 1 year, we take the feedback on why it wasn't successful and reapply and look at other opportunities. I think we, you know, we're a very passionate group, and we will keep trying until we are successful.
Yeah,
And then in combination with other strategies as well.
I certainly see the passion, which I appreciate. I guess I'm just a little concerned. Obviously, there's operating costs, et cetera, that go along with that. And so if you go a year or, say, 2 years without reaching your fundraising goal through grants, what happens then? How do you keep it going?
Well, that's the big question. So I guess we would just have to keep trying and to keep fundraising and see if it doesn't go, then I think there's the first right of refusal in there.
Okay.
Yeah. We don't apply, go ahead, our committee is a part of the foundation, the Victoria and District Foundation, so we're not asking the foundation to raise for that. It's a separate committee, and we don't expect money from them.
Okay.
So.
I forget what I was going to say now.
Okay.
Thank you. That's my question.
Does that make sense?
Yep. Thank you.
Any other questions from Budget Committee? Councillor Brunton, sorry.
Thank you, Mayor Martin, and thanks for coming, Nancy. I have a couple questions, really. You have a committee, you say, and it's not part of the foundation, or it is part of the foundation?
It is part of the foundation, because I believe in option 3 that we had to be a charitable organization, and originally our heritage group was not a charitable organization, so we applied to become a member of the Victoria Foundation, which is a charitable organization, and most of the members they're on both committees.
Okay.
They're on both committees, yeah.
Now, does the foundation and your committee have input on the other town hall down there that we have events in?
You mean on the community center?
Yeah, the community center. I guess that's the proper name for it. Is it the same group running that one over there?
No,
You don't?
the county runs that.
Okay, so, but if you're having these events eventually in yours, you'll be competing with the other one.
Sort of, except it's a different venue. Like we're much smaller, and
Right.
there'd be different types of events. Yeah, it is in a bit of competition, I agree, but because they have, the 3 places at the community center,
Right.
and it has a different atmosphere.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. So I'm clear, though, the committee is separate from the foundation, the one you have started for the old town hall.
It's not different, it's part of the foundation now, because they have the charitable
Realize that.
number, and so then we can go under that, we can apply for these grants.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Does that make sense?
Any other questions? Okay, thank you for joining us again today.
Okay.
Mover and a seconder, please, to receive the deputation as information. Councillor Columbus moves, seconded by Councillor Vanendrishi. All in favor? Carried. Councillor Columbus.
Madam Mayor, I have a question for staff, if I could. Are we allowed to exempt for property taxes?
That's not mine.
Oh, the update is it's not your bracelet? It is. Oh, okay. Okay.
Good trade.
Over to our treasurer, I believe.
Through the Mayor to Council, so there are a couple of other properties and instances where this does happen, and so what we'd look to do, there's a couple of ways we could do that. So either they would pay the property taxes up front and then we'd offer a rebate, or we would expense them and bill them and then do a journal entry to cover them. So there's a couple different ways that we can go about that should Council choose to.
Okay. Our third deputation today is Margaret Creighton from the Port Dover Waterfront Preservation Association. Marg, welcome. I think you need to turn the microphone back on, and I will let you know when you have 1 minute remaining.
Mayor Martin, councillors, and staff. My name is Margaret Creighton, and I'm a director of the Port Dover Waterfront Preservation Association. The association is deeply concerned that the proposed 2025 levy operating budget continues the practice of directing a portion of the Port Dover Harbour Marina's profits to offset the tax levy. If approved as proposed, this will be the final nail in the coffin for the marina. The Port Dover Harbour Marina is an outdoor recreational facility that has provided significant social and economic benefits to the community. For approximately 40 years, it has consistently made a profit and never been subsidized by taxpayers. What other recreational facility in Norfolk County has made a profit and is required to contribute a portion of these profits to offset the tax levy, even for 1 year? Report CS-24-180 stated, quote, "Planned capital expenditures are the most significant financial constraint on marina operations due to underfunded reserves and potential debt financing requirements," end of quote. A significant reason why the marina's reserve fund is underfunded is that over $5 million of marina profits have been redirected to offset the tax levy since 2005. This total does not include the profits that were consistently redirected to offset the tax levy prior to 2005. Had this $5 million of marina profits been directed to the reserve fund instead, there would be approximately $11 million in the marina's reserve fund today. Let's not continue making this mistake. Let's invest in the outdoor recreational facility and maintain the marina as a financially sustainable entity, as it always has been. Let's use its profits to enhance this waterfront property so that it can provide a wider variety of waterfront-related recreational activities to all taxpayers. A better management vision for the marina would be instrumental in creating a positive move forward. The association understands and supports Council's goal of making the Port Dover Harbour Marina financially sustainable, given the capital investments documented for the future. However, like staff, we believe that forecast capital costs can be further reduced. The association also believes that there are many revenue opportunities available and that there are people within our community willing to work with Norfolk County staff to maximize these opportunities. The association also agrees that an increase in user fees was warranted. However, there is concern that many boaters will choose to relocate to other areas due to the significant 25% increase in user fees in 2025 and the potential for similar increases through to 2028. If this were to happen, less revenue, not more, could be a direct result of this decision. In fact, there are some boaters who right now believe that the county has already committed to raising user fees by 25% each year through to 2028, making the loss of revenue even more likely, and that would be like a 150% increase. Staff should monitor this situation closely and advise council immediately should this outcome start to appear likely. Mayor and councillors, you are not responsible for all of the past, but you certainly can make a huge impact on the present and on the future. The association asks you that 1, you vote in favor of directing all marina profits to remain in the marina's reserve fund, and 2, confirm that the 25% increase in user fees is just for 2025 and that no decisions have been made at this time regarding further future increases. The Port Dover Harbour Marina and Harbourfront can continue to be financially sustainable and provide a wider variety of outdoor waterfront recreational activities to all taxpayers. If all marina profits remain invested
1 minute remaining
in the marina and in the Harbourfront, let this be your legacy. And on behalf of the association, I would personally like to thank Council for voting to support retaining the marina as a publicly owned asset, and we really hope that you make the right decisions. Thank you.
Are there questions from Budget Committee? Seeing none. A mover and a seconder, please, to receive the deputation as information. Moved by Councillor Huffman, seconded by Councillor Brunton. All in favor? That's carried. All right, that is it for deputations on the agenda, I believe. Okay, staff have prepared a budget committee timeline for us in an effort to keep us on track. We'll see how that goes. It's on your desk for you. It provides the estimated timelines for discussion and will help guide us through today's budget meeting. We also have tomorrow's scheduled, and we have the 2025 levy operating budget before us today, so we will strive to complete all of the main presentations and review today and can carry over into tomorrow for future budget discussions if necessary. With that, I believe I'm going to turn it over to staff to start us off with the budget, but I will give the opportunity to anyone here in participation today that does not want to sit through the entirety of the budget. We will be discussing the above other deputation items that we received throughout the day, but I don't have a time commitment for you as to when that will be. So you're more than welcome to stay, but if you don't want to stay for the entire budget, I can give you a couple moments to clear out before we start talking. Feel free to stay, more than welcome to, but it would be less. Now is a good opportunity. Okay, let's take a 5-minute break then, Council. Go ahead and fill up your coffee cups and we'll return with staff presentation.
Deputations are a way for you and all residents of Norfolk County to speak before Council about relevant matters in our community. To begin, search www.norfolkcounty.ca. Then select the Government tab. Under the Government tab, select Provide Deputation / Speak at a Council or Committee Meeting. This page provides general information regarding deputations. Under the subheading Register to Speak, click the Public Hearing / Deputation Form link to pre-register your deputation. Notice of Collection. By checking the Notice of Collection box, you are agreeing to the above statement. Selecting the type of meeting you want. There are several types of meetings that allow deputations. Please listen closely as we explain each option. Council meeting. Council deputations must pertain to a matter listed on the upcoming meeting agenda. For the remaining meeting choices, you may present a deputation if the topic pertains to the committee you are presenting to. Once you select the type of meeting you want to deliver your deputation, you can complete the rest of the document. Now choose whether you will attend the meeting in person or virtually. Finally, select if you will be providing materials during your deputation. If you have materials for distribution during the council meeting, please bring 15 hard copies for council and staff. Now click Next to move to Step 2. In Step 2, please fill out your personal information. Once your personal information is completed, click Next. Lastly, review your information and select Next to submit your form. You have now completed the deputation request form. You will receive a confirmation email from the Clerk's Department that they've received your request. Next, we will talk about what to do on the day of your deputation.
So, you've received your approval and the day of your deputation is upon you. For starters, Council is located here, at 50 Colburn Street. Now there's 2 entrances you can use when you arrive. One is here, located off Colburn, and one located off Talbot Street. When you arrive, you'll have 3 main options to park. The first is to park at the Simcoe Town Center Mall, which is where Food Basics is located. Your second option is 2-hour street parking on Court Street. And your third option is 2-hour street parking on Lott Street. If you can't find any parking in any of those 3 options, don't worry. Downtown Simcoe has plenty of street parking in all of the surrounding areas. If you enter through the Colburn Street doors, you'll have to make your way through the building to get to council chambers. But don't worry, if you require any assistance, you can feel free to ask Service Norfolk at the front desk. Make your way along this path and you'll end up in the main lobby. To your left, there'll be an elevator. You can either ring the bell or go ask the people at the front desk for assistance. If you don't need to use the elevator, you can head on up the green staircase and go up to council chambers. If you enter through the Talbot Street doors, the elevator will be immediately in front of you, or the green staircase will be ready for you to go up and deliver your presentation. Once you reach the top of the stairs, you'll have made it to council chambers. Feel free to take a seat here or here and wait for council to call your name when it's time to present. When council calls your name, make your way to the podium and ensure that you don't walk between the railing and the chairs on your way there. When you arrive at the podium, adjust it to your desired height using the arrow buttons and turn the microphone on using the button on the right. If you're giving your deputation in front of council, begin by saying, "Through the mayor." If you're giving it in front of a committee, begin by saying, "Through the chair." Then, clearly state your name and address, and you'll have 5 minutes to give your presentation. Upon having 1 minute remaining, the chair will give you notice. When you're finished your presentation, council may have questions for you. Ensure that you always begin your answer by saying, "Through the mayor," or "Through the chair" to councilor and their last name. If you can't answer the question, that's okay. Inform council that you'll gather more information and get back to them. After that, council will have heard out what you've had to say, and they'll take appropriate action as they deem necessary. And now, you've finished your deputation. You can either have a seat and watch the rest of the meeting, or you can leave through the door that you came in and ensure that you leave as quietly as possible.
Hey Norfolk County, did you know that Ride Norfolk is now on demand? This means you can schedule Norfolk's public transit service to pick you up for appointments, shopping, school, or work. Ride Norfolk has partnered with Blaze Transit to offer on-demand pickups at all 95 stops across Norfolk, including this one. I booked my trip earlier today and my bus is here right on time. Since there are no fixed local schedules, you can easily book Ride Norfolk over the phone, online, or on the Blaze Transit app from your smartphone. Thanks, Charlie.
Welcome.
Ride Norfolk's customer service team can help answer any questions you may have, get you started with the app, or book your next ride. By moving to on-demand, Ride Norfolk is helping more residents get where they need to go. To learn more, visit norfolkcounty.ca/transit.
Hi, I'm Dave. I'm here to take you behind the scenes for a quick look at what we do at Norfolk County's water treatment facility. Here in Port Rowan, the water treatment process starts by pumping water from Lake Erie up into the water treatment facility. Back in the treatment facility, I inspect large clarification tanks where the lake water enters the plant. Here we add coagulant, a chemical that attracts dirt particles together. These form into larger particles called flock, which eventually sinks and is sent to waste. Next, the water enters the filtration system where any remaining dirt particles are trapped by the filters. The water is then chlorinated and sent into a 113 cubic meter underground storage chamber. The water is then taken to the granular activated carbon filters that work like supersized 10,000-pound Brita filters to remove taste and odor. The final step is disinfection, which includes UV and a final dose of chlorine, ensuring safe, potable drinking water. Water testing is an important part of the job. Throughout the day, we take water samples at different stages of the process, up to 9 tests depending on the treatment facility. As a Norfolk resident myself, I am proud to serve the community I live in. Thanks for joining me in this behind-the-scenes tour.
Hi, I'm Marissa, and I'm here to take you behind the scenes for a quick look at what we do at Norfolk County's waste and recycling operations. Here at the transfer station in Simcoe, residents can bring a variety of waste materials for disposal. Norfolk operates 2 transfer stations, welcoming about 27,000 customers every year, and accepts material ranging from bulky items, wood, metal, and yard waste. Norfolk also provides curbside waste programs. Recycling from your home arrives at this facility where it is manually sorted by the type of material. You can see why it's important to separate materials into the correct bin, rinse recyclables, and remove items from bags. This facility processes 4,600 metric tons per year. That's equal to about 20 tons per day. Once items are sorted by material type, they are baled and ready to be shipped across North America to be made into new material. About 8 to 10% of the material that arrives here shouldn't have been put in the recycling bin. Residents can use our Recycle Coach app to confirm if an item can be recycled. After seeing how waste is handled, I hope this video helps show why rinsing and sorting your recyclables are important steps in the recycling process. As a Norfolk County employee, I am proud to serve the community I was raised in. Thanks for joining me on this behind-the-scenes tour.
Hey Norfolk County! Whether you're a longtime resident, new to the area, or simply visiting, do you know about the many services provided by Norfolk County? As a single-tier municipality, we provide services that our community uses every day, including water and fire protection, curbside garbage and recycling, road and sidewalk maintenance, and so much more. We also provide services needed at unique times in life, such as a marriage or business license, or a dog tag for your new companion. And the unique geographic features in Norfolk County, from farmland and forests to lakes and wetlands, means we also provide specialized services ranging from drainage applications to tree inspections. Wondering how to contact Norfolk County? Start with Service Norfolk. Our friendly team of agents is here to help. Reach us by phone at 519-426-5870 or 226 Norfolk from 8:30 to 4:30 Monday to Friday. Calling about an issue after hours? No problem. We have you covered. Prefer online? Email askus@norfolkcounty.ca anytime, or use our customer service portal at service.norfolkcounty.ca and get a reply right to your email inbox. Want to visit us in person? Come to one of our friendly customer service counters in Simcoe, Monday to Friday, or Delhi, Tuesday to Thursday. Service Norfolk, connecting you to Norfolk County services.
Norfolk County, my name is Anna and I'm here to share some water safety tips to keep you and your family safe around the water. Knowing how to swim is a life skill and an essential part of staying safe and having fun. Swimming lessons are the best way to learn essential swim survival skills to recover from a fall into deep water. Think you're too old for lessons? There are programs designed for teens and adults as well. With so many lakes and rivers, Canadians of all ages are avid boaters. Always wear a life jacket, it could save your life. Never swim alone, regardless of age and skill level. Always swim with a buddy. A buddy can throw you a buoyant aid if you get into trouble. When possible, wade into unknown waters to prevent injury. Backyard pools are a great place to make family memories. But remember, if you are not within arm's reach of your child in and around the water, then you've gone too far. Drowning can occur in as little as 10 seconds and it is silent. Every drowning death is preventable. Take time to educate yourself and those around you to ensure you're staying safe and having fun around the water. For more information, visit norfolkcounty.ca/watersafety.
Soon after, members of council and I took our seats right here in council chambers last November, we began to plan the direction we'd like to see Norfolk County take over the next 4 years and beyond. A direction that builds on our strengths and sets a strong foundation in place for future generations. We looked outward to the people of Norfolk for input. We listened to you, the valued members of our community, from our sandy lake shores, our vibrant downtowns, our picturesque countryside, and our bountiful farmland. We engaged leaders from local businesses and community agencies. We gathered ideas from our team across the county. Based on what we've heard, we created Our Future Norfolk, a set of priorities that focuses on 5 key areas: empowering Norfolk, building Norfolk, connecting Norfolk, serving Norfolk, and sustaining Norfolk. These priorities, along with the initiatives and activities that drive them, will guide council. All right, welcome back, everyone. Let's jump into the 2025 levy operating budget. Let me see where my notes are here. Section 1 of the budget has the high level, the overview information, as well as the budget package guide, which was neat. This section is on page 5 to 42. And I believe we're going to start off with some opening comments from our CAO before turning it over to finance. So, Al, please.
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor, and good morning, everyone. It's a pleasure to welcome everyone to our annual operating budget meeting. This is one of the most important meetings of the year. Council today will be reviewing and directing staff to approve approximately $271 million worth of planned expenditures in 2025. No easy feat, no easy project for us to get through today. And as we gather here today, I want to acknowledge the significant efforts that have gone into preparing this budget. It's effort that reflects the true spirit of collaboration and dedication from our entire team. It's also important to acknowledge the complex and challenging fiscal environment in which we find ourselves. Municipal governments across the country, including Norfolk, are facing significant financial pressures due to several factors, chief among them continued and persistent inflation, limited available resources, shifting policy frameworks at upper levels of government, and rising levels of debt. These challenges make the budgeting process particularly difficult and require careful consideration, strategic planning, and an unwavering commitment to financial responsibility. The operating budget is a key element in ensuring that Norfolk's long-term sustainability and growth remains on track. It directly affects the quality of services residents rely on every day, whether it's road maintenance, public safety, parks and recreation, waste management, or the support of local businesses. Staff take great care to balance the demands for these essential services with the need to remain fiscally responsible and responsive to the community's evolving needs. Staff recognize the importance of this budget in addressing the immediate needs and the long-term goals of Norfolk. Council and staff are committed to finding a balance between fiscal prudence and the investment required to support our residents and ensure our community continues to thrive. Inflation's been a consistent challenge in recent years, and its effects are being felt in everything we do and try to do in Norfolk. As the cost of goods, services, and labor continues to rise, Norfolk is faced with higher operating expenses for essential services, from the cost of road maintenance materials and energy prices for some of our facilities to wage increases for municipal staff who deliver the vital services everyone depends on. Inflation creates a constant pressure on the budget. At the same time, many of the services that Norfolk provides to residents are essential and cannot be easily scaled back. In times of inflation, this means that more financial resources are needed to maintain the same level of service, which in turn puts a strain on municipal budgets and the delicate balancing act of prioritizing needs with what we can afford. Unlike other levels of government, municipal governments are restricted in terms of resources available to them. Local governments rely primarily on property taxes, grants from upper levels of government, and user fees to fund operations, and these revenue streams offer limited growth potential. Unlike other levels of government that collect consumption and income taxes that grow with the economy, property taxes and user fees do not. When inflation when inflation is driving up costs as coupled with the limited flexibility in revenue generation, Norfolk finds itself in a difficult position trying to stretch every dollar while still ensuring the delivery of necessary services. This often requires difficult decisions about where and how to allocate scarce resources and can lead to trade-offs, some of which can be very unpopular with the community, but are nonetheless necessary. In addition to rising operating costs, Norfolk faces the challenge of servicing increasing levels of debt. Debt service refers to the payments required to cover interest and principal on loans that were used to finance infrastructure projects, public facilities, and other capital investments. The increasing burden of debt service payments will limit our ability to invest in other areas of need. As debt levels grow, a larger portion of the budget must be allocated to servicing this debt, leaving less room for other essential services. Tough decisions will need to be made by this council, and the prioritization of items becomes a key component in developing a responsible and sustainable budget. This can include some very difficult conversations, reducing discretionary spending, and seeking efficiencies in service delivery. It may also mean exploring alternative revenue sources to help offset costs. Additionally, Norfolk must be proactive in looking for opportunities to reduce operating expenses through process changes and more efficient management of public resources. Staff understand that these decisions have a direct impact on the lives of those who live and work in our community, and we're dedicated to ensuring that 2025 reflects the values of fiscal responsibility, transparency, and responsiveness to the needs of our residents. I'm pleased to present the proposed budget for the upcoming fiscal year, which includes a tax increase of 4% for the average residential property. This is notably lower than our initial expectations, and I'm extremely proud of the work that has been done to ensure this outcome while continuing to meet the needs of our community. When you exclude the previously approved necessary additional contributions to reserves, the year-over-year budget is essentially flat, a huge accomplishment in this fiscally challenging environment, and one that council and staff should be extremely proud of. Thank you once again to staff for your dedication and hard work as we continue to build a stronger Norfolk for all.
Thank you very much, Al. Great work to staff. With that, I will pass it over to Ms. Van Dyke to begin the budget introduction.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Through you to members of Budget Committee. The 2025 budget is a result of work that has occurred over the past year. As soon as Council passed last year's budget, our finance team started working on budget preparations for 2025. This involves monitoring expenditures, assessing trends and forecasts, preparing budget amendments, variance reporting, the senior financial analysts conducting analysis and preparing draft status quo budgets, discussions with departmental leaders across the corporation to review the draft budgets, discuss priorities, and make adjustments. At the same time, discussions are happening about new budget initiatives. These are business cases for new programs, staff resources, or changes in levels of service. Requests are reviewed and discussed in detail with departments and then with the senior leadership team. NBIs are prioritized for inclusion in the draft budget based on a number of factors. For example, is the project part of a mandatory program? Is it a need or a want? Is it in alignment with Council's strategic priorities? What is the levy impact? Is there funding available to offset or cover the entire cost? Does the initiative fit with the overall corporate direction for the coming year? These are tough discussions and tough decisions, and there were many valuable initiatives across the corporation that did not make the cut and are not included in the budget. The senior leadership team does a thorough review of the draft budget, making reductions wherever we can. That leads us to the document before you, which is a budget that requests status quo operations. Further reductions would likely mean service level reductions, and further additions would mean an increase to what is currently being proposed for the 2025 tax levy. Finally, I want to take a moment to thank our finance team. Budget development is truly a team effort, starting with our rate budget, then capital, and finally the levy operating budget. There is a tremendous amount of work that is involved, and I wish to give my sincere thanks.
A special note of thanks to our treasurer, Ms. Amy Fanning, whose leadership, integrity, and transparency has created and supports a culture where we tell it like it is, have difficult conversations, and then make the tough decisions that keep the county moving forward in a direction of financial sustainability. And with that, Madam Mayor, I conclude my remarks and invite Ms. Fanning to introduce her team and the 2025 operating budget.
Thank you, Heidi. Good morning, everyone. I am very pleased to be with you today to share the 2025 levy-supported operating budget, along with Chris Everett and Amy Vesprini, our Manager and Supervisor of Financial Planning and Reporting. The 2025 net levy has been brought forward at just over $136 million, which reflects an increase of 5.8% over the 2024 approved levy amount. And when the impacts of growth and education levies are factored in, this translates into an increase of 4% for the average residential property, as noted by our CAO. Okay, so a resident may ask, what do we get for that 4%? Thanks to some additional funding from the province and some hard work by staff, this budget includes 6 new budget initiatives aimed at providing better service, increased capability to care for the county's assets, and improved operations. Finally, and critically from a finance perspective, this budget represents increased investment in infrastructure funding, which is essential to maintaining the county's capital assets and continuing progress toward improved financial sustainability. It is also important to note that this budget is well below our initial estimates, but no services are cut in this proposed budget. We recognize that affordability is a concern and a challenge for residents, and we understand the difficulty in balancing the need to provide service while maintaining affordability. The next item I want to mention is that upon approval of this year's levy budget, the finance team will continue to communicate to council through the finance comments section in council reports, semi-annual capital status reports, annual variance reporting, and year-end reporting. In addition, our team is always looking for ways to improve our communication, and we will bring forward any new initiatives that we come up with during the year. This is an important time for our county. A few years ago, we faced insufficient reserves, an alarming debt trajectory, and a balance sheet that reflected a net liability position. Today's picture is much more positive. Though we are not out of the woods yet, we're still taking more out of reserves than what we are adding. However, the financial foundation for Norfolk has very much improved. And so I want to take this opportunity to thank Council for your continued support of staff recommendations and your courage to make tough decisions to ensure that Norfolk stays on the path to financial sustainability. And I'm pleased now to hand things over to Chris and Amy for the presentation of this year's budget.
Thank you, Amy. Amy V and I are excited to be here with you today to go through our presentation on the budget. So we have a number of items to review with you today, including factors impacting the budget, both internal and external to the organization, and review of the budget process, which includes the 2025 net levy requirement and the impact on property taxes, major drivers of the budget increase, costs of services, risks, and projections for future years. Beginning with the economic indicators, we start by assessing the external factors that can impact the budget. To provide some context around the pressures that are impacting property owners and the county, it is important to look at the current external pressures being experienced. These factors will affect the residents and business owners in the county and should be recognized when contemplating taxation increase for the current year. The first area to note is that overall economic conditions, both locally and on a broader level, have been continuing to improve in many areas as we move away from the pandemic. The Canadian and global economies are improving. However, there are still challenges to navigate with interest rates, supply chain issues, labor market shortages and pressures, and political changes. It is important to recognize that the economy continues to stabilize, and this is expected to continue into 2025. Inflationary budget pressures as a result of these factors are being felt by all residents and businesses when purchasing goods and services. According to Statistics Canada, inflation was at 2% year over year in October of 2024. Throughout 2024, inflation has been declining more to this normalized level compared to the 10-year highs we've experienced the last few years. It should also be noted that the non-residential building construction price index rose 3.9% year over year at the end of Q3. Impacts of these pressures have been experienced by the county. However, purchasing contracts will continue to be updated as they renew, and impacts will be incorporated into future budgets. Therefore, the financial pressures as a result of the economic indicators, specifically the continued heightened year-over-year inflation, are anticipated to continue and drive some future tax increases. As noted, many of the materials that the county utilizes are more construction-related, which also rise at a greater pace than the household items, and that's where this non-residential index helps to demonstrate the higher rate of inflation. Further, labor market challenges are being faced by many businesses. This seems especially prevalent for municipalities as they compete for talent with the private sector, which can react a little bit more quickly to labor market challenges. Many municipalities are facing a wave of retirements as well, in addition to attraction and retention issues, which will ultimately end up putting pressure on operating budgets, and we expect this to continue as a theme in the coming years. The municipal requirements and budget pressures are discussed in great detail during budget deliberations. However, it is also important to consider the financial pressures placed on residents. This slide before you shows the prior year tax increases as well as water and wastewater rate increases in Norfolk County. These considerations are kept in mind when presenting the overall budget projection to council for the tax levy in July. Over the short term, these impacts, along with the economic factors, have been impacting residents and businesses in the county. While budget increases are not desirable, ensuring that the county can adequately cover the costs of providing services to residents, meet debt payment obligations, and especially contribute to reserves and reserve funds is essential to long-term financial sustainability for our community. As I'm sure you're all very aware, we are not alone in the pressures that we are facing. Most municipalities are dealing with insufficient resources to address asset management, rising costs, labor market pressures, and limited options for revenue generation. There has been lobbying to the province for a review of municipal funding for municipalities, but ultimately property taxes and user rates are our main tools. We have seen many significant tax increases approved at other municipalities for 2025, many higher than what we are proposing here today, which further demonstrates we are not alone. Still, it is imperative that we be aware of the impact on our ratepayers. And speaking of taxpayers, in a minute, we're going to look at the feedback from our public engagement efforts. But first, I just wanted to walk through how we fared in 2024. As part of the budget process, finance staff, in conjunction with department staff, completed an updated review of actual spent to September 30th and projected the year-end position for the levy operating budget. The updated projected year-end position results in a surplus of $9.2 million. The majority of the surplus is a result of salaries and benefits gapping, supplemental taxation, payments in lieu of taxes, fees and service charges, fines and penalties, and interest income. This is about a 7% surplus on the net levy, which we consider to be fairly reasonable. It is noted that investment income is generating surplus revenue in 2024, and in alignment with Policy CS 23, the anticipated surplus revenue has been offset by additional transfers to reserves within this forecast, as that is how we anticipate it to be treated at year end. The county has seen a decline in interest rates on its own investments during 2024, with the significantly higher returns at the beginning of the year and lower returns as the year has progressed. While these returns will help our reserves and debt avoidance at year end, it is noted that the level of return on investment is not anticipated to continue into 2025 and the future at this level, as interest rates are declining closer to historical levels. The investment team has been working diligently to get the best returns possible and are working on improvements to the process and policies, as seen with the report that came to council in December on investment management services. Within Section 5 of your budget document on page 341, there's a high-level summary, which you'll also see on the screen here, that shows the comparison of this updated Q3 forecast to the one that was brought to you in September based on June 30th transactions. And while we're on the topic of 2024 actuals, I also wanted to touch base on a topic that came up in the fall at the September 10th CIC meeting. During a discussion of the in-road flexible signs, it was requested that staff come back at budget with an estimate of some frivolous expenditures. We have done a bit of a review through the budget, and with an estimate, we've done a bit of a review, and we have some items we've identified, but just noting that there's no process in place for us to track these expenditures or even really define them. So this is just an estimate, and I would assume that the total is actually higher. In 2024, the main things that we are aware of are integrity commissioner costs where the complaint was dismissed, which has been previously communicated, around $35,000. The in-road flexible signage replacements we've estimated at $20,000. And then as well, we've looked at some vandalism costs, which included claims through our risk management group, as well as materials and staff time for graffiti removal at $15,000. So overall, we're somewhere in the range of $75,000 is our estimate for 2024. But again, noting this is likely understated, and these amounts will be reflected in the actuals incorporated in the year-end surplus deficit when you see the financial statements. Now, in order to gain an understanding of community desires and concerns, staff in financial management and planning work closely with the communications team to launch the 2025 budget engagement campaign in September of 2024. The campaign included several opportunities for feedback from residents, including a budget survey, engagement webpage, virtual ideas board, and targeted advertising. The survey saw less participation than 2024, and there was also a significant reduction in the number of ideas that were shared on the engagement page. Shown on the screen here for you are the results from one of the survey questions relating to tax increases. Of the survey responses, 25% suggested to increase taxes just enough to maintain services. Another 28% wanted to see no tax increases, even if it means a reduction to services. And 22% felt the rate should increase just enough to expand or improve services, with 14% suggesting reducing taxes and cutting services. We have also included the results to the same question from the last couple of years for some comparison. There are some changes, but overall they're fairly aligned. You will note for 2025, the numbers I just gave you only add to 89%. That is because respondents were given an option to provide an other answer, and this allowed them to provide some comments. So I've reviewed the comments that were submitted and just summarized a few of the themes that were in there. Many of them probably do still fall into the existing categories. It was more there was an opportunity to share thoughts. So those included focusing on maintaining what we have, to seek funding from upper levels of government was a common one, focus on expense reduction to save money, having a focus on assets that can generate revenue for the county, higher development fees, increased property tax rate for farmland, focus on core services, focus on growth in residential and commercial classes to bring in more tax revenue, increase to user fees to move everything towards full cost recovery so there would be no subsidization for any services, and as well focus on conservation. So things that were suggested were energy efficiencies and things like maybe less frequent garbage pickup, those kinds of things. As you can see, some of this would likely have fit into those original categories. And just to note that staff will continue to refine the engagement process as we move into 2025. So moving along in the budget preparation process, one of the guiding principles used in the development of the budget was the budget projection, which was presented to Council on July 9th. This slide represents the projection presented relating to the levy-supported operating budget compared to the results contained within the proposed document you are reviewing today. The first factor, and arguably the most discussed, was for the average residential property tax increase projected at 8.5%. The proposed document presents a budget with an overall residential increase below projection at 4%. As noted in the opening remarks, it was not an easy task and represents a significant achievement. Amy will have more on what the major changes were that helped us to get to this point in a few minutes. Next, we had projected that assessment growth would offset some of the property tax increase. Growth was higher than projected and is expected to generate approximately $1.6 million in additional revenue, with 1.2 offsetting the levy as the 1% that aligned with budget guidance. And so the remainder is approximately $366,000, which was to go to prioritize reserves as per guidance. So we have allocated that to the fleet reserve to address additional pressures there. Another key piece of guidance was that the staff report outlining business cases for NBIs be presented to council prior to inclusion in the budget document. As a result of significant review and prioritization of requests while balancing the pressures facing taxpayers, changing legislation, and the projected tax increase, the NBIs with business cases that were presented to council in October are included within your document today. The total net levy impact of all initiatives is approximately $1.2 million. Another key factor was the infrastructure funding, including debt servicing costs, would be another main budget driver. The result is that total infrastructure funding and capital reserve impacts proposed account for $5.1 million or 4% of the overall net levy increase, shown as a council-approved initiative in the document we're reviewing today. And with that, I will have Amy walk you through some more details of the budget document.
We come to the net levy requirement in the proposed budget now. To arrive at the 2025 requirement, we started with the 2024 net levy requirement of $120 million. To that amount, we see the addition of the $5.1 million in infrastructure funding approved by council during the capital budget deliberations. The inclusion of this funding increase is a positive step forward to the strategic priority of financially sustainable county. Next, we add the operational charges, including the proposed budget. It represents overall a $130,000 decrease. This is very much a base budget with minimal increases and some additional revenues with some provincial funding. It is noted that the Norfolk County portion is actually a reduction of $1.3 million, and the boards and agencies is an increase of $1.1 million. The final piece of the increased levy requirement results from the proposed service level increases, the new budget initiatives as recommended by the senior leadership team, and the previously reviewed by council in October, which is an additional $1.2 million. Together with the initiatives council approved during 2024 of $1.3 million, the total service level changes within this budget are $2.5 million. All of these items combined result in the proposed budget net levy requirement before you today of $136 million. This amount excludes any discretionary items. If council wishes to add any initiatives to the budget, this will result in an increase in the net levy. There are a number of discretionary items that have been brought forward by county staff and external organizations through Budget Committee in October and at subsequent council meetings. As identified on this slide, the 7 discretionary items are: the Long Point Biosphere Region Group was successful in securing a $900,000 grant funding for the North Shore Resilience Project, previously named the Long Point Littoral Cell. To help with this project, the request from the county is for $25,000 per year for 4 years, and to have Norfolk staff continue to participate in the working group. The budget includes a reduction to the levy from the Marina's revenue for $317,400 in 2025. During discussions throughout the fall, the removal of this reduction with the funds going directly to the Marina's capital reserve has been discussed. Council has the opportunity to make this change as part of the 2025 budget. The Norfolk County Public Library has 3 requests. The total number of requests has not changed from what was presented to council at the October 17th Budget Committee meeting. However, 2 of the requests were withdrawn and replaced with different requests. The first request is for 1 permanent full-time manager of planning and outreach for $129,400. The second request is for a permanent part-time training and development coordinator for $62,400. The third request, which remains unchanged from the October meeting, is for 2 permanent part-time library assistant positions for a total of $105,400 or $51,600 each. The proposed 2025 operating budget includes an increase for 4% for the Haldeman Norfolk Housing Corporation. At the October 17th Budget Committee meeting, CEO Matt Bowen made a presentation requesting an additional 4% increase for 2025. It is noted that this increase would apply to the funding from both Norfolk and Haldeman County, and based on the funding agreement, both amounts have been included on the slide. Lastly, the discussion to remain members of SCORE has occurred a few times over the past couple of years. If council were to decide to end its membership, notice of 1 year is required. The impact would be reflected in the 2026 budget with the removal of the membership fee at that time. The total net levy requirement impact of adding all of these items is $643,000 or 0.5% onto the levy. Further details and supporting documentation has been included on the agenda, item 5.2, to aid council with the decision-making regarding these items. Should council wish to include any of these items, a motion would be required when we reach the applicable portion of the agenda. So what does this actually mean for the residents of Norfolk County? Let's look at the impact on the median residential assessed property. It's the most common metric used when discussing the annual budget impact. Besides the net levy requirement, there are a couple of other factors that have impact on the property taxes. These include assessment growth resulting from new or improved properties and changes in the education tax rates provided by the province. Overall assessment growth is estimated at $1.6 million, as noted earlier in our presentation, of which 1% is a reduction to the median residential tax increase, and the remaining 0.2% has been directed to reserves as per budget guidance. In addition, the province has chosen not to change the education rates for 2025, keeping them at the same as they have been since 2021. Prior to the delayed reassessment, residential education tax rates had been reduced. As the assessment values and education rates are to remain status quo, the value of the median residential assessed property remains equal to 2024 at $240,000. This results in a total 2025 tax increase lower than the municipal increase. At this time, the province still has not announced when a reassessment will occur. As a result, once all these factors are considered, based on the proposed budget, there is a median impact of 4%, or $2.80 per week. We have mentioned that while the proposed budget being presented is within the budget guidance set by council, it was not an easy task. Throughout the process, the overall guidance was to bring a budget in at or below the 8.5% projection while still focusing on financial sustainability. The budget process started in June with a preparation to provide the guidelines and the projected target as presented to council in July. This was followed by the preparation of the capital plan and submission, review, and ranking of the new budget initiatives brought forth by departments. During the early development, staff were anticipating meeting the tax increase of 8.5%, and a number of strategies were used to ensure that this target would be the highest proposed to Budget Committee. These strategies included clear communication of the increases projected to council early in the budget process. Projection factors were communicated from SLT and financial management planning to county staff. Early discussions were held by SLT to determine strategies that would help ensure the target was met. And department staff, along with financial management and planning staff, reviewed the budget in detail. Through a combination of changes in process, a large number of small reductions, right-sizing a few budgets, a significant overall savings was found. These savings offset the increases that were required in other areas, resulting in an overall net levy reduction of 0.1%. The new budget initiative requests were reviewed in detail, heavily analyzed, deliberated, and ranked by SLT, with only the top few moving forward. However, in October, staff received two unexpected communications. The first putting reaching the target significantly in jeopardy, which was the 2025 OPP billing statement that included an increase of $2 million for the base charges for 2025 and a $1 million adjustment for the 2023 year-end reconciliation above the estimate that we had in the budget. The total impact of these charges would have been 2.4% on the levy before any budget changes were made by county staff. We presented this information to council in October. The second was an announcement by the province that they had increased funding for the Ontario Municipal Partnership Fund. The allocation of this fund is formula-based for all municipalities. It is made up of a number of factors, including location, property assessment levels, fiscal circumstances, and transitional assistance based on the previous year's funding. The result for Norfolk was an increase of $1.28 million, an equivalent to 1% of our net levy. Subsequent to this news, several SLT meetings took place where difficult decisions and budget adjustments were made to bring the budget in at the original target of 8.5%. Then, on November 29th, communication from the Office of the Solicitor General stated that the province was stepping up to provide additional provincial support to reduce the impact of the OPP billing for the affected municipalities across the province. For Norfolk, this resulted in the $3.1 million increase being reduced to only $917,400, or a 0.7% increase on the net levy. This change reduced our budget below the initial target to what we are presenting today. This gives us an idea of how we got here, so let's take a closer look at the budget being proposed. The major budget drivers represent the budgetary changes that are included in the proposed budget, resulting in the net levy increase of $7.8 million, or 5.8%. Of note, over half of the expenditures provided for within this budget relate to infrastructure funding. It includes reserve transfers and debt payments. The increase for 2025 is driven by additional transfers to reserves to fund the replacement and rehabilitation of capital assets. Included in the budget is the council-approved initiative for the $5.1 million, as well as the additional recommended reserve transfers of $386,000 above that CIA to account for some specific reserve pressures and operating reserve requirements. Finance staff will continue to focus on reserves and reserve funds in the future years as we continue to work through financial sustainability. Salary and benefit increases of $1.86 million, is the result of contract merit and benefit increases, as well as impacts of staff turnover and job evaluations. The changes where funding was received to offset the cost of salaries and benefits has been excluded from this figure, as it does not drive the levy increase. As Council saw during 2024, a significant increase in the cost of roadway pavement markings was identified, and the 2025 budget is being adjusted accordingly to ensure this crucial road safety work can be completed. Additionally, as previously mentioned, the initial increase to OPP services based on the billing statement and the subsequent support from the province has resulted in an increase of only $917,400. I will note that county is still actively reaching out for more information and what these changes mean for the future year impacts. Staff will be attending a webinar put on by the OPP this coming Friday, and hopefully we'll have some more information. Finally, service level changes as a result of the new budget initiatives and council-approved initiatives have a combined impact of $2.5 million. A summary of these initiatives has been provided in Section 5 of the budget package. Now, there's some good news in our budget. The main drivers that are reducing the net levy include changes to the Blue Box programming and the rental of our materials recycling facility, projected to provide the county a reduction of about $965,000 in 2025. Increased revenue brought in by the combination of the increase in user fees as approved by council in November and an increase in occurrences is resulting in an overall increase of revenue of $660,000. It is noted that this increase does not include the Marina fees that were changed in December, as those fees will result in a direct transfer to the Marina's reserve and no effect on the levy. Finally, as noted, the province increased the funding for the Ontario Municipal Partnership Fund, and Norfolk is receiving an additional $1.2 million for that. All in all, that explains the largest changes within the budget. Now we turn our attention to the service level increases in the 2025 budget. Senior leadership team received numerous submission requests from departments totaling over $5 million, which included the addition of 48.9 FTEs. Previously mentioned by Heidi, keeping the significant economic pressures, budget guidance, limited resources, and the county's overall strategic priorities in mind, the senior leadership team spent considerable time evaluating the pressure points to minimize the impact on the levy while also addressing critical needs. This year, there are 6 budget initiatives that have been recommended by the senior leadership team for consideration. These initiatives were presented initially to council in October with the comprehensive business cases. As a quick reminder, these initiatives are: the Stormwater Management Program is requesting operating funds to meet the regulatory and industry standards and an FTE to help with the work required. This initiative has a total levy impact of $346,500, with $250,000 for the operating budget and $96,500 for the FTE. The Strengthening Paramedic Services request is for 4 supervisors to provide much-needed support to both frontline staff and commanders. This comes with an estimated $301,000 impact, as the LASG grant offsets 50% of the costs. It is noted that with the additional funding for paramedics to be received in 2025, the net levy impact for 2025 for paramedics, including this initiative, would be $0. An addition of a transportation engineering specialist to provide the county with resources to properly manage, maintain the transportation system, and continue the work of the Roads Needs Committee, the impact of this request is $150,000. The addition of a project lead for facilities capital projects would reduce the growth rate of deferred capital projects. 93 facilities capital projects needed to be deferred as part of the 2025 capital plan due to staff capacity restrictions. The cost of this initiative is $131,000. A realty service specialist is requested to increase the staffing complement for realty services to 2 FTEs to allow for the processing of a large volume of work, including providing support to interdepartmental requests and continuing the progress on the surplus land disposals. This initiative would cost $150,000. The final initiative is for the addition of a network systems analyst to help with the design, implementation, and maintenance of Norfolk County's IT infrastructure. The cost of this initiative is $109,700. Detailed business cases for each of these initiatives have been included in your budget packages. They are found within the applicable division section following the appropriate department budget. A summary of the list of MBIs is on page 321. The budget also includes the service level changes that were approved by council during 2024. They have been included in your budget as council approved initiatives, and the complete list of them is included on page 322 of your budget package. So now that we've provided a background on what's driving the tax increases for 2025, let's take a step back and look at the bigger picture. Chris is going to discuss how this translates into the service areas.
So the pie chart on the slide is a visual representation of the budget and demonstrates how the county is using each municipal dollar we receive by service area. At the first glance, it's easy to see that the largest portion of the dollar goes towards paying for capital infrastructure. More than 1/3 of every tax dollar received by the county is put towards this need. This includes transfers to reserves that will fund infrastructure renewal and replacement, as well as debt servicing payments. Since this is such a large portion of each tax dollar contributed, it is no surprise that this was also one of the major budget drivers that Amy noted earlier. It is also important to note that this allocation of funds is in line with the public budget engagement, which indicated that road and facility maintenance were the highest ranked items in terms of investment priorities. This theme is also a continuation from the 2024 budget engagement session, which resulted in core services being ranked as the highest priority amongst respondents. At this time, we're nearing the end of our presentation and preparing to hand the review of the document back over to council. But before we do it, it's important to recognize that this budget is based on the best estimates available at the time of development. As information typically improves with time, perfect information is not always available during the budget preparation process, and this results in a level of risk within the document. We wanted to bring a few items of risk to council's attention. So the first is that work continues on Norfolk's asset management planning, and as it matures, including updates in 2025 with proposed levels of service and a financing strategy. We are expecting further pressure on our limited financial resources to be a continued theme as we move forward with asset management. The county has a significant amount of aging infrastructure that is critical to our communities, but costly to maintain and replace. This also means that less resources are available for unplanned matters. Next, the last few years have seen a number of legislative changes at the provincial level. In addition, there are likely to be provincial and federal elections in the near term, and all of this can mean uncertainty for how we operate specific programs and the levels of funding that we receive. As well, recruitment and retention of staff, as mentioned earlier, remains a challenge in the municipal sector in general, and this is expected to continue to be a factor in 2025 and beyond. In order to reduce the risk as much as possible, a few strategies were employed. So over the last several years, council and staff have worked very hard to make improvements in our budgeting practices. We've instituted cost control measures and have conducted thorough reviews of each budget area to identify anomalies. Staff also plan to continue with variance reporting to council so that risks and funding strategies can be identified during the year if an issue arises. Staff have also worked to identify items that pose risk to our budget as quickly as possible through regular environmental scanning and participation in municipal user groups with our peers. And finally, continued updates to key finance policies are a focus to ensure that we have proper checks in place to mitigate this risk. However, it should be noted that the financial pressures from these factors continue over the long term. This may impact budgets in the future, which takes me to our last slide. Though the main focus of today is a review of the 2025 budget, it is also important to step back and take a look at the financial future of the county. Decisions today will impact the financial situation of Norfolk County in the longer term and will impact future year tax projections. On the slide, projections are shown at a high level for future net levy increases. If more information was available relating to business plans and future strategies, more detailed projections would be possible. However, this has been completed at a high level. The projections have been built based on the approved capital plan, debt financing, as well as an assumed 3% increase in most expenditure categories. Revenue impacts were also forecasted to change at the same level as expenditures, except for where ministry funding is known or has remained stagnant over the last few years, or if reductions in funding were also known. We know that additional attention to reserves is required, so that has also been factored into our high-level projection. In each year, we refine the estimate for the coming budget at the time of budget guidance so that council has a more updated and accurate picture of what they might expect. As presented with the 2024 budget, it was projected that over the next 4 years, higher than inflationary budgets were forecasted to occur, and this has come to fruition as even though 2025's tax increase has been proposed at a lower rate than we expected, it is still higher than inflation. And while inflation continues to stabilize, it is expected that budgets will exceed inflation for the coming years as the cost of goods and services are continuing to increase at a higher rate, especially for our capital items. The main driver of this budget is infrastructure funding, as we've noted a number of times, and the county is trying to move towards a more sustainable infrastructure funding model. Continued recommendations will be made to increase reserve contributions. At the same time, there will also be additional debt servicing costs based on the planned capital expenditures to maintain our infrastructure. It should also be noted that the graph displays the forecasted net levy increase. The actual impact felt by taxpayers will depend on what the education rates and the level of assessment growth are in any given year. However, when we look at this projection, the intention is that we will continue to move the county towards long-term financial sustainability. And with that being said, it is time to return our focus to 2025. So we will pass it back over to Mayor Martin unless there are any questions.
Okay, thank you very much, Finance. I don't have much else to add. That was pretty comprehensive, but I would just like to take one quick moment and summarize kind of the final picture here. So as we dig into the 2025 operating budget, we know, there's $271 million before us for consideration, but it needs to be emphasized that it really prioritizes those core services of public safety, health and social services, environmental sustainability, and obviously infrastructure. And I can't emphasize enough that, the fiscal responsibility has really played a central role in this process of our staff, with a projected 8.5 increase bringing us down. I also have to note that the over $1 million, bringing 1.2% off in assessed growth revenue, is a big contributor to a lower tax increase today, as well as a lot of diligent adjustments made by our staff, bringing us to the 4%. However, without provincial dollars, without OPP funding, and without municipal partnership dollars, we would be knocking on the door of a double-digit tax increase. While that is a good news story that we have that support this year, that's, one-time, maybe two-time funding in the case of some of it. It won't be relied upon in future years. So it really is a blessing for this year, but we still have a lot of work to do as we prepare for future years. And staff have highlighted the growing competition among other municipal partners. And that's relevant certainly for our infrastructure dollars, as we need that to offset a lot of the work that we do here at the municipality. So continuing and emphasizing prepared budgets with thought out long-term capital plans and operating plans, and knowing where our debt's coming from and our reserve contributions is going to be critical so that we can get out ahead and get our applications in to offset potential increases in the future. And it's worth noting that in the financial climate that we're in today, I'm really shocked that the budget is what it is. So I want to thank our staff. And Councillor Michelli reminded me this morning that our neighbors and colleagues over in Wilmot Township are battling a 51% property tax increase. So while 4% still is very difficult for a lot of our residents, we will take a lens from the top down and look at everything with prudent financial management at top of mind, but we are really, it's great to not be the one with the headline for maybe our first year. So thank you to staff for everything you've done. Thank you for the comprehensive overview on the budget, and I look forward to the discussion today. With that, we will begin section 2 with requisitions from boards and agencies. And we have a couple new terms in the budget. So we've got the NBIs. We also have staff have documented service level changes in the proposed 2025 budget and the discretionary items. They have not been included in the budget. So I see Ms. Kent is here. If you're both coming up, please join us at the podium. You have 5 minutes. I can let you know when you have 1 minute remaining. And before you start, Councillor Brunton.
Couple of quick questions on what the presentation was there.
I apologize. Yes,
Okay,
questions.
if I may. And I don't know if, well, I'll start with the 9.2 million surplus. What happens with the, I guess we call it the new GAB? What, who makes that decision now? Staff, or where does that, am I premature on that? Is it going to come up later in the budget?
Sorry, Councillor, can you just speak into the microphone just so I could hear the question?
The $9.2 million surplus, and we spoke at length yesterday about the $6 million roughly debenture for the GAB. And I'm just wondering, where does that come into that? Is staff going to deal with that separately, or how is that going to be dealt with?
Through the chair to Councillor Brunton, so thank you for that question. We will, later in the year when we bring our year-end financial statements, and in July, usually the last meeting before the break, that's when all of our 2024 numbers will be completely final and set in stone. And at that point in time, staff will bring a recommendation forward with how to utilize the surplus dollars, whatever they end up being, after we finalize all of our year-end entries. And so that's where we'll look to mitigate the debt on the purchase price of GAB, which I think was 4.2, roughly, going off the top of my head. So at that point in time, that's when we'll bring that recommendation forward. And our direction from council last night was that be the priority project to look at in regards to debt mitigation using surplus dollars.
Okay, so you don't anticipate borrowing on debentures before that date?
Through the chair to council, so we are going to be doing a debenture issue later in the year. I think right now we're targeting Q3, so we should be able to finalize our surplus dollars and mitigate that debt issuance as much as possible before we go out and do the issuance.
Okay, thank you for that. My next question, if I may, is we spoke at length when we dealt with the health social services budget of how the staffing were intertwined in finance, and different departments were involved with staffing. And I guess what I'm wondering is, does this budget reflect any changes in staffing in those various departments? How is that going to be dealt with? I assume there's going to be a change at some point, and you spelled out surpluses here and there and individuals. How is that being, is it included as per 24 for now, or is it a new ratio for 25 for staffing?
Through the mayor to Councillor Brunton, that's correct. For this year, we have it as status quo. The funding associated with the merger allows for some time for council to make decisions on those items.
Okay. And my last question, if I may, what is 1% of the net levy?
Through the chair, that is approximately 1.2 million.
1.2, yep. And that excludes the school board. correct?
Correct. That would just be on the actual net levy. The increase for average residential, if we removed 1.2, would actually be greater than that, than 1%.
Okay, thank you very much.
Councillor Van Passen.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I need a little reminder of when we did the capital budget. We had talked about, with the asset management plans and all of that, like we're tucking away 36.5 million into reserves to take back out to pay for stuff, but we need to put in 49 million a year every year, so we're still 15 million short every year of where we need to be. Am I remembering this correctly?
Through the chair to Councillor Van Passen, this is a good test of my memory right now as well. But yes, we did identify that gap at that time, and yes, you're in the ballpark with that number. I don't have the exact number off the top of my head, but we will be bringing forward the financial strategy with the asset management plan later this year, and so that will greater quantify that gap, and I think that number will change kind of once we finish finalizing those numbers, but you're correct, that's the ballpark of the gap that we identified.
If I could, Madam Mayor, and that's the reason that there is an increase, again, built into this 4% increase is an increase in what we're putting into reserves to try to get up there and close that gap in the next few years, right?
Yes, through the chair to council, that's absolutely correct. We recognize that doing it in one fell swoop, I think the last time we looked at it was going to be like a 23% levy increase or something along those lines a year or two ago to close the gap. We recognize that that's unreasonable, so we're continuing to make small changes to chip away and to utilize surpluses and investment income and all of the tools that we can find at our disposal to continue to increase reserves to prepare more to fund our infrastructure needs. And when the AMP comes forward with the financial strategy later this year, we'll be able to kind of quantify that number with a little bit more certainty.
I have a question about that. Can you clarify for me why I always talk to you about the 78 million and now we talk about the 15 or 14 million and the not closing the gap in one foul swoop being at this percentage versus I've heard figures of up to 70%. So can you provide clarity on the gap between those figures and why we have two different calculations?
Yes, through the mayor, that's a great question. So there is a bit of a change in how we look at those numbers. And so right now we close the gap with things like OSIF funding and CCBF funding and other types of grants that we see coming in, like our recent Housing Enabling Water Systems Fund. And so one way to just talk about the gap is what we're contributing to reserves and what we need to put away, taking off those other funding items in the way that we close the gap. And so that's a bit of a smaller number. But then if we look at what we can rely on in perpetuity, which may not be OSIF or CCBF or those other funding programs, then we get to a larger number where we look at closing the gap higher to closer to 70 and 80 and how those things happen. And so I think that it's incumbent upon us when we bring forward our financial strategy with our asset management plan in July to make sure that we really quantify those numbers. And I think it's also important to talk about the $78 million number we quoted included the rate budget as well and our water wastewater assets. And so depending on which budget we're talking about, we might be measuring different sets of assets and different needs. So there's a number of different things, but I think that when we bring that strategy forward, we'll look to really clarify and set a metric that we can stick with, and that can be a little bit more clear in terms of which assets we're talking about and how we're measuring that gap.
Okay. I don't mind having the different figures tossed around when we're in those different specific budgets. Like that makes sense and it pairs it with just operating or just capital, but I do want to be consistent in the number and the language we use because those are two significantly different numbers, $78 million annually missing versus 15 million missing. So if we can find a way to find consistency, and if we do talk about 15 or 78, just always very clearly stating that that is for operating only or given consideration to provincial dollars that offset or whatever that may be. If we can just find a way to be consistent, I would appreciate that because sometimes I even think, what have I missed?
No, point taken, that's great feedback and we'll make sure that we're doing that. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there Councillor Vanderdriessche, then Columbus?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and through you. So I just want to clarify, in this budget of the 4%, the budget initiatives, our staff complement will increase by 8. Am I correct in saying that 7 or 8? 6, 7, 8?
Through the mayor to Councillor Vanden Rishi, it would be an increase of 9 FTEs, which is shown in the summary on page 321 of your binder.
Okay, I'm looking at the binder here. I'm counting, I'm going paramedics 4, engineering 1, facilities 1, real estate 1, and information technology 1. Is that 9?
That was 8, and then the stormwater also has an FTE.
And the stormwater, oh, my apologies, I didn't, oh yes, I see it now. Okay, so it's 9. Perfect, okay, thank you, and well done. Thank you.
Councillor Columbus.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So the report indicates a 1.2% increase in assessment growth. How far behind is MPAC in assessing properties? I know one time they were 2 to 3 years behind. Are they up to speed?
Through the chair, Councillor Columbus, they are closer to being up to date, but MPAC is always a couple of years behind on certain properties. It depends on when a property is available for occupancy and when that information is given to them and the complexity of the properties that they're assessing. So at any given time, they could be a couple of properties back 2 years, a couple of properties back 3 years, but in all, they're mostly caught up, but there are always still a few lagging properties that happen that are always a couple of years behind.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Breton.
If I may, real quickly, on page 21, you show the $240,000, the median residential property. That's taken on 396 homes. I'm sure there's a lot more above that based on the number of homes. I guess I read somewhere where we haven't been reassessed since 2020. Is that correct?
Through the chair, that is correct. The overall Ontario reassessment has not happened since 2020. The assessment happened in 2026, and it was 2016, and it was phased in over the 4 years to get to 2020. We have not had an assessment done since 2016.
Can you tell me, or maybe you can't tell me, but what would be the progression from, say, 2020 to, I don't know how they do it, but do you know what it was from 16 to 20?
It depends on every individual property, Councillor. Every property is assessed based on what the size of their land, the type of building they have, the amenities that are in each building. There's no way, I'm not qualified to tell you what, I couldn't even assess my own house and tell you. I'm not qualified to know what that assessment is. It is anticipated that it will be higher because, as seen, just buying a house now is higher. So it's assessment. It's a belief the assessments are going to go up across the board, residential, non-residential. The question for us will just be: is it going to go up 10% on everyone, or are some properties going up higher, some properties going up lower? So the shift is what's going to be curious for everyone to see.
Yeah. So no idea what's coming, I guess. Thank you.
Councillor Van Passen.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. Just to go in a bit more detail on that, because we're going to get flack based on a $240,000 house, and there are none in Norfolk County. That is what the value of the average house was in 2016 when MPAC did the last assessment. And that same house is going to pay $3,766 this year. Now, if MPAC came in and doubled the value of every property in Norfolk County, so the $240,000 house is now valued at $480,000. We're going to cut the rate in half, and they are still going to pay the same $3,766. So it's when they reassess it, and there's certain areas where it gets doubled, certain areas that only go up by 50%, and certain areas that go up by 200%. That's where your taxes will change. But the number is just a number for now until MPAC gets its act together, right?
Through the chair, yep, that's all absolutely correct. So if all properties go up by the same ratio, nothing changes in terms of what the residents pay at the end of the day. If council were to approve the document exactly as before you, we collect $136 million regardless of what happens with the assessment. We do not get more money because assessed values go up. What could change is if one class, like commercial or industrial properties, goes up significantly higher than residential properties, then we might see a shift between classes. Or if one property goes up significantly and one doesn't, then you might see a shift between properties. But if everything were to stay the same and everything increased at the same level, then everything stays the same and you pay the exact same amount.
Any other questions? Okay, we also need a mover and a seconder to receive the staff presentation as information. Moved by Councillor Duthie, seconded by Councillor Columbus. All in favor? That's carried. Right, now we will move on to the second section for requisitions from boards. And I would like to welcome Ms. Kent up from the library. You have 5 minutes, and whenever you're ready, Ms. Dufresne, we will, I'll let you know when you have 1 minute remaining.
Good morning, Madam Mayor, councillors, and county staff. Thank you for the opportunity to share updates as you consider the 2025 levy budget. Since the fall delegation, the Library Board finalized recommendations from an organizational structure and job description review conducted by an external consulting firm. Based on that review, the board approved a revised plan to strengthen the capacity by creating 2 new positions different from the October's proposal, while still including 2 library assistants roles in the original plan.
Next slide, please. Thank you. The Library Board approved these positions to enhance operations, align workforce skills with strategic goals, and ensure responsive, inclusive services to meet community needs. First, the Manager of Programming and Outreach will centralize program planning, expand community engagement through partnerships, and lead staff in delivering impactful programming. This role prioritizes inclusivity, safety, and digital literacy while addressing leadership gaps in program delivery. Second, the Training and Development Coordinator focuses on skill development, succession planning, and improving recruitment and retention. This position ensures the library's workforce is prepared to meet evolving needs and supports service continuity through professional growth. These investments are essential to driving innovation, improving operations, and aligning services with both the library and Norfolk County's evolving priorities. Next slide, please. Building capacity at the library is essential in meeting rising community demand. As Norfolk County grows, so do expectations for expanding programming, longer hours, and innovative services. From 2022 to 2024, library visits increased from 159,000 to 208,000, with projections exceeding 315,000 by 2028. Annual item borrowing is expected to reach 240,000, and public computer sessions, already vital at 9,800 in 2024, are projected to double to 17,500 by 2028. These numbers underscore the library's investment in staffing and empowers the library to scale efficiently, meet community needs, and remain a vibrant, inclusive hub for Norfolk's diverse population. Next slide, please. The library stands at a pivotal moment. In just 2 years, we doubled our programming from 813 programs with 14,000 participants in 2022 to over 1,600 programs serving 21,500 participants in 2024. By 2028, demand will exceed 2,000 programs and nearly 38,000 participants. This growth reflects how deeply the community relies on the library as a hub for learning, innovation, and connection. But we've reached our capacity. Without additional staff, we can't keep up with the demand or continue growing. This critical role, will enable us to plan strategically, expand services, and evaluate programs to ensure we meet the needs of your constituents. For every dollar the county invests in the library, the community receives approximately $7 in economic and social benefits. Without this position, we risk plateauing or compromising the SROI, program stagnation, and eroding public trust. Investing in this role secures the library's ability to adapt, innovate, and remain a vital resource for all residents now and in the future. Next slide, please. With the Library Board's approval and an organizational review, we are introducing 2 pivotal roles, a Training and Development Coordinator and a Program and Outreach Manager. These positions will drive responsive services, scalable programming, and expand operating hours starting in 2025. The Training and Development Coordinator will strengthen workforce skills, enhance recruitment and retention, and prepare staff to deliver exceptional service. This role ensures professional growth, leadership development, enabling us to meet evolving community needs with innovation and efficiency. These enhancements are part of a strategic plan that includes future roles such as a facilities maintenance manager and digital literacy coordinator. Together, these positions position NCPL as Norfolk County's hub for learning, innovation, and connecting, while all the while respecting budget constraints and priorities. Next slide, please.
1 minute, 1 minute remaining.
As Vice Chair, I want to emphasize the Library Board's full support for the new business initiatives for the strategic plan to increase staffing and operating hours starting in 2025. Grounded in sound governance and aligned with the county's focus on strengthening staff infrastructure, this plan reflects our shared commitment to serving your constituents. We are committed to building the capacity and infrastructure needed to serve our growing and dynamic community. By approving this staffing plan, you are taking a decisive step to continue strengthening the library as a vital resource of education, cultural, and civic engagement. Together, we can ensure Norfolk County Public Library continues to thrive, adapt, and deliver meaningful impact in our growing community. Thank you.
Thank you both for coming. Questions from Budget Committee? Councillor Vandendriessche.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and through you. What are the hours of operation now, if I can ask, over the libraries that we have?
Through the mayor to the councillor, I actually was prepared to answer this as soon as I pull up my right tab. Increase hours of operation. Here we go. Currently, some of our branches open at 12 o'clock and close at 5. We would like to make that consistent with the operating hours currently here at Simcoe from 10 o'clock until 7. And by doing that, it will increase our weekly hours from 176 by 40 hours to 216 hours per week. That is with the 2 part-time library assistant positions that we have asked for.
So how many hours, can you repeat that? I'm sorry, how many hours per week right now without an increase?
176.
Per library?
No, all
176
branches.
across the board?
Yes.
What you're doing? Okay.
Yes. I do have a breakdown.
Yeah,
Here.
if you don't mind, I'm just curious.
Sure. Right now, Delhi is 30 hours a week, Port Dover is 37, Port Rowan is 30 hours a week, Waterford is 30 hours a week, and Simcoe is 49 hours a week.
Can I ask then, why is Simcoe so high and it's not divvied up equally across the board?
Through the mayor to the councillor, I don't have the historical data on how those decisions were made. I understand, though, that in 2021 with the budget cuts, there was operating hour reduction. I understand that Simcoe's is high because it does open on Monday where none of the other branches do, except Port Dover is open to the school on Mondays, not to the public. That's to serve and dedicate to the students at that school on Monday. I can't speak to historically why the decision was made for these hours, but I am looking at for operational efficiency and to respond to community needs to make it more consistent when we are open at all branches throughout the week.
Councillor Michelli.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through you to Julie and Sue, thank you very much for your presentation. A very nice job. And I'm going to ask this question that I think will partly further answer Councillor Vandendriessche's question. Are you able to perhaps just give us a general idea of some of the non-traditional library services that are available to the community that perhaps may make the hours in Simcoe a little bit more understandable?
Thank you. Through the mayor to the councillor, we are a designated warming and cooling center. So that means that in the community, if a senior doesn't have air conditioning in their home in the summer, they can come and spend time at the library to cool down. We have innovative programs such as our film studio and our sound studio. That's very innovative for the community, and that's here at the Simcoe branch. We are quite pleased and honored that a local group are now using it for their podcasts at our studio here. We are starting innovative teen programs for film development, We have received some donations for our youth initiatives through some fundraising campaigns. Specifically, the most recent one was with the Tim Hortons campaign, a quickie campaign in the fall, to develop innovative youth programs at the Port Dover branch, and we are currently meeting with teens to find out what that means to them. Our maker spaces, though the maker movement has been on the radar for public libraries for a number of years, it is innovative here at this branch. We have a very large, not very large, we have a really nice, nicely appointed makerspace, and we have more and more programs happening in that makerspace. We have many of the quilters, quilting groups come and use that space. We have teens coming to learn how to use the Cricut and how to do 3D printing. We have a new 3D printer coming that's a multi-filament, and we have innovative programs for teens and older adults to use that particular makerspace. And that is located here at the Simcoe branch. Therefore, the Simcoe branch is the one that is historically designated to be open on Mondays and longer hours. Thank you.
Thank you, Julie.
Councillor Huffman and then Vanden Rishi.
Thank you, Chair Martin, through you. Thank you for coming today. I guess, would it be fair to say that I do understand that these positions would put an increase to the taxes, but are you noticing an increase in attendance to the library because things within the general public are more expensive for individuals, so they're accessing library services that would be either free of charge or a very nominal fee? Do you find that our current climate has increased attendance?
Thank you. Through the mayor to the council, yes, we've actually exceeded walk-ins. We're now over 200,000 coming to the branches. We have also increased participation in our programs, and we though are taking a critical view at the number of programs we offer, because I do not have staffing to deliver more programs. So we're looking at how deep we can go into drawing the community into those programs that we are currently offering. And attendance is increasing steadily. One of the slides indicate by 2028, it's significantly more than double where we are now. But we can't meet that without the strategic placement of a manager that will put into place those long-term plans to know that this is what the community is saying, to be able to canvass and get surveys out to the community to find out what programs do you want, how can we support you, what do you need. Specifically for us, the public computers are in high demand at all of our branches, and they continue to be in high demand. So we're looking at, do we grow that number, and then that also affects staff's impact to serve the community that use those computers. We're looking at digital workshops specifically for teens, adults, and older adults, so they can come and learn about cybersecurity. They can learn about how to identify fake news, how to use search engines more effectively. Those are the demands that we've heard from the community and that we need to grow, but we need to do it strategically because we're quite well aware of budgets across the board. But we are at capacity right now. I can't move forward with too many workshops. I will do pilot workshops to find out what the community response is, but I do need additional staff to make that happen. Thank you.
Councillor Vanden Rishi.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and through you. You're saying that there is podcasts being run through the library and other programs that are being run. And in the past, years ago, I'm not a library connoisseur anymore, we charged for the library card. How much is the charge for a library card?
Through the mayor to the councillor, $2.
$2.
It's free, but replacement is $2.
Replacement, it's free, but okay. I always years ago we always paid for a library card. Podcast. Do you charge a fee for the use of the facility for a podcast? Because once a person goes in, it's a podcast. They're now consuming the room, so that's not available to anyone else. Do they pay a fee?
Through the mayor to the councillor, very good question. We have various meeting rooms in all of the branches. The film studio, the sound studio, at this time, the board, if I could take it to the board, but we do not charge a fee for use of our equipment in that film studio. We are legislated by the government to provide resources and services for free. However, we do identify from time to time that sometimes there's a program that might have a cost of resources that then we would have a fee for a program. Off the top of my head, I can't.
Yeah, no, I understand. There is programs and there's a minimal or
Our meeting rooms
nominal
do
fee.
have an hourly fee for our meeting rooms for anyone that wants to rent them. Our meeting rooms are shared community spaces and they're open to anybody at any time, but they are available to rent if someone wants to have the exclusive use of the room.
So since they take exclusive use of the room for a podcast, are they charged a fee?
They are not charged a fee for the use of our film and sound studio, no.
Is there consideration by the board to do that?
I will take it to the board if that's what you would ask. I can ask.
When I
We can
look
have
at
that
other
conversation.
facilities
Sure.
and other recreational things, you have to pay a fee.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? This is the same principle. I'm just wondering why there's no fee charged when, I mean, a podcast is restricted. I can't walk in that room when they're doing a podcast.
Through the mayor to the councillor, you're absolutely right. But anybody that does book that room, we had groups of students come in with their cellos, bass cellos and violins. They use that space. They record their work. We do not charge a fee for use of our studio for anybody at this point.
Okay. And the library card, is that ministry noted that you're not supposed to charge for a library card? Just out of curiosity.
Through the mayor to the councillor.
An adult, not a child.
I am going to go and do some research on that because I know it has been discussion at the CEO level of the 300 and some CEOs about who charges, who doesn't charge. I will get back to you on that. Can I? Just curious. Yeah, I'd love to know
that'd
that
be great.
too myself.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm not seeing any other hands, so I'll look for a mover and a seconder to receive the deputation as information. Moved by Councillor Michele, seconded by Councillor Huffman. All in favor? Thank you for joining us today. Quick reminder, the 3 NBI, are we at 3 still? NBIs from the library are currently included with the discretionary items. They are not a part of the 2025 proposed operating budget. In addition, the security request has not been included in either the proposed budget or discretionary items. NBIs will be addressed later when we get into section 5.2, so there will be time to talk about that. We have 15 minutes scheduled for the rest of section 2 to give you some context. Or some of a schedule here, if we can try to adhere to that. We have LPRCA, Grand River, Linwood Arts, and then Grand Erie Public Health before I hand the chair over to Councillor Brunton and we finish with Police Service Board. Councillor Brunton, did you have a question?
Yes, very quickly. You mentioned security there a minute ago. I didn't want to get into that with the library, but that was an issue we discussed a week or two ago. Is that being looked into by, maybe the county manager can answer that?
Through you, Madam Chair, if councillor is referring to the security service that was added to Talbot Gardens, there's a report coming back to council in Q1 later on, either in February or March, to provide council with an update on the success of that program. And then at that point, council can discuss whether they want to continue with that service, expand it, and do other things.
Okay, the reason I asked that, I don't know, I left here last night. I'm sure some of you noticed outside there are 3 people trying to get into our building that were looking for the library, and I believe the library closes at 8 last night. Sorry? 7?
It was still open when we left.
Was it? Yeah, well, it was very, very interesting that day. I don't know if they're in there to get books, but they were certainly trying to get into our building. Thank you.
All right, Long Point, Grand River, Linwood, and Grand Erie Public Health, pages 47 through to 73. There's no presentation. Is there anything from a member of council on, or committee, sorry, on those 4 items? I'm not seeing any. Okay, then I will pass the chair over to Councillor Brunton, and you are on page 65 to 69 for the police services budget.
Thank you, Mayor Martin. Okay, I guess it's open to committee for questions. Are there any questions about the Police Services Board budget? Councillor Huffman.
Thank you, Chair Brunton. I just want to make note that it is no longer the Police Services Board. It is the OPP Detachment Board. So just make note of that, and I just wanted to put that out there.
OPP Detachment Board. Thank you. Sorry, any further questions? Seeing none. Have a motion to pass that. Councillor Van Rishi, seconded by Councillor Michele. All in favor? That is carried. And back to you, Mayor Martin.
Thank you very much, Deputy Mayor Brunton. Let's backtrack then and receive Long Point Region Conservation Authority, Grand River Conservation Authority, Linwood Arts Center, and Grand Erie Public Health as information as well. Mover and a seconder. Councillor Columbus moves. Seconded by Councillor Van Andrieschie. All in favor? Carried. All right, let's move along to section 3, and we'll start to chip away at some of the larger divisional budgets. They are separated by subdividers, and great job to staff on clearly delineating all of the items this year in the budget. The plan is provided. We have some estimated timeframes for us to keep us on track, and first up, we have General Manager's presentation of the divisions, which is about 10 minutes. Time for committee to ask questions, scheduled for about 20 minutes, and then appropriate time for committee members to ask questions referring to any of the new business, the NBIs, for an additional couple of minutes. Discussion and debate can occur during receipt of the associated communication item, which is on 5.2, but you can ask your questions while we are in that division. The staff presentation is attached to the agenda package, which is item 5.1.2. And they're focused on the divisional level. Page by page review of the department is not planned for today's deliberations, but should a committee member have questions that relates to a particular department, this is the time to ask them while we are in that particular division. Let's start off with corporate revenues and expenditures, and I'm going to turn it back over to our treasurer. We will be starting on page 77 through to 81 of the budget package.
Thank you, Mayor Martin, and through you to council. The corporate revenues and expenditures area is the section of the budget that staff use to record all the revenues and expenses that do not fit into a specific operating department. So these items have more of an organization-wide impact. So here you'll find payments in lieu of taxes, supplemental property tax payments, Ontario Municipal Partnership Fund revenue, investment and interest income, some of our reserve transfers fall in this area, and some of our debt costs, and the county's budget for DC exemptions as well. The main drivers of change in the 2025 budget are the increase in investment income and the UMP funding increase that we spoke about earlier, which leaves a net levy reduction overall of $3.8 million. Prior year achievements that I wanted to mention quickly in this area include conducting 2 tax sales in 2024 to reduce a backlog from a pause that had happened during the pandemic. We finalized the review of commercial industrial vacant excess land subclass discount, so that's going to be implemented this year. We finalized the review of the county's investment and legacy fund policy, and we'll have recommendations coming back on that in the next couple of months as well. So upcoming milestones, we want to look to transition from a 2-year tax sale to a 2-year tax sale process from our current 3-year. So we'll be bringing some more information forward to council on that. We will be initiating and introducing an updated DC background study and bylaw, and we're going to look to implement e-billing for property taxes, and there'll be more information on that coming forward to council soon as well. And with that, take any questions that you may have.
Thank you very much. Questions for Ms. Fanning? Pages 77 to 81. Final call for questions. Councillor Michele. And Councillor Breton, your microphone's still on.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a quick question for our staff. Will Do you anticipate changing the frequency of the tax sales from 3 years to 2 years to result in improved efficiencies with regard to disposing of these properties?
Through the chair, that's correct. And so right now, we're looking to reduce the amount of time that those properties sit in arrears, and so reduce overall outstanding arrears and improve our collection efforts. And once we jumpstart the process and to get those properties into the process, they again start to add fees onto them. So it's less interest and penalties and fees that will be added onto them if we shorten that process by a year. So hopefully a benefit to those properties as well.
Any other questions? Councillor Breton.
Thank you, Mayor Martin. Very quickly, you show here that you transferred about 8.4 million into reserves on page 81, correct? Am I reading that right? It's total expenditures, capital reserve contribution 7.2. You see that at the bottom there? Page 81?
Yes, through the mayor to Councillor Breton, that's correct. That's in our forecast. So one of the things you'll note why that's higher than what the budget is because we've moved some of the budgets for reserve transfers into the specific departments that they relate to. So you'll see that as we get further in the document.
Okay, just want to make clear, I think you mentioned we had a surplus in 23 of 13 million roughly, if I remember right. So this is part of that? No or yes?
No.
No?
Through the mayor, this is related to the 2024 actuals. So part of the increase here would be
where does the 13 million that we had surplus, correct me, in 23 show up in here as a revenue?
Through the mayor, that would not show up in this document because we would have dealt with that through the 2023 year-end process. So if
it's
so
in here someplace, I assume. None of it was redistributed as to offset other expenditures. None of it.
No.
Not the 2023 dollars.
Yeah. Through the chair, if I may, so with previous year's surpluses, what we often look to do is mitigate debt. So where you may see lower debt forecasts than what we had previously included, that may be because we've taken some of those surplus dollars and funded projects with that would otherwise have been debt. So you might see that impact trickled through here. But typically speaking, no, that would be dealt with in the year-end report that comes in July, and then you won't see it in future years' budgets.
Okay, thank you.
All right, next up is Mayor and Council Services. I'm going to turn it over to our CIO, and you can find that on page 83 to 87.
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor, and I think we'll be quick here. Council knows you're in essence acting as the board of directors for a corporation that spends roughly about $270 million on an annual basis. Your function is really to provide overall guidance and oversight to municipal operations and make sure that we are adhering to all the applicable legislation. A couple of things that I will just highlight in this section for council's consideration is Roma and AMO conferences. We continue to have tremendous successes in terms of meeting with ministers. And for those of you who have joined us over the last couple of sessions, it's been a marathon. Running around, doing different things, trying to schedule different appointments. You might want to consider adding additional representation coming to some of these conferences. I can see some nodding heads who have joined us in the past and really had calluses on your feet and different things as we're running around. It's a great opportunity for us to put some face time and put Norfolk's best foot forward. And sometimes it is challenging because we have multiple deputations that are approved. Sometimes, they are overlapping, and the more councillors we have on site, it gives us the opportunity to attend all those ministerial meetings and deliver the message of Norfolk County. So something that I'll plant the seed that you might want to consider. Right now, if you recall, at attendance at those conferences as the CAO and the mayor, and the deputy mayor at the time joined us as well, as it's rotating every 6 months. You might want to consider adding a counselor or two to join that delegation, so that in the times where we've got 3 or 4 things happening all within a short period of time, we can divide and conquer and still be there and deliver those messages. The other thing I'll also add is Council always, at its discretion, has the opportunity to make a decision on whether it wants to retain its membership in organizations such as SCORE and WOWC, the Western Ontario's Wardens Caucus, and so that's there. I think both of them are very important in delivering the message and staying relevant and looking at all things. It's one of those continued opportunities for us to continue to advocate for Norfolk and the greater region as well, but those are the things that Council has an opportunity to put its stamp on and decide whether or not you want to continue with those relationships. But other than that, I'll leave it up to Council if you have any questions.
And if you recall, I was actually in favor of setting a budget for our conferences that prioritize mayor and deputy mayor at them, and wasn't in favor of spending more. And I am not afraid to admit that I have been wrong, and an extra set of hands and feet would be greatly appreciated, as we are regularly double booked and regularly missing out on all of the sessions that these conferences have to offer. So I share that with you for your consideration, and I think even for some continuity in planning as we carry over in the years to come to see what's been discussed and advocated. Are there any questions regarding mayor and council services? Page 85, 83 to 87. Councillor Huffman.
Thank you, Mayor Martin. I guess my question would be, at the recommendation of the CAO and then you supporting his comments, do we make that change now in terms of adding people so that we have a stronger contingency going forward in 2025?
Through you, Madam Mayor, I would suggest that if it is the desire of this council to look at that we add and give direction to staff now for about a $5,000 or $10,000 increase to the budget, which is really minimal. We'll be able to have more representation at AMO this upcoming summer, and then we'll have it built into the budget where going forward you can have a CAO, the mayor, the deputy mayor, and a council on a rotating basis, an additional councillor or two on a rotating basis, so that we have a strong contingent at these conferences and be able to deliver those messages.
Okay, thank you. Like we've just heard from our CAO and our mayor how critical it is that we have these extra feet and hands on the ground. So I don't want to wait a whole year. So I would like to put a motion forward that we look at increasing the budget for conferences, workshops, however it's worded, to $10,000 for the year of 2025.
Okay, is there a seconder for that motion? Councillor Vanden Drieschie. Councillor Michelli, did you want to speak to it, or were you ready to second it in advance?
Well, I was going to second it, Madam Chair, but maybe I'll just speak to it quickly. I think the more opportunities we have to have, less hectic and rushed presentations to these important stakeholders and members of of our provincial government, I think the better. So I definitely would support this motion.
Councillor Vanden Drieschie, then Columbus.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I totally agree. It's very difficult to network with who's out there if you can't be there and you're restricted to another meeting. And it is important that we do attend some of those seminars, because there's learning material that comes out of it. And I'm a big component of that, proponent of that. So at the end of the day, I will totally agree and will support that motion.
Councillor Columbus.
Right. In the past 2 years, I don't think anybody's attended a learning session. It's always been business meeting ministers. But could this money come from the council contingency fund? I forget what we called it, but it was $150,000 that we put aside.
I'm sure it could, but that is year over year we would be drawing on it, and so you'd want to have an adjustment to the actual budget, so that what happens when we deplete that reserve?
Right.
Where would the funding
just
come from?
Thinking about not increasing beyond 4%, but
yeah, I think staff can provide a better comment, but $10,000 on $270 million is rounding error. So do you have any concerns or comments you want to make on that for Councillor Columbus?
No, thank you.
Through the mayor, I don't expect that that level of change would change our overall levy percentage just because of the magnitude of the number. So I think that it would remain at 4%.
To Councillor Columbus, to your point, if you wanted to take it out of the reserve this year and see if it was a benefit, we could do that. But then next year at budget, you'd want to rediscuss it. So your call if you want to.
I'd say whatever staff thinks is best to make that happen.
Budget adjustment, or?
I would recommend through the chair that it be a budget adjustment included in the levy.
Okay. Moved by Councillor Huffman, seconded by Councillor Van Andrieschie. I will call the question to increase the mayor and council services budget by $10,000 for the use of workshops and conferences for another set of hands. All in favor? That's carried unanimously. Thank you. Any final questions for mayor and council services? All right, Office of the CAO, found on page 91. 89, I should say, to 123 of the budget package, and back over to Mr. Menezes.
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor. With us today, you will see our Director of HR, Aaron Anderson, Justin Hobson, our Chief of Emergency, our paramedics, and Gord Stillwell, our Chief of Fire Services, and each one of them are going to come up and do a presentation in their respective areas. Just an overview in regards to the CAO's office itself. Minimal increases, as you will see. Most of those increases are related to salary and benefits and relatively minor. With your permission, I would like to ask that, unless you have any questions on the administrative portion of the CAO's budget, that we proceed with each one of the directors coming up and doing a presentation on their respective sections.
Is that all right? Okay, who are we starting with? Clerks and bylaw? After yesterday, I'm expecting a better performance from you, Mr. Clerk.
We all are. Life is full of disappointments. So, thank you very much, Madam Mayor, for providing me this opportunity. And as the second favorite department in the organization, I'm happy to present our budget. You'll note from the slide presentation that we're looking at an increase of 3% or $56,000 for the whole group within the umbrella of Clerk's Department. And for those at home that are watching, I'll just briefly touch on what the main functions of our group is. So we know we do bylaw enforcement across the community. Under that division, we're responsible for the secretariat duties of council itself, so that's preparing the agendas, the minutes, resolutions that go with that, and work with other departments as far as bylaws and other agendas are required. We also look after vital statistics, lottery license, records management, and access to privacy and information under the Municipal Information Protection and Privacy legislation. So quickly, our successes that we wanted to identify from 2024 was that we have worked and achieved better response times to our Freedom of Information requests, meeting the legislative timelines that are required to respond to inquiries. The numbers have increased significantly. I don't have them at the top of my head right now, but they have more than doubled over the past year, and they seem to just keep coming. We have did a little bit of work with the community, and we put out a video on trying to help individuals access counsel through deputation process, and that has been well received from the feedback that we've got to this point. We have increased our bylaw enforcement measures and have had some success, and you'll see in the budget that based on the improvements to our parking regulations to date, we are anticipating and providing for an increase in revenue in that area of our responsibilities. So our priorities for the coming year, the implementation of a new records management system, which will be a big undertaking that we're leading, but will rely on the cooperation and participation from all departments across the organization. We continue to work on our policy development framework and other departments within the County of Norfolk to make sure that policies are consistent, follow a similar format, and are easily accessible for both council staff and the general public. And one of the other big initiatives that we're doing is transitioning a lot of our bylaw enforcement over to the AMPS program, which will move it out of the Provincial Offences Act regime and hopefully provide a more streamlined approach and actually impact a favorable response in our revenue generation. Again, the big drivers in any service organization is salaries and benefits, and you'll see that our software initiatives are the second item that will take up or make part of the increase in our department expenditures this year. And again, I mentioned the fine revenue. So I'd be happy to answer any questions the committee might have on our budget, and I'll turn the chair back to you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you very much. Questions from the floor? My question is a finance-related one. I think it's just probably an accounting thing, but why is it that we attribute the fine revenue from parking? Oh, sorry, it's parking fine revenue. That's probably why. I'm thinking about parking revenue from paid parking initiatives, but this is fine. That's why. Got it. Never mind. Councillor Berry.
Thanks, Mayor. I have a question for Bill there. You said the requests have more than doubled. Do you have a sense of why? FOI, sorry?
Sorry, Councillor, I didn't hear your question.
Could you take a stab at why the FOI requests have more than doubled?
Thank you, through the chair. It's a phenomenon not unique to Norfolk County. So it seems that across the province, and there's a number of different drivers that are impacting that, people are becoming more concerned about the activities of local government, and there has been an increased demand through most of the counterparts that I've talked to on freedom of information requests. So it just seems to be a phenomenon that's happening universally in municipal government.
Sorry, yeah, so that's funny. Sorry, Linda's chirping over here. No, but people can't hear her at home, so I'm laughing into the microphone because Linda's hilarious. Do you have, so you said it's a lot of factors, people are more concerned about government. I'm not trying to badge you, but what are they more concerned about? Like what are we talking about when we say people are more concerned about municipal government? Is it, well, I guess I'll leave it there. What is it that they're concerned about?
Well, some of the biggest drivers through you, Madam Chair, is people are engaged more in legal actions, whether that's dealing with their property, and so there's a lot of requests for building permit information. There's a lot of, I don't know how to phrase this, but there's a lot of more people that think that municipal governments are doing things that they're not being transparent about. So there's requests about information that council's dealing with and wondering why all the information isn't being brought forward. So that's what's triggering the requests. I would like to say in 99.9% of the cases, they're disappointed when they actually find out that we are very transparent, council is transparent in its dealings, and municipal governments are generally so. But it's just the general society nowadays that don't take governments at their word anymore.
Fair enough. What is the cost? I know that they're all different because there's different information. I get all that, number of pages, whatever. Do you have a sense of what, when you see an FOI request, is there going to be an average guess at what that cost is?
Thank you, through the chair. We haven't really looked at the average cost, but the fees associated with actually preparing and responding to FOIs is like not even significant to the actual costs that are related. And just the application costs $5. And we're allowed to charge $7.50 per quarter hour for staff time, researching, gathering, compiling documentation. So when those requests come in, they sometimes affect multiple departments, and we're reaching out to multiple people that then have to go into their records and find that, and we're allowed $7.50 or $30 an hour to recoup in the cost, and then we're allowed 10 cents a page for actual preparing the documents.
And when you say, sorry, through the mayor, if you don't mind me, sorry, through you again to Bill. When you say allowed, what does that mean? Is that a provincial?
Yeah, it's regulated under the Municipal
Okay.
Freedom of Information Protection of Privacy Act itself.
Yeah. Just trying to lay it all out. So when these requests come in that don't super lead anywhere, it is a massive cost to taxpayers, relatively speaking, to what we're able to recover.
Significant cost based on the amount of staff time that's required to do the research and compile documentation.
Thanks very much. I appreciate it.
Any other questions from Budget Committee? Okay, Corporate Services is the next I missed one? HR? Oh, sorry. I don't have my page number though. Hold on a moment. Over to HR. Yeah, come on up, Aaron, thanks. And I will find the page number. 103 to 106, whenever you're ready.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. So the HR department is responsible for providing all human resources functions to the corporation. That includes payroll and pension administration, salary and benefits administration, all labor and employee relations for our 6 unions and our non-union group, our organizational health, safety, and wellness programming, training and development, recruitment and retention, and organizational culture. There have been many successes for the HR department in 2024, and too many to put on one slide. However, here are some highlights that we can share with Council. So in 2024, we created 2 new policies in the corporation to continue to support staff mental health. One is the corporate-wide external respect and responsibility policy for members of the public when they are visiting our buildings and interacting with our staff. And the other is our psychological health and safety policy, which is an internal corporate policy for staff that further enhances and supports our commitment to psychological health and safety through our workshop and training program that was first launched in 2022. There were many initiatives like the respect and responsibility policy that have been implemented based on the feedback from staff in these workshops. We've also created and implemented a new staff survey on a pilot project basis. We found that we were spending a lot of time getting feedback from people who are exiting the county, and while that's still really important and it's valuable information, we wanted to turn our attention to current staff and how we can retain them. So we're finding the feedback to be valuable, and staff are appreciative that we're reaching out to them, and we plan to continue this in 2025 with regular reporting to the senior leadership team. We created a on-demand training module for staff, like our payroll timesheet training and respectful workplace training, so that staff and managers have access to this information as they need it. We continued to navigate our OMERS legislation changes for non-full-time employee enrollments. And we recruited several key leadership positions in the corporation and worked with our communications team to enhance our employment opportunities section on the website to include things like why work for Norfolk, and it's an opportunity to promote the reasons why Norfolk's such a great place to work. Our 2025 priorities and objectives are outlined on the slide. We will continue to build on the great work from previous years, and in addition to our day-to-day operations of the department, we'll be focusing on the implementation of the 25 recommendations that were outlined in the talent management strategy. In 2024, in December, we onboarded our new organizational culture specialist to the HR team, and Leanne is busy reviewing and getting up to speed on the talent management strategy and those 25 recommendations. She is currently developing a multi-year work plan. For 2025, the priorities will be to review and further implement the pay for performance strategy and up-to-date the non-union performance appraisal process and train staff on how to complete performance reviews that incorporates that pay for performance plan. Leanne, in partnership with the other HR staff, will also be working on a fulsome leadership training program for the current and aspiring leaders in the organization to ensure that all of our leaders have the tools and the training required to be effective leaders. And we'll be working on the development of a co-op and internship program by partnering with local high schools, colleges, and universities to promote Norfolk County and the career opportunities that exist here. As noted on the slide, the main budget drivers for HR in 2025 are related to salaries and benefits and the adjustments to interdepartmental charges and recoveries. And with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thanks very much, Ms. Anderson. Questions from Budget Committee to HR? Councillor Banadrishi.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and through you. Thank you, Aaron, for that presentation. The question I have is how much, and I know we're not unique. I mean, it happens all over. What is our turnover percentage, you would say, in Norfolk County?
Through the mayor to Councillor Van Andruschi, I don't have the percentage or the exact numbers. I would say over the years, it's natural turnover and turnover that we would see in other municipalities. There's opportunities for people, staff leave for promotions and other opportunities in other municipalities or other sectors, but I wouldn't classify it as a deep concern in Norfolk. I think it's a natural turnover rate.
Okay, and the next question is when people do leave, we have when they come, it's onboarding, and when they leave, I guess it's onboarding again, but unboarding rather than onboarding.
Offboarding.
Do you take offboarding? Are they on and off? Anyway, at the end of the day, you speak with them and you listen to the reasonings. Do you take those under advisement and say, okay, and say with the SLT that you discuss those and say, well, you know, if we'd improve this, we might have a better opportunity holding people over here with that. Do you use that information to strengthen what you have?
Through the mayor to Councillor Van Andruschi, absolutely. Staff feedback is very important, and so when we gather that information and there's opportunity to utilize that feedback to make changes in any of our programming or in the departments, we reach out to the directors, the supervisors, the managers to have those conversations about reasons for why people are leaving and opportunities to make those changes.
Okay, and with that, give me an example of, if I may, an example of what have you learned and what have you implemented for a change to make things better?
Through the mayor to Councillor Van Andruschi, through feedback, we've looked at our onboarding process. Training and development is one of the areas that has been concerned. We've looked at our corporate orientation and what does that look like, and feedback that people have provided for us to make changes and improve on that day for them. We've talked to managers about, being on site on people's first days and how to streamline that process. So absolutely, we take people's feedback into consideration and try to make this the best place to work.
Absolutely. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, thank you for joining us. Next is page 107, Fire Department. Chief Stillwell. Welcome.
Very good. All right, through you, Madam Chair, thank you to Council. We're just a quick summary of our department. We focus on three main objectives: public safety, emergency preparedness, education is at the top of our list. So we're out trying to provide enough education to people to prepare themselves for emergencies or fires through public engagements, part of our 72-hour kit programs, things like that, to help them manage during power outages, flooding, things like that. Code enforcement's another focus of ours through building inspections. We like to work with the property owners to help them maintain their properties within the fire code and ultimately eliminate risks within their buildings for fire. And then fire protection and rescue services. This is the portion of our business that when education doesn't work or enforcement fails, we end up responding to fires that are caused for whatever reason, or motor vehicle collisions, medical calls, things like that. And what kind of ties all this together, main focus for us is the training and development of our staff so that they're prepared and ready to respond to these emergencies. That's a big part because we need them to be very safe and efficient in their jobs. Our successes from 2024 were we completed our community risk assessment that is a provincial mandate in last year. So that's a community risk assessment based on fire risk with it's specific to Norfolk County and the operations that happen, how businesses operate in Norfolk County, how our tourism is, and what causes risk in Norfolk County. So that it was completed last year. We're just waiting on the final document. And it helps us decide some of where our main focuses should be going forward. The partner document to that is our fire master plan. That was also initiated last year. It's still it's being finalized. It gathers information from the community risk assessment and then provides us with a strategic roadmap for our specific needs and circumstances in Norfolk County, which then materializes into how our operations are and how we do our business going forward with growth. As we know, there's growth projection, how our demographics change, and again, how we do business. The intent of the Fire Master Plan, which will be coming to Council in the next few months, will be to give Council a framework to then look at and base what our response models are, because it's Council's decision on what services we provide. So we will be reviewing our ENR bylaw, which kind of outlines it. It's a fairly old document that needs to be updated for a number of different reasons, and that information will come from the Fire Master Plan. We completed a switchover on our records management system. The system that we had been using was far outdated. It wasn't allowing us to continue to run our service and document things, provide us data sets that we needed to help streamline our system. So that was a big success for us last year. It's fully up and running and implemented right now. And then our learning management systems, working with the HR department in their training division, that we have a learning management system, but we also were able to incorporate that to fire specific for our 200 plus firefighters to be able to access information at their will. So a lot of our NFPA training requirements now, which is legislated, it allows us to do it in a hybrid model. So it's not all in the classroom. So the volunteers that are coming in at their own pace and at their own time, they can log on to the learning management system and get their training done. There's still traditional in-class training that's with it, but it kind of cuts that in half and it allows them to manage their time better. Our priorities for 2025. Again, we're expanding our engagement with community partners, trying to work with them to strengthen relationships for event organizations, with our main focus, and the goal is to maintain safety with these types at the highest level for our large community events, any community event as far as that goes, but just being out there with our community safety officer to work with the groups to make sure we're looking down the road and to provide a safe environment for our community to attend. Just back to training, we have a July 2026 deadline from the province for any firefighter that was hired previous to July of 2024 to be NFPA certified in the base requirements for the job. So which the NFPA has outlines for firefighter 1, firefighter 2, and then hazmat components. So we're on good track with that right now. 96% of our staff are trained and certified to firefighter 1, or they've been grandfathered, and 86% of them have been have achieved the firefighter 2, which is a really good number to have. That doesn't include the new recruits for this year, but we have 15 new recruits that will be starting in a few weeks, and they'll start their journey to certification, and this is based over a 3-year program. And our third priority is looking at our future fleet requirements. There's been some changes since amalgamation. It's time for us again to have a look at what type of apparatus we have and where they're positioned and what their uses are, because our community has changed a lot since the original model. We want to look at, do we need more vehicles? Can we combine vehicles? I don't want to stand up here and say we're probably going to reduce them. I don't know that will reduce the amount or the types, but there are opportunities to combine vehicles to do 2 functions. So those technologies are out there, and we just want to have a look at that to see where it makes sense. So with that, if there's any other questions, or if there's any questions, I'd be happy to answer.
Questions from committee. Councillor Columbus.
Thank you, Chief. And my question is with respect to page 107, where your response time up to September 30th this year has increased by almost 2 minutes. And just wonder, can you share with us what you attribute that to? It's 14 points.
Okay, yeah, so that wasn't the full years. So I would say we'd have to look at that. We don't have the numbers to the end of the year, because some depends on which calls they are. So if they're non-emergent calls, those time frames get a little bit longer for non-emergent CO calls, things like that. So that number generally will start to level out as we get all of the call numbers in.
Okay, we'll wait to hear for that. Thanks.
Okay, I'll get back to you with that.
Councillor Van Andrieschie, then Breton.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and through you. Thank you, Chief. I'm pleased to see the numbers of the trainees of what they've got from the first and the number 2 courses that they have. How are we doing there? Do we need more recruits? How is each department? Are they short manpower, or are we good, or can we always use more?
We certainly could always use more. We're at complement of what our set numbers are in a lot of the stations through this last recruitment, but we do still have some of our rural stations that are short a few people, and it's just because we're not getting applications for them. We changed our strategy in some of the outlying areas, which did increase enough it increased the application rate. So we're not in bad shape. I do have the number of the overall number that we have on staff, I believe, is 242 of the 254 that we're looking for, and we're bringing 15 on this year. Yeah.
Councillor Breton.
Thank you, Mayor Martin. My question to you is the fire trucks you've ordered, the new ones, do you inspect them during manufacture, or do they you spec them out yourselves? Do you write the specs?
That's correct, yeah.
Okay.
And then the chassis we do an inspection before we accept it to make sure that everything that we've asked for is on it.
Yeah.
And then the chassis moves to the manufacturer, and when they get their build done, we go and inspect that again to make sure that what we've asked for is there before we provide payment for the vehicle, because we have found things that weren't right, so we want to make sure.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
How about warranty? Are they different than like a standard vehicle, like for warranty?
I'm just going to jump in and remind everyone of our conversation yesterday, where we're policing each other. So operation versus policy, not necessarily related to budget. Councillor Michelli?
Yes, Madam Chair, thank you for bringing that up. I'm thinking the same thing, but also I think we'll have this opportunity when we go through the fleet section of the budget as well.
Capital, we've already passed that part of the budget, so.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm not seeing any other questions. Thanks, Chief. Appreciate it. We will move along now to paramedic services, and when we complete that, we'll take our lunch break. Thank you, Gord. Appreciate it. Yep. Starting on page 111, whenever you're ready.
Perfect. Thank you. Through you, Madam Chair, to Council. So paramedic services, we strive to provide emergent and non-emergent care to preserve life, improve health, and promote safety. In 2024, it was a year of successes for us. We recruited and onboarded 15 paramedics, 3 commanders. We improved our communication channels with our stakeholders. We provided our paramedics with de-escalation training to improve paramedic safety as well as resilience. We've also implemented community paramedic clinics at social housing. We have increased our presence in job fairs, public education, and public relations. We've serviced the highest level of 911 calls in history for Norfolk County, 10,248. This is up 8% from 2023. We also obtained a grant from the province for the dedicated offload nursing program. This was implemented at NGH, and we're already seeing improvements on our offload times. So in 2024, some of the challenges that we faced was the implementation of new medical directives put forward by the province, additional medications, and then the need for additional paramedic training. In addition to this, we have a need for frontline paramedic support. You can see this in the MBI, which is going to aid in administration, paramedic dispatch, and hospital oversight. Trending upwards, we're starting to see illnesses and WSIB and absenteeism in that sector. We're also seeing an increased response time for Norfolk County. We met 67% of our targets in 2024. The average response time of 9 minutes and 17 seconds, which is up 38 seconds. This is due to the aging population, increased call volume, greater patient complexity, and the increasing offload delays at the hospital. So some of our budget drivers are that paramedic services has no impact on the 2025 levy budget. We have seen increased funding to the Land Ambulance Service Grant, and that is the cause for the $0 increase. And this is inclusive of the NBI, as Amy mentioned, for the 4 FTE superintendents. Next slide, please. So the priorities for 2025 are going to be reconfiguring our deployment plan to enhance these response times, implementing frontline support through the NBI to reduce employee stress, improve retention, resistance to the mental stress, and then the response times. We're also going to be implementing additional medical directives to provide additional care. This is going to be through the treat and discharge program. We're going to be doing patellar relocation. We're going to be doing pelvic fracture stabilization, adding medication to reduce hemorrhage, and pain management. So we're going to be implementing a new system also for MPDS. This MPDS is a provincial unified approach. It's already been implemented in about a quarter of Ontario. It's designed to effectively prioritize medical calls, ensuring an ambulance is readily available to respond quickly and urgently to life-threatening situations. Our current system does this through 2 priorities, Code 3 and Code 4. The new system is going to be a further breakdown into 5 priorities. Next slide. So the MBI before you is strengthening paramedic services. This is to implement a new superintendent position requiring 4 FTEs to have 1 supervisor work during each of the platoons to provide 24/7 coverage. It's to aid in reducing response times by ensuring the deployment plan is being followed, managing offload delay, and responding to incidences to provide emergency coverage. We'll strengthen both physical and psychological support for frontline paramedics. It will reduce the on-call duties for our commanders, encouraging positive wellness by enabling employees to disconnect from work. It will it will ensure leadership presence during all hours of operation to promote a safe work environment, and it's going to improve overall emergency service delivery. That's everything.
Great presentation. Thank you. Let's start with questions on the budget not related to the NBI and move that part along. Councillor Van Andruschi.
I guess not. If it's related to the staffing, then I can't ask the question.
No, I mean, go ahead, but if it's specific to the NBI, I was just gonna, if
No.
you have any questions about year-over-year finances.
These, just overall, thank you very much. Overall, adding and the changes that are going to be made, is this going to help and assist equity across the county. I've spoke with you before, we've had our conversations, and I want to make sure that there is equity in the system. And there is a portion of the county that we don't have a lot of coverage there. So will that assist you?
Through you, Madam Mayor, to Councillor Vandendrici. So the superintendent role will also be able to provide coverage in areas where there's a gap. So if there's an emergency call in one area, the superintendent will be able to go and fill that void as long as they're not working on, you know, an investigation or some other piece that they're looking into. So yes, it will aid in response times and coverage.
Councillor Duthie.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Through you to Chief Hobson. First, I think this is maybe like sort of 1 full year since your last, since you moved up to this position. So congratulations. I think you're doing an excellent job. I just wanted to ask, so the increase to the land ambulance grant, how does that compare then to other services? Any idea? Did we do better than others?
So through you, Madam Mayor, to Councillor Duthie. So the land ambulance service grant, this is going to vary. It's all based on what council decides. So it's a 50-50 match. So whatever council decides to spend in paramedic services, any increases, it will be matched. So for other services increasing, if for some reason paramedic services is increasing 10%, it will be a 50-50 match on that. So the comparator is really, it's hard to compare at this point.
Gotcha. And is there, you get to set the direction in terms of how that money is used then, as you're reallocating. So you're choosing that, in this case, allocate it to staff.
Yeah, through you, Madam Mayor. So yes, this land ambulance grant will be added to the Fort Superintendent, the NBI that's before you today.
And that is more pressing?
That is the #1 need in paramedic services at this time for Norfolk County.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions about the NBI? Councillor Columbus?
Yes, I wonder if you can shed some light on your vacancies and your staff turnover. Is there a lot of people that we train that are leaving our paramedic group?
Yeah, through you, Madam Mayor, to Councillor Columbus. I'm actually very happy to report in 2024, we had less than 5 staff turnover this year. So we have seen significant improvements there. Great. And we're starting to see more staff returning to work from mental stress illnesses.
Okay, yes, I read that in the report. It looks pretty significant. Thanks.
That's great. Okay, I'm not seeing any other questions. Thank you very much for your presentation.
Thank you.
12:30, lunch break till 1 o'clock. 1 o'clock sharp. And staff as we work together to serve you and all of the members of our community over the next 4 years. On behalf of Norfolk County Council and staff, we invite you to check out our website at norfolkcounty.ca/OurFutureNorfolk and return frequently to learn more about our path to a vibrant and strong future for all of us now and in the years to come.
Hi. I am Mohammed from Norfolk County Planning Department. We get a lot of questions at the Planning Department, and this video series will answer some of those. The first big question is, what is the official plan? Norfolk County's official plan describes Council's policy on how lands in our community should be used, managed, and developed. It is prepared with community input and helps to ensure the future planning and development will meet the specific needs of our community. An official plan includes issues such as where new housing, industry, offices, and shops will be located, and what services like roads, water mains, sewers, parks, and schools will be needed. It also defines when and in what order our community will grow and outlines community improvement initiatives. The official plan is approved by the Ministry of Municipal Affairs and Housing in Ontario. The current official plan was adopted in 2016 with a goal to manage the growth of this county for the next 20 years. Residents can see Norfolk County official plan on our website at norfolkcounty.ca/official plan. What is a secondary plan? A secondary plan is a more detailed policy document embedded within the official plan to address the growth and development issues unique to a specific area of the county. For example, the lakeshore area in Norfolk County or a particular urban area with defined characteristics can be a secondary plan. As I mentioned, it is a more detailed policy document. It provides directions on where future development will occur with a guideline on density, road access, infrastructure services, different building types, building heights, or even design guidelines that are compatible to that specific area. In Norfolk County, there is only one secondary plan at this moment, which is the Lakeshore Special Policy Area Secondary Plan. The Port Dover Secondary Plan would be the second plan the county is working on at this moment. What does the land use designation of a property mean? Norfolk County's official plan also identifies how individual land or a group of lands will be used, and this is done by the land use designation. In Norfolk County, a lot of lands have been designated as agricultural. Some areas have been designated as hazard lands because of their specific natural features. An example would be the natural creeks, streams, rivers, or shoreline areas. Some lands have been designated as residential, commercial, or industrial to efficiently manage the growth of specific land use. Each land designation has rules about the kind of development allowed. The official plan uses growth management data to identify where and how much growth will occur in the next 20 years. In accordance with the provincial requirement, Norfolk County reviews and updates these growth areas every 5 years. What is the process of changing an official plan designation? A landowner can request to change the designation of the land through an official plan amendment application. This change requires a public hearing meeting and council's decision. A landowner needs to consult with a planner to get more information about this process and to identify the required documents they must submit. Any official plan amendment needs to conform to the provincial policy statement, which is a planning policy document that affects all municipalities across Ontario. This provincial policy statement is currently under review and may change in the future. To learn more about planning in Norfolk County, visit our website at norfolkcounty.ca/planning or contact the planning team at 519-426-5870 or 226 Norfolk, extension 1842, or email planning@norfolkcounty.ca. Thanks for watching.
Hi, I'm Jacob, and I'm here to take you behind the scenes on a capital project in Norfolk County. We begin planning capital projects by analyzing our infrastructure needs related to roads, water mains, storm and sanitary sewers, as well as bridges. We assess their overall condition, age, and servicing requirements. This provides a solid foundation to ensure Norfolk has the hard infrastructure for current and future needs. Once a project is determined and approved by Council, we retain an engineer to complete the design. During this stage, we engage the public through public information centers or postings on the county website to inform them of the upcoming project and provide an opportunity to share feedback. After the design is completed and all approvals are in place, we hire a contractor through a public bidding process. During the construction phase, we track progress, budget, and continue to engage with the public. We also work with other departments to ensure the overall success of the project. Once complete, we report and track any warranty issues for 2 years. We measure a project's success by its ability to enhance infrastructure and positively impact residents. As a Norfolk County employee, I enjoy building the community that has given me so much. Thank you for taking the time to join me on this behind-the-scenes tour.
We all have the right to feel safe at work, when spending time with friends and family, when participating in activities or attending a public meeting or event, Norfolk County is committed to ensuring our spaces and workplaces are safe. Our respect and responsibility policy outlines the code of conduct for employees, patrons, contractors, volunteers, coaches, and spectators. This code of conduct also applies to phone calls, emails, and virtual and social media platforms. We all play a part in fostering a respectful and safe environment. Inappropriate behaviors such as swearing, name-calling, verbal and physical threats, physical violence, harassment, and vandalism will not be tolerated. Staff have the right to take action when incidents occur. This may include denying service, asking individuals to leave, contacting the police, or, if necessary, suspending them from county programs and facilities. Those responsible for damaging county property will be required to cover the cost of repairs, fees, and lost revenues. We are committed to providing high-quality customer service and a safe and respectful environment for all. For more information about our respect and responsibility policy, visit norfolkcounty.ca/R&R.
Hi, I'm Hannah from the Norfolk County Planning Department. We receive many questions at the Planning Department, and this video series will answer some of those, like, what types of planning applications are there? There are 4 main types of planning applications for different needs. First, there are minor variances and different types of severances. These are reviewed by Norfolk County's Committee of Adjustment. An example of a minor variance is when a garage is being built closer to a property line or is taller than what is permitted in the zoning bylaw. An example of a consent to sever is creating a new lot to allow for a new house. Second, are zoning bylaw and official plan amendments that are considered at council. An example is changing the permission in an urban area to allow for a triplex where a single detached dwelling is permitted. Third, are applications that Ontario's Planning Act gives Norfolk County's Planning Department authority to approve. For example, a draft plan of condominium or subdivision, which are types of applications which enable the division of land for future housing. And fourth, are applications which rely on approval from another regulator, such as telecommunications towers and hazard land boundary line adjustments. As a resident, when do I need to submit a planning application? For the average homeowner, a planning application may be required if your project does not meet the requirements of the zoning bylaw or official plan, or your property falls under site plan control. The building department will let you know that a planning application is required. If you want to change the boundaries of your lot, create an easement, or create a new lot from your property, you will need to apply for a consent to sever with the planning department. What is a pre-consultation meeting? A pre-consultation meeting is the first step of a planning application and allows staff to clarify the application process and provide a checklist of documents required. A complete application can reduce the time required for review and decision-making. Applications that must undergo a pre-consultation meeting before the application can be submitted include official plan amendments, zoning bylaw amendments, draft plans of subdivision, draft plans of condominium, and site plan applications. A meeting may also be required for certain Committee of Adjustment applications. To learn more about planning in Norfolk County, visit our website at norfolkcounty.ca/planning or contact the planning team at 519-426-5870 or 226 Norfolk, extension 1842. You can also email planning@norfolkcounty.ca. Thanks for watching. Hi, I'm Hannah from the Norfolk County Planning Department. We receive many questions at the Planning Department, and this video series will answer some of those. A common question is, what is zoning? Zoning is a way of categorizing how land can be used. Norfolk County has identified through its zoning bylaw different land use zones, for example, commercial, agricultural, or residential, what they can be used for, and any required standards, for example, building size and location. Zoning must be maintained by any development or activity that has started from the date the zoning bylaw has been passed by the county. What is the process of changing a zoning bylaw? A common reason that residents are referred to the Planning Department is because their proposal does not meet the current zoning bylaw provisions. If a landowner wants to change the land use from what is permitted in the existing zoning, a change in the zoning bylaw would be required. For example, changing the permission from only a single detached dwelling to expand the permission to build a triplex. This is called a zoning bylaw amendment, and it requires council's approval. A planning application known as a minor variance can be submitted for a minor change in the zoning bylaw, such as the height or size of a structure. Minor variances are reviewed by the Committee of Adjustment that is made up of citizen members who are appointed by council. The committee is governed by the Planning Act and holds public meetings to approve applications for minor variances and consents. A minor variance must meet the 4 tests to be approved. 1, the change is minor. 2, the development is desirable for the appropriate use of the land, building, or structure. 3, the change maintains the general intent and purpose of the official plan. And 4, the change maintains the general intent and purpose of the zoning bylaw. What happens after a decision is made by the Committee of Adjustment? If the committee approves an application, the applicant and anyone else involved is notified. Certain parties can appeal a decision to the Ontario Land Tribunal within a 20-day appeal period. If no appeals are filed, the county issues notice that the decision is final. For minor variances, an applicant can now proceed with the building permit process. For severances, specific conditions must be met within 2 years, or the application will expire and the process will need to restart from the beginning. To learn more about planning in Norfolk County, visit our website at norfolkcounty.ca/planning or contact the planning team at 519-426-5870 or 226 Norfolk, extension 1842, or email planning@norfolkcounty.ca. Thanks for watching.
Hi, I am Mohammed from Norfolk County Planning Department. We've got a lot of questions here, and this video series will answer some of those. What is a severance? Severance is a planning process to separate a piece of land from an existing lot, generally for the purpose of a new development within a new lot. There are 3 different common types of severances we receive in Norfolk County. The first one is when a piece of land is separated to create a new parcel of vacant land. For example, a landowner may have a large lot and wish to separate a piece of land from the original lot with the intention to sell the lot to a new owner. In that case, both lots need to comply with existing zoning requirements such as setbacks of any existing or new buildings from the property lines. The second one is a surplus farm dwelling severance. It happens when a landowner purchases additional farmlands and a residence on one of the properties is no longer required for their farming operation. In this case, the owner can sever the piece of land that contains the redundant residential dwelling. And the third kind of severance can be a boundary adjustment between 2 adjacent properties, where one property owner agrees to transfer a piece of their land to the other owner. There are various reasons we received a boundary adjustment severance, such as to allow additional lands, to accommodate a building construction, or to construct an extended septic system, or to resolve the setback deficiency of an existing lot. To learn more about planning in Norfolk County, visit our website at norfolkcounty.ca/planning or contact planning team at 519-426-5870 or 226 Norfolk, extension 1842, or email planning@norfolkcounty.ca. Thanks for watching. Hi, I am Mohammed from Norfolk County Planning Department. We've got a lot of questions here, and this video series will answer some of those. What is a subdivision? If a landowner would like to divide their property into 3 pieces of land, they can submit a severance application that we explained earlier. Whereas a subdivision application is required when a landowner has a piece of land large enough to divide into more than 3 or 4 individual lots to build new houses or other kind of developments. The subdivision process generally requires a more in-depth review with a longer processing time to ensure that the development meets county's development standards. What is a condominium? A condominium, often known as a condo, is an ownership model where the building or group of buildings is divided into multiple units that are surrounded by common areas for circulation, servicing, or amenities such as parks and open spaces. The common areas are jointly owned and managed by the owners of the units. Residential condominiums are frequently constructed as apartment buildings and townhouses with private roads. Many shopping malls are also commercial condominiums in which the individual retail and office spaces are owned by businesses that occupy them, while the common areas of the mall are collectively owned by these business entities. A condominium corporation is often made up of condo unit owners who manage and operate the condominium complex. What is the difference between a subdivision and a condominium? One of the main differences between a subdivision and a condominium development is who is responsible for providing services such as water, wastewater, and road maintenance after the construction and occupancy of the dwellings or units. In a subdivision, the county takes responsibility for providing these services to individual lots. On the other hand, in a condominium, the county is only responsible to providing services up to the entry point of the development. The condominium is responsible for distributing services and the maintenance to the individual units. How are subdivisions and condominiums approved? To get approval for a subdivision or condominium, the landowner must apply for approval of a draft of the plan that shows how many lots are proposed, the lot size, how the lots will be accessed, including any new roads, and how the lots will be serviced for water and wastewater or other utilities. The planning team will provide guidelines to the landowner on the standards they need to comply with. Examples include road design, tree plantation, fencing requirements, and maintaining a buffer from any existing industrial or commercial sites, etc. Generally, the subdivision applications go to council for a decision, whereas most of the condominium applications are currently approved by the county staff under delegated authority. How are residents informed about a new subdivision? When a draft plan of a subdivision is approved, the neighbors receive an approval notice of the application. The neighbors have 20 days to appeal against the approval or refusal of the draft plan. Once the appeal period has expired, there is still a lot of work that needs to be done by the developer before beginning the construction. An approved draft plan of subdivision does not constitute a legal lot. It is merely a draft plan. Norfolk County must ensure that all lots are appropriately designed and serviceable through a subdivision agreement, and only then can the lots be registered and the owner can apply for a building permit. To learn more about planning in Norfolk County, visit our website at norfolkcounty.ca/planning or contact planning team at 519-426-5870 or 226 Norfolk, extension 1842, or email planning@norfolkcounty.ca. Thanks for watching. Hi, I am Mohammed from Norfolk County Planning Department. We get a lot of questions here, and this video series will answer some of those. What is site plan control? Site plan control is a tool that planners use to evaluate a proposed development to ensure the site features and elements such as walkways, parking areas, and landscapings, and many other technical features meet specific standards. For example, standards may include engineering design, sustainability, and universal accessibility for barrier-free access to the building or within the property. What do I do if I have submitted a permit and I have learned my property is under site plan control? If a property is under a site plan control, the first step is to speak with a planner. A planner will need to learn about what is changing about the lands, which may or may not require a site plan application. What is a site plan waiver? Sometimes the nature of a development is so minor that a site plan application is determined to be unnecessary. In this instance, a site plan control will be waived. If you have learned from a planner that it is appropriate to waive a site plan control, you can submit an application form with any required documents to the planning department to receive a site plan waiver. Do all lands require site plan control? Not all lands require site plan control. For example, single detached dwellings, semi-detached dwellings, and townhouses that are serviced and accessed from a public road. Agricultural activities or farm buildings also do not require a site plan control. Most new commercial, institutional, and industrial developments require a site plan control. A site plan agreement with the landowner may be required to ensure that appropriate standards are maintained during the construction period. To learn more about planning in Norfolk County, visit our website at norfolkcounty.ca/planning or contact the planning team at 519-426-5870 or 226 Norfolk, extension 1842, or email planning@norfolkcounty.ca. Thanks for watching.
Hey Norfolk County! Whether you're a longtime resident, new to the area, or simply visiting, do you know about the many services provided by Norfolk County? As a single-tier municipality, we provide services that our community uses every day, including water and fire protection, curbside garbage and recycling, road and sidewalk maintenance, and so much more. We also provide services needed at unique times in life, such as a marriage or business license, or a dog tag for your new companion. And the unique geographic features in Norfolk County, from farmland and forests to lakes and wetlands, means we also provide specialized services ranging from drainage applications to tree inspections. Wondering how to contact Norfolk County? Start with Service Norfolk. Our friendly team of agents is here to help. Reach us by phone at 519-426-5870 or 226 Norfolk from 8:30 to 4:30, Monday to Friday. Calling about an issue after hours? No problem. We have you covered. Prefer online? Email askus@norfolkcounty.ca anytime, or use our customer service portal at service.norfolkcounty.ca and get a reply right to your email inbox. Want to visit us in person? Come to one of our friendly customer service counters in Simcoe, Monday to Friday, or Delhi, Tuesday to Thursday. Service Norfolk, connecting you to Norfolk County services.
Deputations are a way for you and all residents of Norfolk County to speak before Council about relevant matters in our community. To begin, search www.norfolkcounty.ca. Then select the Government tab. Under the Government tab, select Provide Deputation/Speak at a Council or Committee Meeting. This page provides general information regarding deputations. Under the subheading Register to Speak, click the Public Hearing/Deputation Form link to pre-register your deputation. Notice of Collection. By checking the Notice of Collection box, you are agreeing to the above statement. Selecting the type of meeting you want. There are several types of meetings that allow deputations. Please listen closely as we explain each option. Council meeting. Council deputations must pertain to a matter listed on the upcoming meeting agenda. For the remaining meeting choices, you may present a deputation if the topic pertains to the committee you are presenting to. Once you select the type of meeting you want to deliver your deputation, you can complete the rest of the document. Now choose whether you will attend the meeting in person or virtually. Finally, select if you will be providing materials during your deputation. If you have materials for distribution during the council meeting, please bring 15 hard copies for council and staff. Now click Next to move to Step 2. In Step 2, please fill out your personal information. Once your personal information is completed, click Next. Lastly, review your information and select Next to submit your form. You have now completed the deputation request form. You will receive a confirmation email from the Clerk's Department that they've received your request. Next, we will talk about what to do on the day of your deputation.
So, you've received your approval and the day of your deputation is upon you. For starters, Council is located here, at 50 Colburn Street. Now there's two entrances you can use when you arrive. One is here, located off Colburn, and one located off Talbot Street. When you arrive, you'll have three main options to park. The first is to park at the Simcoe Town Center Mall, which is where Food Basics is located. Your second option is 2-hour street parking on Court Street. And your third option is 2-hour street parking on Lott Street. If you can't find any parking in any of those three options, don't worry. Downtown Simcoe has plenty of street parking in all of the surrounding areas. If you enter through the Colburn Street doors, you'll have to make your way through the building to get to council chambers. But don't worry, if you require any assistance, you can feel free to ask Service Norfolk at the front desk. Make your way along this path and you'll end up in the main lobby. To your left, there'll be an elevator. You can either ring the bell or go ask the people at the front desk for assistance. If you don't need to use the elevator, you can head on up the green staircase and go up to council chambers. If you enter through the Talbot Street doors, the elevator will be immediately in front of you, or the green staircase will be ready for you to go up and deliver your presentation. Once you reach the top of the stairs, you'll have made it to council chambers. Feel free to take a seat here or here and wait for council to call your name when it's time to present. When council calls your name, make your way to the podium and ensure that you don't walk between the railing and the chairs on your way there. When you arrive at the podium, adjust it to your desired height using the arrow buttons and turn the microphone on using the button on the right. If you're giving your deputation in front of council, begin by saying, "Through the mayor." If you're giving it in front of a committee, begin by saying, "Through the chair." Then, clearly state your name and address, and you'll have 5 minutes to give your presentation. Upon having 1 minute remaining, the chair will give you notice. When you're finished your presentation, council may have questions for you. Ensure that you always begin your answer by saying through the mayor or through the chair to councillor and their last name. If you can't answer the question, that's okay. Inform council that you'll gather more information and get back to them. After that, council will have heard out what you've had to say and they'll take appropriate action as they deem necessary. And now you've finished your deputation. You can either have a seat and watch the rest of the meeting, or you can leave through the door that you came in and ensure that you leave as quietly as possible.
Hey Norfolk County, did you know that Ride Norfolk is now on demand? This means you can schedule Norfolk's public transit service to pick you up for appointments, shopping, school, or work. Ride Norfolk has partnered with Blaze Transit to offer on-demand pickups at all 95 stops across Norfolk, including this one. I booked my trip earlier today and my bus is here right on time. Since there are no fixed local schedules, you can easily book Ride Norfolk over the phone, online, or on the Blaze Transit app from your smartphone. Thanks, Charlie.
You're welcome.
Ride Norfolk's customer service team can help answer any questions you may have, get you started with the app, or book your next ride. By moving to on-demand, Ride Norfolk is helping more residents get where they need to go. To learn more, visit norfolkcounty.ca/transit.
Hi, I'm Dave. I'm here to take you behind the scenes for a quick look at what we do at Norfolk County's water treatment facility. Here in Port Rowan, the water treatment process starts by pumping water from Lake Erie up into the water treatment facility. Back in the treatment facility, I inspect large clarification tanks where the lake water enters the plant. Here we add coagulant, a chemical that attracts dirt particles together. These form into larger particles called flock, which eventually sinks and is sent to waste. Next, the water enters the filtration system where any remaining dirt particles are trapped by the filters. The water is then chlorinated and sent into a 113 cubic meter underground storage chamber. The water is then taken to the granular activated carbon filters that work like supersized 10,000 pound Brita filters to remove taste and odor. The final step is disinfection, which includes UV and a final dose of chlorine, ensuring safe, potable drinking water. Water testing is an important part of the job. Throughout the day, we take water samples at different stages of the process, up to 9 tests, depending on the treatment facility. As a Norfolk resident myself, I am proud to serve the community I live in. Thanks for joining me in this behind-the-scenes tour.
Hi, I'm Marissa, and I'm here to take you behind the scenes for a quick look at what we do at Norfolk County's waste and recycling operations. Here at the transfer station in Simcoe, residents can bring a variety of waste materials for disposal. Norfolk operates 2 transfer stations, welcoming about 27,000 customers every year, and accepts material ranging from bulky items, wood, metal, and yard waste. Norfolk also provides curbside waste programs. Recycling from your home arrives at this facility where it is manually sorted by the type of material. You can see why it's important to separate materials into the correct bin, rinse recyclables, and remove items from bags. This facility processes 4,600 metric tons per year. That's equal to about 20 tons per day. Once items are sorted by material type, they are baled and ready to be shipped across North America to be made into new material. About 8 to 10% of the material that arrives here shouldn't have been put in the recycling bin. Residents can use our Recycle Coach app to confirm if an item can be recycled. After seeing how waste is handled, I hope this video helps show why rinsing and sorting your recyclables are important steps in the recycling process. As a Norfolk County employee, I am proud to serve the community I was raised in. Thanks for joining me on this behind-the-scenes tour.
Hey Norfolk County, whether you're a longtime resident, new to the area, or simply visiting, do you know about the many services provided by Norfolk County? As a single-tier municipality, we provide services that our community uses every day, including water and fire protection, curbside garbage and recycling, road and sidewalk maintenance, and so much more. We also provide services needed at unique times in life, such as a marriage or business license, or a dog tag for your new companion. And the unique geographic features in Norfolk County, from farmland and forests to lakes and wetlands, means we also provide specialized services ranging from drainage applications to tree inspections. Wondering how to contact Norfolk County? Start with Service Norfolk. Our friendly team of agents is here to help. Reach us by phone at 519-426-5870 or 226 Norfolk from 8:30 to 4:30, Monday to Friday. Calling about an issue after hours? No problem. We have you covered. Prefer online? Email askus@norfolkcounty.ca anytime, or use our customer service portal at service.norfolkcounty.ca and get a reply right to your email inbox. Want to visit us in person? Come to one of our friendly customer service counters in Simcoe, Monday to Friday, or Delhi, Tuesday to Thursday. Service Norfolk, connecting you to Norfolk County services.
Hey Norfolk County, my name is Anna and I'm here to share some water safety tips to keep you and your family safe around the water. Knowing how to swim is a life skill and an essential part of staying safe and having fun. Swimming lessons are the best way to learn essential swim survival skills to recover from a fall into deep water. Think you're too old for lessons? There are programs designed for teens and adults as well. With so many lakes and rivers, Canadians of all ages are avid boaters. Always wear a life jacket, it could save your life. Never swim alone, regardless of age and skill level. Always swim with a buddy. A buddy can throw you a buoyant aid if you get into trouble. When possible, wade into unknown waters to prevent injury. Backyard pools are a great place to make family memories. But remember, if you are not within arm's reach of your child in and around the water, then you've gone too far. Drowning can occur in as little as 10 seconds and it is silent. Every drowning death is preventable. Take time to educate yourself and those around you to ensure you're staying safe and having fun around the water. For more information, visit norfolkcounty.ca/watersafety.
Soon after, members of council and I took our seats right here in council chambers last November, we began to plan the direction we'd like to see Norfolk County. All right, welcome back, everyone. We're going to pick up with corporate services, so I will pass it over to Ms. Van Dyke, found on page 125 to 161.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Through you to members of council, it is my pleasure to lead the Corporate Services Division presentation today and also to work with such a talented and dedicated team. With me today is the Corporate Services Division leadership team, and I'll just take a moment to introduce everyone who is in chambers with us. Amy Fanning, who you all know, the Treasurer and Director of Financial Management and Planning. Adam Hughes, our Director of Information Technology. Catherine McCurdy, our Director of Customer Service and Corporate Communications. Sam McFarlane, our Manager of Accessibility and Special Projects. Jacqueline Hodgson, our Supervisor of Purchasing. And Kelly Derbyshire, Realty Services Specialist. After the presentation, as we go through the budget document, the team and I will be pleased to answer any questions. If we could go to the next slide, please. Thank you. Corporate Services, the Corporate Services Division provides both internal and external customer service. We provide direct service to the community through our Service Norfolk team, our public-facing communications, our Accessibility Advisory Committee, Special Events Administration, and Realty Services. All of our teams, from purchasing to finance to IT as examples, provide customer service to our colleagues across the corporation to support them to meet their business needs, goals, and objectives, and in providing service to the community. 2024 was a busy year in corporate services, with many major initiatives being undertaken and completed, some of which are shown on this slide. Norfolk's first ever customer experience strategy was completed, which provides us with a roadmap to improve our customer service and be responsive to our residents' customer service needs. Implementation of the strategy has begun, and an annual update report will be presented to Council in later 2025. The online customer service portal offers an additional service offering for those customers who prefer to interact with us by submitting their service requests online at any time of the day or night. Our Customer Relationship Management, or CRM system, generates a response to let the customer know that their request has been received and is being actioned by staff. IT has implemented a new cloud-based telephone system through Microsoft Teams, which has modernized our telephone communications and provides increased flexibility as staff can now access and respond to telephone calls from a laptop or mobile device. Realty has continued to move forward with the County Land Review Project, with successful sales of a number of surplus properties and generating more than $250,000 in sales. Purchasing has implemented the vendor performance system in our procurement process to ensure that the county and our residents are receiving the highest quality service and value for money. Finance has completed the procurement process for a new investment manager, which has been approved by Council. A follow-up staff report to approve the updated investment strategy will be coming to Council in early 2025. This new strategy will maximize the returns on our investments, helping to support the county's financial position. And last, but certainly not least, a shared success with our colleagues in EIS. And although this is a capital project, I certainly wanted to note it. We had a successful grant application for the Port Dover wastewater plant, just a correction to the slide there, in the amount of over $16 million, the largest single grant ever received by the county. And this was a tremendous amount of work on the part of both teams. Next slide, please. The next two slides show some of the corporate services priorities for the coming year. Council will see that the work of our division aligns with all of Council's strategic directions. We look forward to moving these actions forward and bringing update reports to Council throughout 2025. So in terms of empowering Norfolk, we see the customer experience strategy, an update to the purchasing policy, and a review of our water and wastewater billing system. Connecting Norfolk, we have the launch of the website, as Council saw last night, continuing to work with our community around special events, and delivering fiber connectivity upgrades to multiple county facilities. Under Serving Norfolk, the communications and marketing strategy, and the initiation of our comprehensive rate study. Building Norfolk, the completion of the finance strategy for the asset management plan, and an update to the county's development charges study. And finally, under Sustaining Norfolk, continuing to increase our land sales opportunities, generating additional revenue for the county, working to onboard our new investment manager, and continuing to actively pursue grant opportunities from upper levels of government. This year, there are 2 new budget initiatives for corporate services that have been identified as corporate priorities and included in the 2025 budget. The first is to add 1 permanent full-time realty services specialist to the realty team. Currently, there is 1 permanent and 1 temporary realty service specialist, along with a generalist who provides administrative support. The temporary position is dedicated to the County Land Review Project and ends in September 2025. The purpose of the NBI is to increase the permanent capacity of the realty team to respond to ongoing workload, including the processing of surplus land dispositions, road closures, and conveyances, and supporting our internal teams, such as the planning team, with items like title searches and reference plans. And also, with an additional FTE, we would be able to take on tasks of centralizing easements, encroachments, and leases for the county. With this additional resource, the team can generate additional revenue for the county's land reserve. The second NBI is to add 1 permanent FTE to the IT team in the role of network and system analyst. The primary purpose of this position is to strengthen the resources on the IT team to support our IT infrastructure and for cybersecurity. As we increase our use of technology, we also increase our level of risk. The network system analyst will be proactive in identifying risks and vulnerabilities, reduce downtime, and ensure reliable service delivery. They will also help safeguard against cyber threats. IT and cybersecurity are continually evolving, and so it is important that the county has adequate resources to respond and to safeguard our IT infrastructure and operations. News headlines over the past year from around the province certainly have shown us the devastation and incredible service disruptions that a cyber incident can cause. The final slide indicates the main drivers contributing to the corporate services budget increase of 3.2%. Additional information is available on page 133 of our budget binders, and we would be certainly happy to answer any questions as we review the departments within the division. Thank you, and the team and I are happy to answer your questions.
Thanks. Questions from committee? Anything about the NBIs? I have one concerning realty services. The addition of the FTE, what happens to the temporary?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. The temporary FTE is focused on the county land review project. So that temporary FTE has been approved by council up until September 2025. If the additional, there is more than adequate workload to have the second permanent FTE added, and the temporary position would continue to lead the county land review project until the end of the contract.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? All right, we will move along then. Environmental and infrastructure services, found on page, Councillor Brunton.
I'm a little bit behind here, but I'm looking at the provincial fences. Sure. My favorite topic here, but things do not seem to have improved. The way I read this, it's costing us $549,000 a year to operate this department, and we're not making any money here. Like now we're up to $8.5 million. I realize there's probably some fines that haven't been paid in this calendar year, but this thing's a waste of time, Mayor Martin. It's complete. Every year I look at this, it's a complete waste of taxpayers' money. And I don't know, where's it going? Maybe the county manager could answer some questions on that.
Sure.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Mayor, I can certainly start, and then we can pass it over if there's any additional comments desired. We do share the same concerns. Certainly there's been continued downloading recently from the province in regards to Part 3 prosecutions, and staff are dealing with that. We continue to struggle with opportunities to do collections, although we are starting to put a dent in that. There are additional pressures there. I will share that we are meeting with the Attorney General, or the Solicitor General, I don't remember which one now, might be both actually, at next week at Roma, and that this is part of our agenda to discuss with the minister the continued concern we have in regards to POA operations, providing municipalities, specifically Norfolk, with additional tools for collection, and also looking for some subsidization in regards to the ongoing operating deficit that we have as it relates to the POA operation. So we will continue to do that, and in conjunction with that, we are also looking at other opportunities for shared resources in this area as it relates to other municipalities as well, and that's on the horizon as well.
Ms. Van Dyke.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Through you to Councillor Brenton. The only thing that I would add is that we have updated our corporate collections policy and are continually increasing our collections efforts. And 2025 will be the first full year that we have that policy and the additional resource in place. So we are expecting to see some improvement in that area.
Okay, thank you for that, staff. Are we prepared to move on to environmental and infrastructure services? Page 163 to 199, Mr. Grice.
Thank you, and through the chair, it is my pleasure to walk you through the EIS portion of the presentation. We have Mr. Darnell Lambert with us, Miss Stephanie Davis, as well as Mr. James Boker. Mariana is also part of our leadership team, but she gets a free pass today because all of her work is in the rate world, so she has nothing that pertains to today's budget. So she is diligently working on the approval you gave us yesterday to start with the Rowan upgrades. Next slide, please. So the EIS team works in both the rate and levy world. So we did approve the rate budget earlier or late last fall, and today we're reviewing the other service areas that we provide. That is our solid waste program, garbage and recycling, our design and construction services, our drainage team, our development engineering group, our overall county asset management strategy, and finally our stormwater management program. Next slide. This slide contains a long list of accomplishments in 2024, and I certainly won't read them all. I'll just highlight a couple for you. From a construction perspective, we did do the full reconstruction of Talbot Street just outside of Cab here. That included some pedestrian improvements and also some safety features, so hopefully no more vehicles will be crashing into the library, which is a good thing for everybody. Council also approved our new waste management strategy that is allowing staff to work in the background now to ensure we have a new contract in place for 2026. And finally, on this slide, I'll highlight that Council did approve our Phase 2 asset management plan, and that was for all of our county assets and our existing levels of service. Next slide. When you fast forward to 2025, we do have a number of key initiatives. And when we think about engaging and empowering Norfolk, our staff have been working with our stakeholders, and that can be through our regular public information centers, industry sessions that we've had, and we've also attended a few local ward meetings, and that's just to garner feedback from our residents and making sure that our program meets their needs. Darnell and his team are working very hard on our water wastewater transportation master plan. We need to get those buttoned up as soon as we can. It has an impact on our development charge review. It also has an impact on Mr. Sloan's work in terms of secondary plans. We need to make sure that is aligned as best we can. Council must approve the next phase of our asset management plan by July 1st of this year, and that includes the financial strategy and our proposed levels of service, which we talked about a little bit earlier today. And just wanted to remind everyone, we did have a workshop scheduled with Council to review the proposed levels of service before Christmas. That was postponed, and the reason for that is as we did our staff workshops, we found some additional information that was impacting our model. We want to make sure we correct that so that when we're in front of Council for our workshop, we have all the right information and we can make the proper decisions. So right now we're on track to have that workshop in March or April of this year, still keeping us on track for our July 1st deadline. Internally focused, we created an EIS culture committee, and that's focused on better communication and some other improvements. Some of the items that group's working on is our new photo org chart that I shared with you during our rate budget presentation. We have a new EIS newsletter, a recognition program, as well as some document control measures. And when we look externally, the team's going to continue with our outreach and education programs. That's our tours, our videos, our school programs. And we have lots of ideas planned to engage the schools this year to talk about flushable wipes and the problems that they create in our system. And finally, coming to Council very shortly will be updates to our design criteria, our flyer flow targets, our people per unit, our liters per capita per day, our stormwater design criteria, our traffic assessment guidelines, That is all very exciting. We did have a good session with the development community at the end of the year, garnered their feedback, made some tweaks, and that will be coming to council in February or March. That will streamline and simplify development for developers and make sure that we're protecting our assets as well. Next slide. So there are 2 MBIs associated with EIS for 2025. The first one is a continuation of the multi-year stormwater budget that you saw, stormwater MBI that you saw last year. Council did approve 3 FTEs, a project manager, a technologist, and an operator, and this is one of the additional 2 to 3 operators that are needed to run the program. You did receive an update on the status of our stormwater program at CIC in November, and simply put, it is full of deficiencies and problems. We have ignored our assets for a long time and are in need of major repair. And we've also uncovered a number of assets that we didn't know existed. We have added over 60 kilometers of storm pipe to our inventory. And when you look at all the other assets we've added, we're over $80 million of assets added to our stormwater system. So when we're talking about our asset management plan and the changes in the infrastructure gap, that's only going to grow, as that is only within 6 months worth of work. So that number will probably grow to 150 million of additional stormwater assets, currently not in our inventory. This is all being done to work towards compliance with our ECA, so our environmental compliance approval. That contains various checkpoints over the next 2 years, and making sure that we bring our stormwater system up to industry standards. And really, with this ECA in place, our stormwater system is no different than our water and our wastewater system. They're subject to the same inspections by their ministry, and unfortunately, in the absence of resources and working on them can come with some pretty severe consequences. Next slide. The second MBI for the EIS team is related to transportation, and this is needed to continue moving forward with traffic safety and transportation elements. We were lucky from June to December of last year. We had Mike King, our former director, working on a temporary basis, and he was really focused on moving the Road Safety Committee forward. We did make great progress. We were reviewing, actioning items, reporting to council, and closing the loop with the public. However, now that Mike's left, that is certainly going to stall. Position will also be leading our automated speed enforcement and our red light camera programs, things that can't be done off the side of a desk. And I think if I was to step back and look at this a little bit more broadly, we have no county staff that's responsible for transportation right now. We have a roads department and we have an engineering department, but we don't have a position that looks at, reviews, plans, and coordinates signal optimization, traffic routing, intersection controls, looking at things through a complete street lens for cars, bikes, and pedestrians. And also looking at the large impacts of development on our transportation network. I look at all our comparators around here, and most places have an entire department that look after this type of work, and we don't have anybody, and that's why you see this MBI in front of you today. And the final slide for us is our budget drivers. We are saving money due to the extended producer responsibility in the Blue Box transition, but that is being largely offset by increases in our contracts. And no surprise, the largest driver for our team is our infrastructure funding, given the type of work that we do. But when you take away kind of those external factors that are outside of our control, our base budget came in very, very low, and that was due to the efforts of staff to review and adjust our line items accordingly. And myself and the team would be happy to answer any questions that you have.
Thank you very much. Questions for Mr. Grice? Councillor Michelli.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through you to staff. Andrew, this NBI, would that position also be able to perform some of the functions of our road safety committee? I see Darnell nodding yes.
Yeah, through the chair.
I hope you're going to say yes too.
That's the full intent. That is one of the main drivers. So that is, I will say, maybe a third of the work is just to deliver the road safety committee. The other third, another third would be for kind of the transportation planning, and then also the development side of life. So it did certainly, in the absence of this, we will have really struggled to deliver the road safety committee. With the resource, I think we continue status quo, giving updates to council and actioning those items as they come forward.
Okay, thank you. And Madam Chair, so our first deputation this morning was made a request that he apparently was advised by the OPP that speed humps would be an effective solution or measure to be taken there. What kind of budget impact would it have if we were to adopt speed humps in these various areas? And perhaps that's for finance, I don't know, but that's a question.
So through the chair, so speed humps are a fairly cheap solution as it comes to traffic control measures. They do work quite well. We did bring a report forward middle of last year that looked at all kinds of traffic safety measures. There's all kinds of things you can do, diverting traffic flow in certain directions, speed humps, additional signs, flashers. So I think we would look at this intersection or this corridor and any other corridor through that lens and bring those recommendations forward. But traffic humps are certainly not a very expensive endeavor. They do create challenges for winter snow clearance and things like that. But they're in many municipalities and they work quite well, and they're a very cost-effective solution. So they may be a viable option here. We don't do many speed hump in Norfolk County, so it would be a new kind of initiative here. But I'm sure Darnell and myself and from Oakville and Hamilton, they're very common and they work quite well, and they're very cheap.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, Andrew, so I'm not sure we have any speed humps. But in any event, it is a very often requested item, which, and you are right. I mean, I like all my colleagues, obviously, we travel to all various municipalities, and to my observation, it seems everybody has them except us. And so I'm just hoping that if this position got improved or approved, or that there's some further consideration for those speed humps. I think, and again, just to review that I'm not talking about speed bumps, because I haven't been advised about the problems with speed bumps, but these speed humps seem to be working pretty well in other municipalities.
Through the chair, no, definitely message taken, and that will be part of kind of the policy section that this position will be looking at, is more globally for Norfolk County what would work. So we would bring that back and trying to get approval to roll those out on a broader scale. But yes, part of the road safety committee as well.
Councillor Brunton.
Councillor Van Passen reminds me we are currently using speed potholes.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Photo radar, did you mention that? Is that in the near future?
Through the chair, yes. Maybe I should have done a better job explaining my MBI, because I thought I did say that as well. But yes, another portion of this will be looking at red light cameras as well as automated speed enforcement. We have been talking with our clerk, because the real benefit of a speed enforcement program will come with AMPS rolled out. Certainly simplifies the process for us. So we are working on a solution in the background right now, and I think we're hoping to be in front of committee sometime mid this year with a solution. But really, the major benefit will come when AMPS gets rolled out in full scale for Norfolk County, and we have more control over the program. The administrative burden going through the provincial offenses, it's cumbersome and challenging, so we're really looking forward to rolling it out with our AMPS program.
So we'll be able to recover $8.5 million, maybe?
Chair, that would be fantastic, as long as the cameras stay erect and functional. That would be great.
Okay, my next question is, remind me, when does the blue box have to change over for the downtown or the businesses and so forth? Will they have to look after that themselves? Am I correct?
Yes, so through the chair, I may have the exact date incorrect in my head, but I can certainly clarify that after. So council did approve us to continue collecting from the ICI sector, the downtown businesses, for a period of time. I believe that ends when our new contract comes into place, which is, nope, it comes in January 1st. Marissa's just emailing me in the background. So January 1st, we will no longer be collecting recyclable materials from the ICI sector, and they were responsible for their own programs.
January 1st?
26.
26, okay. And the last question I have is the green bin. That's in our new contract?
Through the chair, it's in for a option in our new contract, so that was the direction we got from council, was to move forward and explore that. We have not tendered anything yet and awarded, but it is it will be part of our specifications going out on the street.
And that's for 26?
That contract comes into place in September of 2026.
Okay, and you say it's like a provisional item?
Through the chair, council direction was to include that, so we will be including it in our tender price. We will be breaking them down by individual items, and we did commit to come back to council for award and awareness, but it will be included as a standard item. Council would have the ability to direct staff to exclude it from award, but it is not being included as a provisional at this point.
So it's an itemized option, though, eh? Okay, thank you.
Councillor Duthie, then Van Passen.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Through you to Mr. Grice. Sorry, are we asking questions about the NBI? Okay. The stormwater NBI, this whole program frustrates me, really, and I think I said the same last year. Just to confirm, there's no funding envelope that has opened up for this. This was provincial direction that we had to implement this program, but there was no money to do so. Is that still the case?
Through the chair, there is no direct funding for the maintenance of our stormwater program. It is available to apply to grant programs, just like our other water and wastewater capital, but no, there's no money available for the day-to-day maintenance of the program.
Okay. And the FTE that you are requesting, can you maybe just tell me a little bit more about what they're doing? Because to me, it reads they'll facilitate inspections and maintenance. I guess it doesn't sound like it's someone that's actually getting on a backhoe to clear out these. So who's going to do that work? I guess is what I'm trying to figure out. Are we anticipating we're going to need a request for ops to find a staff person to do that work? I'm just trying to sort of look down the road here.
No, through the chair, and I can let Steph elaborate on all the details, but no, this is an operator position, so that is their job function. They will be in the field, they will be working, they will be clearing backlogs, replacing breaks, and maintaining our infrastructure. So we will no longer be relying on Mr. Cridlin's team for our stormwater assets. We are going through and delineating urban versus rural, and there's still some overlap, but future state would have stormwater looked after by the stormwater group and road operations looked after by the road operations group. But yes, this is a hands-on position, fixing in the field.
And so, based on your presentation from November, there's a lot of work to do in that portfolio. So, do you anticipate further requests for additional FTEs?
Through the chair, I most certainly do. We presented this as a multi-year budget. It was for a total of 6 FTEs. Council approved 3. We brought forward another phased-in approach with 1 additional right now for this request, but I could certainly foresee another 2 operators required in the future.
Are other municipalities going through the same thing? Are they responding the same way?
Through the chair, yes. I would say most municipalities are a little further ahead than we are. But yes, the combined linear ECA has come out in most municipalities, and if it hasn't, it will be in their hands very, very shortly. And they will be also required to do the same thing that we are.
Councillor Van Passen.
Yes, thanks, Madam Mayor. The traffic problem, we had the deputation this morning about the schools, and just somebody told somebody just to put some speed bumps out there. What I'd like to see, and that's why I will support this addition, is what we need is the expertise to be able to go look at that and say it's just not the speeding of the people who live, most of them live right there, but let's look at the traffic pattern. Where do they unload the buses? In which direction do they go? Where do the parents go when they bring their children into school and drop them off? Maybe we can help work with the school board to rearrange some of that, get some better signage out, check the sight lines out. It's not just a matter of we could just throw some potholes in there really easy. That would slow them down. But it's the bigger picture thing, and we do need somebody with that expertise and that background to look at the big picture and find us the cheapest solution that solved the big picture problem, not just a convenient throw a couple of rubber things that go bump bump in the night. So I will be supporting this NBI.
Any other questions? Okay. We will move along. Health and Social Services. Page 201 to 229, and I will turn it over to Ms. Rice.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Through the chair to members of council. With me here today is Bill Nolan, the administrator for Norview Lodge. He and I are both available and happy to answer questions that you may have after the presentation. I also wanted to note with us here today is Sarah Page, who has led the transition of the health unit merger, which is a significant change to the division. And so I wanted to thank her and just note that she is also in attendance with us here today. Bill and I continue to operate programs and departments that serve some of the most vulnerable members of our population. We have seen increase in need for our services and supports, which would come as no surprise to members of council. Our programs and services are funded through levy dollars as well as funding from multiple ministries, which is appreciated and does create some challenges in balancing all of that. But the dollars go to good use in our communities to provide much needed supports and services. So as you can see on the first slide here, a breakdown of the different components of our division. And as I noted, the health unit transition is listed there. Just to note that that was 2024 part of our division and is now part of the Grand Erie Public Health Unit, and so has seen quite a shift for us. We can move to the next slide and look at a synopsis of the successes of our programs. Wanted to start with the completion of the parking lot expansion, capital project at Norview Lodge, delivery of a system-wide professional learning day focusing on infant and early years mental health that was funded through the Ministry of Education as a professional learning and development opportunity for those in this sector for children's services. Ontario Works through the initiative of Council and MCCS on a one-time funding opportunity that we were able to secure last year. We were able to deliver community drop-in clinics throughout Haldimand and Norfolk counties. A number of 391 individuals were served through these drop-in locations. Although the one-time funding component has finished, we continue to operate these drop-in clinics on a little bit of a reduced measure, but we are certainly going to be present in those locations that were most accessed. And 33% of people experiencing homelessness using emergency housing programs were rehoused to permanent housing last year. Looking ahead to 2025, our priorities are listed on the next slide, focused on increased collaboration with our community partners and allied service providers. We are not able to do what we do without the support of our community and our community partners, so those relationships are imperative to us to be able to deliver the supports and services that we do. Accessible and equitable service provision across both Haldimand and Norfolk counties, priorities to populations and vulnerable citizens, and continuous improvement of service delivery and business continuity. And then our final slide, looking at our budget drivers. I know that you can see that here. Just wanting to point out the major driver of increase is the funding toward the new build in Delhi through the Haldimand Norfolk Housing Corporation, helping us to provide affordable housing to more members of our community. And the biggest driver of decrease is a debt maturity through Norview Lodge, which has seen the overall budget decrease, the overall percentage decrease. And with that, I'd like to open it up to questions that anyone has for myself or for Bill.
Thank you. Great presentation. Questions from Budget Committee? All right. Operations. Page 231 to 265. Mr. Cridlin, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We'll give Michael a moment to relocate his chair. Okay, thank you and with County Council, yeah, I'm pleased today to introduce the division summary of the ops team. We consist of six departments and consist of 144 FTEs. One unique thing about this group is I don't think there is a day in the year when we don't have one or several staff working. We are 24-a-day operation, 7 days a week. So I will just go through the division summaries very quickly. The administrative group is a small group with myself and administrative coordinators, and we supply management to all of the units within the Ops Division. In addition, we do take on the planning and administration of the Friday 13th event. We also have special projects such as the Forestry Farm gas well, involved in the EOC, paid parking, and we do play a big part in hiring of students. Not to take anything from HR, but we have most of the students in our group, so it does become a line of work itself. Next, facilities. Mr. Michael Smones is the director. Michael's group are very busy, over 200 buildings in Norfolk County. They also handle things like furniture tenders, service contracts for everything from mats to coveralls for the county, handle energy efficiency devices, EV chargers, security, which is a big thing, and they are very busy now working with the consultant on the corporate facilities review. Next is roads, falls under Devin Hunter, and Devin is here, or is on remotely. Again, his group inspect and maintain over 4,200 kilometers of roads. This includes roadside vegetation, parking lots, sidewalks, grass, trees, and also the spraying of roadsides for things like Phragmites. Roads group is always busy. We have a lot of the complaints each year just tend to grow with the roads department. People are more informed and able to get to us, and everybody travels roads. Next is our fleet department, which have the manager here, Jordan Gallant, behind me. Fleet maintains over 300 vehicles for all the departments within the county, and this includes ambulances, fire trucks. We also have our first electric vehicle, and things that have changed in their role lately are the MTO safeties. And presently, his group is working on installing of all of the county-wide GPS units. Next is Marinas, operated by Janet Blackburn, who Janet is on remotely as well. I'm not sure what to say about Marinas. They're in the news almost every day, but we do have two Marinas, the full-service one in Port Rowan, which is a full-service marina, and the passive marina, which is in Port Rowan. Next but not last is the Parks Division, and presently we are without a director of parks, and that will be something we'll be working on 2025 to fill. And they maintain and operate all of our recreational facilities, including trails, forestry, cemeteries, and I will leave it with that. Next page, please. Staff have put together some 2024 successes. I'll be very quick on these. First one is the 4 expanded change rooms at the 4 county arenas. This was a big project. We got money from the senior level governments for this. And of the 4 arenas, the need for expanded change rooms were multi-purposed. First of all, changes to minor hockey, changes to the ice that was needed. So that involved more change rooms, having more kids on the ice, gender identifications, and also tournaments. Norfolk was always, when they had tournaments, always hard up for space. Next, we'll go to the Salesforce work order management system for parks, facilities, and roads. Again, this is a work order system taken on corporately. However, when it comes to user departments, all departments were busy making this work and tweaking it, getting used to it. Next is the manage the operational aspects of paid parking program. Again, fell under a roads department, and with help from our folks, our team members in the bylaw department for enforcement. Another one from 224 was actually to introduce a formal training program for fleet staff. This one may sound a little, where it's coming from, but historically we didn't have much training for our mechanics. An individual came out of school with his technician for either S or T, and they learn on the floor. However, the world of the fleet has changed dramatically with taking on all the EVT, the emergency vehicles, ambulances, different needs for them, also specialized plow equipment. A snowplow truck is almost as complicated as a fire truck now, and changes in the MTO safeties. I will be brief. I'll just jump ahead a couple of these. This Friday the 13th, as Sid were involved in, we successfully coordinated a successful Friday 13th event in 224. Looking forward to, I think, will be one of their biggest in years, the June of 2025. Implemented a public tree bylaw as well, which was instrumental in giving protection or clarification of property line trees as well as single trees. And lastly was secured a location for the Delhi Dog Park. Next slide, please. Under Building Norfolk, staff mentioned project management of 2 major retrofits at the Simcoe Recreational Center as well as the library, Waterford Library. For the Simcoe, there was a complete revamp of the mechanical system and a 300 kilowatt solar system, estimated to save approximately $50,000 a year in operating costs. In Waterford, it was also a complete overhaul of the mechanical system and a smaller 15 kilowatt solar power system with battery storage. Also, the work at Waterford will gain users 800 square feet of public space. As I mentioned, all of ops will be busy with the corporate facilities review. The marinas ongoing, reports coming to council on future governance and capital budgets for those, more to come on that. And the last one, continue to find new ways to improve customer service. And when I say this, we have Service Norfolk. What we're getting at here is a lot of the ops folks are the front line. They're the snowplow drivers, they're the folks when you walk into arenas, and we're working hard with them to increase customer service at that level. They may not know somebody's answer when they come in, but we don't want to have the days where it's not my job. We want these folks to be able to know who to call, where to go to, timelines, and things like that. Next page, please. This is our new budget initiative, and I'll do a brief overview, and I'm sure when the question time, Michael will step in, and he's our expert there. So a quick overview of this. Norfolk maintains well over 200 buildings, as well as this group, as I mentioned, service contracts, energy, and mixed up my notes here, and central and management of other contracts. 2022, the building condition assessment showed that 21% of Norfolk's buildings were in poor condition and aging. 80% of our buildings in Norfolk County were built prior to 1990. In 2024, Michael's group had to defer 32 capital projects due to lack of staffing, and that number has moved to 93 projects being deferred between 2025 and 2026. It's presently estimated, if we did the math, we would need 3 FTEs. However, with the corporate review coming, we're asking for 1 this year to help out. The corporate review will be instrumental in setting the future for our facilities folks. Even if council makes some tough decisions and decides to rid themselves of a number of these buildings, we're still going to need facility staff for decommissioning, perhaps demos, retrofits for other uses, that sort of thing. Also with this group, you're probably all familiar with the Greater Sudbury case where it was shown that municipalities do have to have some oversight over contractors. It was through a lawsuit, so that's something Michael's group will be busy with. Also, energy and climate change issues and initiatives are ongoing. That'll be another element that we'll build with this department. And a couple interesting papers out there that show what it costs not to do maintenance today. And it kind of leads this position to an interesting one, which is hard to argue, and I don't think I can argue with council today, but there is a return of investment on this position. Because with this position, we'll be able to do X amount of number of maintenance and construction projects when they should be done, and then they don't lead to spending that $10,000 job is now $20,000 next year. So that comes into play with this. And it's estimated too that up to 75% of this FTE money could be seen in savings and capital expenses in future years. Last page, please. Yeah, here first one off the bat, major drivers are the infrastructure funding, $1,311,800. This is due to all of the infrastructure this group deals with, all the buildings, all the road infrastructure, the fleet vehicles. So that number does add up very quickly. Salaries, $531,000. That's based on 144 FTEs, collective agreements, performance management payments, that sort of thing. Not a lot of room we can do as a department on that. Contract services are up almost $500,000. They mentioned contract grass cutting, line painting, portable toilets. These are just the cost of doing business. If we want to have toilets, we do have to line our roads, and cutting grass is a necessity too at some point within municipality. And the last increase is $209,000 for winter control. This has got a lot of moving parts in it. There was a a change to some of the contracts, which increased the cost, but with the winters being 3 to 5 years, finance does their magic on that, and the number came in at $200,000. So with that, we will turn it over for any questions council may have, and anything particular to the NBI, I think where council will want to go, Michael is here. I thank you for your time.
Thanks, Mr. Cridlin. Questions from Budget Committee? Councillor Berry.
Thanks, Mayor. Through you to Bill, I have a couple, okay, working backwards here. So you mentioned the contracting grass cutting fee, for example. So what does the county save by contracting out grass cutting versus if we were to do that ourselves?
Through Madam Mayor to the councillor, a great question. I think there would be the output of infrastructure for extra mowers would be the first things, equipment, and then also the hiring of more staff. Is we don't have enough, we staff for 8 hours a day, we don't have enough staff. We also find that, I think with grass cutting is perhaps like snow plowing, we do some in-house, we contract some out, so we're always able to kind of compare cost, and grass cutting is something that I think we can contract out at a fairly reasonable price.
Yeah, so I understand the cost would be to mowers, and I understand the costing would be to staff. I'm trying to get a sense of why do we, how much savings is there to not do those things versus contract? That's what I'm trying to get at. Does contracting grass save us 100,000? Does it save us 20,000? Does it, like, roughly?
Okay. I wouldn't be able to put a number on it without doing some calculations, but I think it's in the thousands of dollars, because when you have to hire full-time staff, there's also the benefits that come with that, and equipment replacement, so it would be considerable.
Okay, and then my second question is about the NBI there. So will the one FTE that you're asking for, like you mentioned that we're falling behind on doing projects, and this FTE will make those projects come along faster, and that's great. Will this help council make decisions on whether or not to sell or demolish buildings, as you said? Will that actually help us get to that point faster?
Through you, Madam Mayor, to Councillor Berry. In terms of the scope of the NBI, obviously, is to reduce that backlog of current capital projects. So I'm not sure that directly this position would lead to that council direction, or that decision point. But obviously, the broader facilities review, we're very much looking forward to that and having that discussion at that point of where the future lies for county facilities.
Okay, so of those, I'm asking you to speculate a little bit here. I think you said 93 that we're behind on, is that correct?
Through you, Madam Mayor, that's correct.
Okay, 93. Do you have a sense of even if not the exact number, a rough percentage of how many of those 93 that were backlogged on may end up being disposals or demolitions or whatever?
Through you, Madam Mayor, not off the top of my head, but certainly some of those poor performing facilities would have more likely to have deferred capital. That being said, we have noticed a escalating increase in the number of capital deferred projects. So it's not just the 93. We're actually experiencing escalation in the number. So it's 93 this year. Without this FTE, we're looking at probably more in the 110 to 120 range next year. So it's further escalating.
Okay, thanks very much, Mike. I appreciate it.
Councillor Brunton, Duthie, then Columbus.
Thank you, Mayor Martin. My questions, I have a few here, but first of all, I'm jumping around in parts of the budget here, but the Delhi Cemetery, did we receive any perpetual care money when we received that cemetery?
Through Madam Mayor to the councillor, yes, we did.
Substantial or minimal, or can somebody?
I'm not sure I have that number. Our finance team, I believe it was talked about. I believe it was in the hundreds and thousands of dollars that came over, but I want to make sure we get corrected on that.
Okay, no, that's fine. That's fine. Okay, my other question is the new arena dressing rooms. Are they up and running now, all of them, or no? Because I've heard rumors they've been delayed.
Through you, Madam Mayor, to the councillor. So 3 of the 4 are fully operational, and we have received occupancy. Next week we'll actually receive occupancy for the Waterford Arena, hopefully, and all 4 will be operational.
And that's well overdue, I take, too, is it?
Through you, Madam Mayor, we had intended for the Waterford Arena to be completed during the ice season. The other 3 arenas were to be completed outside of the ice season, but we have had no programming interruptions during the overdue.
So the operating costs for those 4 additions, are they included in this budget? Like water, hydro, whatever?
Through you, Madam Mayor, that is correct. They are included in the base budget.
Okay, and my last question is, you referred to 200 buildings. You did give us a report on that a while back, did you not? On this.
Through you, Madam Mayor, to the councillor, absolutely. We did provide an information report to council, I believe, in 2023, just summarizing those condition assessments for council.
And were there specific recommendations in that? I know we got a report, but it's hard to remember everything that was in it. But maybe I should take another look at that, I guess. And do you give specific recommendations for which one should be, shall I say, removed, gotten rid of, if I can use that word?
Yeah, thank you. Through you, Madam Mayor. So there were no recommendations within that staff report. Obviously, there's a broader facilities review process underway right now, where that is where you'll see some recommendations come to council in Q2, I believe, of this year.
Thank you.
Councillor Duthie.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. Through you to, I think, Mr. Simoes, related to the NBI. So we've 200 buildings. If I recall from that previous council report, I want to say 91 of them have heat and hydro and water or something like that. But yet we have 93 deferred projects, so potentially more. Can you give me an idea of what some of the projects are that are being deferred and how you decide what's deferred?
Yeah, absolutely. Through you, Madam Mayor. So every year, facilities, obviously we have staffing capacity constraints. Facilities will do a risk assessment, essentially, of our capital projects that are being deferred, and really prioritizing which ones are completed in the following year. So in terms of specific examples, projects such as HVAC replacements and things of that nature, where they are very business operation critical, we will prioritize, and you won't see much of a backlog in that area. Something like a roof replacement, you may see some deference in that, just because there are opportunities to patch up the roof for an additional year. But generally speaking, I think from a high level, it's generally building repair projects, generally speaking, or renovation projects where there is not a public safety risk or an immediate public safety risk to deferral.
I mean, nothing ever gets cheaper, right? And so when we defer these projects, they just get more and more expensive. So I don't know, is there a way that you can quantify, or do you have any idea of sort of what the cost of deferring things on a sort of an annual basis might be on these 93 projects? I should be clear, I'm very much in support of this NBI. It concerns me that we're pushing things down the road further and further.
Through you, Madam Mayor. Yeah, absolutely. So we've done kind of a high-level analysis of the deferral. We're looking at approximately $77,000 annually in direct net avoidance of costs, just based on completing the deferred project in the recommended year.
Councillor Columbus.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I attend Norby quite regularly, and I'm often asked as to who does the maintenance. Does that come out of your budget, Michael, and also the groundskeeping?
Through you, Madam Mayor. So Norby Lodge has their own facilities team that looks after the day-to-day maintenance. They do participate in some of the facilities-led service contractors. So there's some overlap between our staff and their staff.
Thank you.
Councillor Michelli.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. My question is to staff regarding the Port Rowan Marina. And members of council have a letter that we have just received from the Port Rowan Harbour Committee this morning. And I don't think that this is an operational question, Madam Chair. So one of the requests, and it appears to be actually the request in the letter we've received, is consideration of the what's described as the urgent need for some dredging of the marina there. And I know that we have already addressed that in our capital budget, but I'm just going to ask Mr. Cridland if he could just elaborate on the circumstances surrounding that potential dredging.
Thank you, Councillor. Through Madam Chair. Yes, there is still a capital budget. I think it's $420,000 or $450,000 that is there. It was put in a couple years ago in anticipation of dredging. A lot of it, of course, depends on the water levels. So what staff do now, they're in the process of each spring and fall taking soundings and having an idea of how much room we have for boats. The interesting thing in Port Rowan is as the channels get lower than the marina, the inner bay gets lower as well. So it's an ongoing, and if we can have the soundings prove that we have silted in, because Big Creek to the west does feed a lot of sediment in, fills the west end of the bay up, that we will go ahead with dredging when needed.
Okay, so Bill, just for clarity then, so as soon as it appears to be the correct physical conditions to doing it, we're going to do it.
Through the mayor, Madam Mayor, that is correct. There's a bit of a permitting process, timelines with fisheries and things like that, but staff have, I can say, have their finger on the pulse on this one, and it's something we look at each year. I can say water levels in Port Rowan, I believe, are down probably a foot and a half since the summer, so not an expert on where the cycles go, but we are getting very close and watching this one.
Thank you, Bill. Madam Chair, I have a couple of questions, but I'm going to hold off and let one of my colleagues go ahead.
I do have a bit of a list. I'm wondering, Councillor Breton, could I pass the chair to you briefly? Councillor Huffman and Van Passen are waiting in the queue. Is that okay?
Thank you, Chair Breton. I'm looking at the major budget drivers, and I see that there's an increase of almost $210,000 in the winter control. That's excluding salaries and benefits. Can you explain to me where that increase, what does that include? Like, is that sand, is that salt, is that brine, where did that increase come from?
Thank you. Through the chair to the councillor, I'll start and then I'll probably turn it over to finance staff. As I mentioned, there was an adjustment with winter control contract, and that was an addition to the budget, much more than the $200,000. And then as operations staff work with finance staff, I think they look at the best 3 to 5 year option with winter, and that's how we base this winter. So that looks like there was a reduction. I don't have the numbers in salt, in sand, and in brine, as well as our winters are lighter. So with the contracted trucks, they are not getting the hours they were in the past, and that is a reduction on this as well. So the 209 is spread out across the board from contract increases plus materials and supplies.
Okay, this, I'm going to apologize to my colleagues after our discussion last night, but I don't know where else to bring this up. I guess it could be other business at a council meeting, and if you want me to, once you hear what I have to say, you can let me know if you want me to stop. We're surrounded by, for the majority, we're surrounded by Brant County and Haldeman County when it comes to people commuting and traveling. I can't begin to explain to you the social media vitriol that goes on in regards to how our roads don't compare to theirs. So what I was wondering is that I know that there's different budgets, and I know Brant has, you know, a 24-hour, I think, snowplow thing, the whole I've talked to you about it before. But I'm just wondering if this would maybe be something that you could work with our communications department and just get some of these facts out to the public and maybe help decrease some of the rumors and the silliness and the nonsense that our snowplow drivers are stupid, they don't know what they're doing, we don't care about people's safety. Obviously I can't take on a whole mass of Facebook posts as one person. So I would just like to see us be, again, I've said this over the past 6 years as being a counselor, much more proactive with our messaging and try and take control of the scenario and the narrative. So that's what I have to say.
It's good. Going to say through the chair, if I could. That's a very good question, a very good salute. Thank you for saying that. I guess what, and I think it is a good resolve to this, because every road, every municipality has to function under the minimal maintenance standards put down by the province. So Norfolk County, I can tell you, does winter control maintenance to the limits of the minimal maintenance standards. However, a municipality can choose to go over and above that. So what that is additional staffing. A lot of these municipalities will run 24/7 shifts. We do not. We have a handful of contractors that can run 24/7, but that is only 20 of the 47 routes I think we have. So it comes down to that. So I think that would be something to explain, that we're not really comparing the roads are safe to minimum maintenance standards, but you're not comparing an apple to an apple operation group, you're an apple to an orange, and that's why if you're on those roads predominantly early in the morning, that's where the other roads could be in better shape depending on the conditions. So that's something we'll definitely take up with comms and see what we can put together.
Thank you very much, Will. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I don't know if this is a question or a suggestion, but we've had some cemeteries private cemeteries that are getting shifted over to the county's responsibility in the last few years. I think there's a whole lot more of them out there. And I wonder whether it might be a good idea to start a bit of an outreach program and have us start meeting with some of those cemetery boards ahead of time and try to be proactive on sort of that we could schedule the takeover of them, because I expect one of these years we're going to get 10 at once where a bunch of boards are just giving up. And maybe it just amounts to doing coffee once in a while with some of the members of the boards and things like that. But is it worthwhile to build something like that into a budget and start an outreach program with the different private cemetery boards?
Through the chair to councillor, excellent suggestion. It was done earlier this year. The cemetery master plan should be in front of council in March of this year, and there's verbiage in there about that. We are a little unique, I think, being a upper tier and geographically, or not upper tier, single tier, geographically large municipality. Not a lot of folks, when we worked on the master plan, have dozens and dozens of cemeteries. I'll refer to Mr. Drobridge's online, his work in Tilsonburg. I think they had one large cemetery and one small, where we have dozens here. So that's a great idea, and the master plan does speak to that. So we can see what's coming over. We also have a bit of a program, call it a grant thing, where as long as a cemetery, it's been ongoing since before I stepped into community services and then ops, where as long as they can prove they need money for things like cutting grass, tree trimming and stuff, we do give small grants, and that seems to keep them at bay, that they are able to function. It's holding them off, but I worry too that someday we're going to have more of these come on board.
Councillor Duthie.
Thanks, Madam Mayor, and I will just really briefly apologize because it's not a question, but it's just sort of in response to Councillor Huffman's point, only to perhaps help, because I just asked for this. I get the same comment, and actually just this weekend I drove to Hamilton very early on Saturday morning in the snow, and people are saying, oh, our roads aren't as good as Haldeman's roads, which, by the way, was untrue. However, Mr. Hunter did an excellent presentation at a workshop a couple of months ago that I actually just asked him earlier today to send me the slides, so I'll forward them out to everybody, but some of that information might be able to be used in our comms, because it was really helpful for me to understand what the classifications of the roads were and what the minimum standards are to be able to respond to that. So I'll flip those slides over, but maybe we can use that in our comms as well.
Sure.
I've had this for years, but City of Nanticoke used to exist next to the township of Delhi, next to the town of Simcoe. So we have places like Hillcrest and St. John's where all three municipalities meet. And I don't know how many times I explained that a snowplow route takes a couple of hours to do. But if Delhi starts here and Nanticoke finishes here, then you drive off a perfectly plowed road into one that's a foot deep. And an hour later, it's the other way around. But there's different, not just different standards, there's also the timing of it. You can be at the front of the snowplow route or the end of the snowplow route. So we better get the comms working on that, right?
Any other questions? Councillor Michelli.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My question is with regard to the Port Rowan Marina. Again, I have been, over a long period of time, accumulating a pretty long list of the differences between the Port Rowan Marina and the Port Dover Marina. And, maybe just to highlight some of the, the unique features of Port Rowan that don't exist in Port Dover. And namely, in this case, in my question, Port Rowan has boathouses that are leased to residents. And to my knowledge, I don't believe Port Dover has boathouses. Is that correct?
You are correct, Councillor.
Okay. So now that we have considered this, the 25% increase in marina fees, it's been brought to my attention by some boathouse lessees that the circumstances of their lease becomes a bit of an inequitable treatment of them as customers of the marina. They already had included as part of their lease agreement, they have to pay for their own insurance, they have to pay for their own hydro. If they use open dockage, all of that is included in their fee. So they're paying these additional costs, and like many other services, their leases have increased, about according. And again, I'm not sure if this is a finance question or a question that Bill can answer. But what is the current lease rate for a boathouse in Port Rowan? And I know Janet is maybe on the line as well.
Yeah. Through the chair, I don't have that off the top of my head. I'm not sure if finance can get it, or Janet, if you're there. I do know, Councillor, they vary. The boathouses, the size, the frontage, so there can be quite a variation. Janet, have you got a ballpark for that? I also see Nikki Sloat, who lived and breathed the leases in Port Rowan for years, not the last couple of years, whether she'd want to weigh in either. But let's give Janet a minute to come up. It is a range, I know that, depending on the size.
Through the chair to Councillor Michelli, Bill is correct. It depends on the size of the water lot that we're charging, but it also comes, I haven't done the leases to the boathouses yet because we have to wait for the taxes to come in, because they all do share in the water lot taxes also.
Okay, thank you very much, Janet. So I guess my question is, Can that aspect of the fee increases for the boathouses in particular be adjusted or reviewed before we make all of that final?
I'm not sure if through the chair, I would think that would be a council decision. However, I might recommend that as billing is going out for these, Janet's doing that now. I'm not sure if it's a timely matter now. I might say it could go to the next report on the user fee and the governance and where that comes in, because we do know we're going to change the way we manage the marinas. So perhaps that's something that I don't think there's a lot can be done for 225 unless another staff member can correct me. But for 226, a different model could be looked at. It would come out through future reports.
Thinking we've already passed user fees, right? So that's a next year without a reconsideration. That part of the budget's done. Yeah. Treasurer? Yep, sure.
Yeah, so through the chair to Councillor Michelli, so the user fee bylaw was passed, and that part was ratified by council late last year. So I think without a reconsideration, I don't know that we can amend those fees at this point, unless the clerk can direct me procedurally if that's different than my understanding.
Through you, Mayor Martin, I think it would be a reconsideration, so.
Madam Chair, is that something that I could initiate right now?
I don't know, because we're in a separate budget. This is the user fee part of the budget that he's...
I'm sorry to ask these hard questions.
Councillor Van Passen.
Just as a point of order, that is a council decision. We're sitting as a budget committee, so at the next council meeting, if the councillor wants to bring forth a notice of reconsideration, I'd be happy to look at it, but not vote for it.
Councillor Michelli?
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Councillor Van Andrieschi.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a point of clarification. Bill, in Port Rowan, the boat houses are owned by the property, by those who rent, but they own the building themselves. That's why they pay property taxes on that building. We don't lease them that building. They own that building.
Madam Chair, yeah, you're correct.
Absolutely.
Councilor. It's the water lease that they pay
all
on.
they're paying for is a water lease. They own their building and they have to pay property taxes on that building, because I remember, because I was there, at one point in time we wanted to tear them all down, but then the controversy started and the pressure was there, and no way, they get to keep it. So I did remember that they do own their own building on top.
You're correct. Any maintenance or building permits they need, they have to take out as an individual owner.
Okay, let's try to get back on track here. Councillor Van Passen.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. In a subdivision, when you got a ditch out front and you want it filled in and you want to put piping in there, we've been known to do that as a local improvement, and then it gets added to the tax bill, and everybody who lives on that street pays for it. When people rent water lots from us and we go do $410,000 in dredging, is that a local improvement that we just bill to the people who rent the docks and rent the water lots? Does that work both ways, underwater and above?
Maybe a hypothetical? Can we get back on track to budget? Point taken. Okay. Are there any other questions for Mr. Cridlin, Ops? Or sorry, Community, yes, Ops. All right, let's move along to Mr. Sloan, Community Development, page 267 to 295.
Thank you and good afternoon. So through the chair to committee, on the next slide for community development, today we have our Director of Recreation, Nikki Sloat, is here, along with our Director of Building and Chief Building Official, Fritz Enslin, and introducing our new Director of Planning, Bowden Winnicky, is here as well. And unfortunately, Melissa and John are unable to be with us today, but we do have a few staff that are online as well. So on the next slide, regarding our 2024 successes, Norfolk continues to have a significant increase in transit ridership in 2024. So far, we're at a 108% increase in ridership since 2022. and with the shift to our on-demand service. Our economic development team is out there directly engaging and supporting our businesses, which you heard a comprehensive update in December as part of the strategy priorities report. Our recreation programs are seeing continued surge of participants throughout 2024 with over a 50% increase. And our museums and archives have also seen about a 20% increase in visitors and programs in 2024, along with 56% increase in volunteer hours. On the development side, the planning team processed over 300 development applications and had almost a perfect record of adhering to the legislated timelines. For building, process improvements and the staff efforts have seen 1,100 building permits in 2024 that were processed, and with an average of about 2.5 days review time for complete applications for building permits, with a total of over $230 million in construction value last year. So we had another big year. We also had a good, successful Norfolk Community Days. We undertook the Refresh Community Grant Program. We hosted a development industry session, and we created the new community-led initiative guidelines, along with many other initiatives. A few highlights for 2025 on the next slide. Our master recreation plan is coming forward shortly for consideration. We're taking action on the 2025 priorities for implementing the economic development strategy. From planning, we're proceeding with our provincial planning statement conformity update that you received a report in December on. And we are now finally beginning the community plans for Delhi, Waterford, and Simcoe that will have more info on that process for council and the public in the next 2 or 3 months. Building in their review of applications in 2024 is implementing the new building code that took effect on January the 1st, and is doing some additional outreach with our industry and applicants. We're also looking forward to Community Days in June of this year, followed by the 100th anniversary of the Carillon Tower celebration on June 17th. And on our next slide, on the major budget drivers, the overall number for our division is more of a one-time occurrence. It's driven by the council-approved initiatives, including the capital budget levy impacts of about $1 million, shown as infrastructure funding, which accounts for most of our change this year. Our overall base budget increase for 2025 is 1.9%. However, given the scale of our budget, a big portion of that is actually a one-time correction of a consultant service line item. So the bottom line is that our 6 departments were able to keep a combined total of a $31,000 increase, or about 0.5% for 2025. Just of note, the increase for fees and services charges shows as an increase, but that's increase on the projected revenue side for our recreation and development applications. And we have no new budget initiatives. And just wanted to thank our directors, departments, divisional coordinator, and finance for their efforts in putting together the budget.
Thank you very much. Questions from Budget Committee to Mr. Sloan? All right. Thank you very much. Councillor Brutton.
I'm sorry. Yeah, my question, Mayor Martin, if I may, through to Brandon, is, Brandon, how many planners do we have on staff now?
Through the chair, we have 5 development planning positions, and they are now all full. Plus, we also have a policy planning project lead position as well that we're recruiting for.
Now, do we have a director of planning? Is that one of the 5?
We now have a director of planning. Bowden is here, who has just started within the last few days. We're currently recruiting for a supervisor of development and our project lead.
Welcome. Thank you.
Councillor Van Passen.
And can I ask the same question of building department? Have we got all the chairs full there as well?
Through the chair, currently we have 2 permanent positions that are temporarily vacant that we're hoping the incumbents are returning in the next 3 to 6 months, and we're finding some ways to manage with that as it relates to some of our frontline services. And we have 1 permanent inspector position that is currently vacant, but we do have a new inspector that is starting next week.
Councillor Brutton.
I'm jumping around, Mayor Martin, but I'm on to recreation, and I know Nikki's sitting patiently here, but Couple of things. One, if I may, through you, Mayor Martin, is that I frequent these arenas quite often, and I'm sure, Nikki, you probably know about it, but there's a lot of vacant ice that I see not used, and it would appear to me to be at prime time at times. I don't know what the long-term plan for that is, but that's one of my definite concerns. And the other one is, if maybe some of you have read where I think it starts next year, where they call it open borders, and I have a great concern about where that might take us to, where they minor hockey organizations all over, there's going to be no restrictions on where people can play. And I have a great concern with that. If we have, say, a team here that's trying to be whatever, the best team in the area, that all the kids playing here may not be from Norfolk County. So there's two parts to that. If you could maybe give me your insight.
Through you, the chair, to Councillor Brenton. Yes, we are experiencing, sorry. Yes, we are experiencing some unused ice. We're getting some of the groups who aren't returning their ice now that we've got the 7-day cancellation. If it's within that, they haven't been returning it because they are trying to use it and spread it out amongst the other organizations themselves. Our facility booking clerk just had a conversation with one of our groups in regards to that, and they understand that if they send the ice back to us, if we can resell it on their behalf, we will certainly give them their cancellation fee back as well. So if they are returning it outside of that 7-day clause, there's a cancellation fee that's applied, which is the same cost as the ice. So if they're outside of that 7-day and they find that they can't use the ice, they're just keeping it and letting it sit and having a no-show. So we do have use and wants from the public for those prime ice. So what we are working with the groups now is to try to make sure that they are returning it. If we resell it, if our facility booking clerk is successful in reselling it, that we would credit them back for their cancellation fee because we'd be getting our money anyway.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry. Part 2, recreation without borders, or without borders in minor hockey. I think that will all have to be dealt with the ice allocation policy. So as long as our ice allocation policy can incorporate some form of rules, criteria around the new rules with OMHA and how that works, we may be able to help nip some of that in the bud, but those are all discussions that we're going to have to continue to have as this whole new system progresses.
Too early to ask then.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
Councillor Bandridge.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair, and through you, again, it's to Nikki. I've been getting complaints about how people can't, I apologize, can't access ice. They're not able to be able to rent the ice, say on a weekend, no one's around, can't get it. Are we looking at any betterment of saying that, and I know you could come here to Simcoe to the recreation center, but I mean, if you're in an outskirts area, you're not going to come up here. That the arena is open, the facilities gentleman is there, or whoever's running it. Can they, a process of them being able to go to them and booking that ice? We used to have that system and it worked well. And we're losing ice rentals because of it.
Through the chair to Councillor Van Indrishi. Yeah, we haven't heard any complaints from people, and if there is some, please send them our way, because I think a lot of it is a lack of communication and our information's not getting out. So we are working with communications to increase information on our website, as well as do some campaigns to get the information out to the public, because we do have staff working in facility booking, customer service, Saturdays, Sundays, Friday evenings, and those bookings can happen by a phone call. It's just a phone call to the recreation center. The difficulty on the online booking system right now. No, and I know exactly what the issue is, Linda. I think the extension has been advertised as the 1016 extension number, which is the facility booking, and that facility booking one goes to voicemail. The customer service staff at the 2233 extension number is the number people should be calling on the weekends. So it's the information that's out in the public and the way, so we are working with comms to make sure that that's updated we've got the new release for the website at the end of the month, and we're going to have a whole new campaign on there explaining how to book ice on the weekends and everything. Yeah.
Community development questions. All right, thank you very much. We'll go back over to finance staff for section 4, debt and reserve related impacts.
Through the mayor to council, the intention with these last two sections is just if there are questions, we're here to help, but otherwise there's no presentation.
Okay. All right, questions then on page 299 to 320. Councillor Van Passen.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. On page 303, when I first got on council a few years ago, I thought they run out of black ink and everything in this page was printed in red. And I see now we've only got the one line in there that is going to be red in 2025. So we're making some headway, I think.
Unless we've ran out of red ink. Any other questions? Take a moment. I see lots of flipping still, so just take your time. And Councillor Michelli?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Just while everybody's flipping through, I think I just want to, continue with Councillor Van Passen's comment. I really think that over the past 5-6 years that council has really kept their foot on the pedal with regard to these reserve accounts. I think I recall the sort of the start year that Councillor Van Passen's referring to. I believe we had a roads reserve that was $13 million in deficit. Not exactly sure how you could even have called that a reserve account, and now we're in the black. So great job by council and staff.
All right, final call on the section 4 reserves and debt. We can move on to section 5, has supplementary information. This is new budget initiatives on page 321. Finance, how would you like us to tackle this? Just remind me, these are included? They're included. So if there's something that council doesn't want from an NBI, it needs to be pulled out and removed. Understood. Go ahead, Councillor Brunton.
Oh, we're waiting for finance. I guess and I asked this question earlier to finance with the Erie Board, proper name, Erie Health Board.
Grand Erie Public Health.
Yeah, Grand Erie Public Health, and the implications with all the other departments that are going to be involved in that. And we haven't seen the breakdown of that yet, but I'm looking at page 325, where it says Health and Social Services to start with. I assume in that where it tells us the number of employees, etc., that those figures will change, as will some of the other departments like finance and so forth, because the way it was described to me was it goes through the whole organization with some of these people. Am I correct? On a part-time or hourly basis?
Through the chair, that's correct. So there are a number of staff across the organization, who spend small parts of their day, like myself, providing services to the health unit, and more information will come back to council at a later date on that. But there is funding for a transitionary period of time to allow council time and allow staff time to evaluate what that looks like.
Okay, well, I guess what I'm getting at here is sometime we will see where these reductions are, I assume. And I guess to me, I'm looking at, like, if we wanted to add full-time staff, it'd be nice to know when some of these people may be removed from the system, I guess. I'm trying to see how can we balance it out. And I'm wondering, do you see any kind of timeline in 2025 where we will see any, I realize the funding's there, but will we see any kind of staffing report?
Through the chair, I'm going to defer that question to Ms. Van Dyke.
Okay.
And I'm also going to jump in. I also want to be careful talking about positions and portions of positions that we know. So go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Through you to council. As Ms. Fanning said, there will be further information coming to council regarding services that have been historically provided and are continuing to be provided on an interim basis to public health, and staff's plan for the transition period around how we will identify what changes in county service levels are provided given the merger of the health unit and the creation of Grand Dairy Public Health. The transition period, there is, as Ms. Fanning said, there is funding available. So we do have a transition period, but council will definitely see more detailed information about what that transition period can look like and how we will make those kinds of service level assessments and bring that information forward to council through the transition period while the funding is available from the province.
I'm looking for a timing. Is there any possibility of timing on that, when we might see that?
So, Madam Mayor, through you to council, we are endeavoring that the initial report about the service levels will be in Q1 of 2025.
Thank you.
Okay, we're on page 321, NBIs. They are all included, they're all moving forward unless someone withdraws one. Final call for this page. Councilor Brunton, I would like to switch the chair with you and draw and bring out one for debate.
Okay, we'll deal with page 321.
Please. If I could, through you, Mr. Chair, I'm not sold on the realty services specialist. I just got a lot of, not a lot. We have a good team. I know that they work hard, but this position isn't a big sell for me. I also would like to see some of our staff focusing on the work that this position could bring on through easements and encroachments and offloading some of the surplus to other local partners to, not use other realtors locally for more of the work that we have. I'm just not convinced that one permanent, one temporary, and one generalist, along with one full-time realty services specialist, is the direction I want to take realty services within the municipality. So I'd like to remove that one if there's interest of committee.
Would you like to, would committee like to vote on each one as we go through it? Sorry, Councillor Van.
I'm not there yet for breaking them up, but I'd like to talk about the one we're talking about, the realty one. Are we okay with that? I'd just like a little clarification then with the proposed.
Sorry.
Oh,
Is the mayor making that a motion and then get a
Yes.
seconder and then we'll talk about it?
Yes, thank you.
If there's no
Okay, all right.
seconder, it's done, right?
Okay, Mayor, she's made the motion. I want a seconder. Councillor Michele. Okay, make that down here. Okay.
May
Any
I-
more discussion on that particular motion? Councillor Van Arishi.
thank you very much. I'd just like to get into the meat and potatoes of this one here. So what we're saying is that we wouldn't have a realty specialist, and we would look to more local realtors. And how would we go about, I guess you could put it on MLS and it would be everybody, but at the end of the day, picking one realtor over another realtor is my concern. If you have a thought on that, if I can.
Sure, through you,
How can I
Mr. Chair,
direct that?
if I may, I'm in support of keeping the exact team we have already. I don't want to add the additional role. We do have an internal roster already established with local realty services. So, yeah, my intent would be to just not add. I don't want to change the current service level. I don't want to add to it, if that helps.
Okay. Councillor Duthie and then Councillor Van Passen.
Thanks, Acting Chair. Through you, I will agree that this one was sort of iffy on my list, but because it came in at as part of our budget at 4%, I was more okay with it. But I wonder if maybe the CAO might comment in that there are a number of competing priorities and a large number of competing requests from each of the different divisions, specifically for NBIs and new FTEs. If you can give me a sense of sort of the discussion and why this really was prioritized.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I can certainly start, and Heidi can add to this. When it was brought up at SLT, this was in response to several blind spots that we have as a county right now. We don't have a central repository for things like leases. We don't have a resource that manages all of our leases, ensures that when leases are coming up for renewal that we're on top of them so that they don't go into month-to-month situations. We're talking about things such as encroachments as well, which right now is handled through our clerk's department and handled well, but not probably the appropriate place to be handled. There was identified quite a body of work that we currently do not have a dedicated resource to handle that, and it's often being handled as sort of additional work for people throughout. We've got a lot of capital projects, whether they're road widenings and other things that require a lot of work from our real estate folks to get deeds properly done, easements, encroachments, things of that sort. So there is a huge body of work that right now we are, as a county, stumbling along to get things done. We thought that this was something that is quite a high priority, and you will, if you recall, when the presentation was started earlier today, there was somewhere of $5 million worth of asks or upwards of that in terms of NBIs. And when we went through corporate priorities, specifically looking at some of our red flag items, things that we desperately need, this was one of the items that came up to the top of the list as a priority item that we need as a corporation. And I can certainly let General Manager Van Dyke add to that.
Thank you, Mr. CAO, and through the mayor to Councillor Duthie. We do have a roster of realty brokers that we procured through an RFP process, and we use those brokers when we have larger parcels of land to sell through the MLS process. And council has seen the results of some of that over this year through the county land process. We have, aside from that, when it comes to selling of land, we have regular requests that come from adjacent landowners to buy parcels of county land that is adjacent to their land, or sections of unopened road allowance. We have seen some of those over the last few years that help facilitate developments. That process the process to get appraisals, to do title searches, to get reference plans when we require them, to bring those reports forward to council, to go through the surplus land disposition, the declaration and disposition process. That is all done by staff. And so when we use a broker, we use that for the sale process for the larger parcels. But there continues to be a body of work internally that needs to be done by municipal staff in order to move that process, that legislated process forward, so that we can have parcels that we can sell. And then, as the CAO said, on an ongoing basis, Realty works with internal departments, notably the planning department, related to some of their Realty needs in order to process development applications. That is becoming a bigger body of work for the Realty team. And then we have this area corporately related to encroachments, easements, and leases, all of which we believe could be revenue sources if we had the FTEs to be able to centralize and do that work in a comprehensive fashion. So right now with the team we have, we're doing the best we can to prioritize the work and get it done as we can. If we had additional work, we could do it in a more centralized and comprehensive fashion and generate more revenue for the county land reserve.
Okay, next, Councillor Van Passen first.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, I think Heidi just explained that rather well. Like, this position really has nothing to do with the real estate end of it. It's to get everything prepped for that. And we have one part-time that's doing a specific job that's going to be gone by September. I know I've got a few farmers that have talked to me that they've asked to buy an unopened road allowance, and they're told it's going to be 3 or 4 years before they can even look at that file. Got encroachments in Turkey Point, that blatant ones that have been at least 1.5 years, 2 years, and nothing's been done yet. Recently, it cost this county about $500,000 that we didn't get around to getting a real estate deal done on Marburg Road, and then a tree fell on a bridge, and now we got to take the bridge out and fix it. We could have sold that if we'd have just got to it in time. I think there is a need to get caught up. We're 25 years behind what we should be on a bunch of these things, and 200 years on some more. Let's get all these little extra bits and pieces done and gone, and hire this person, get it caught up, and get it done, right? Either that or the one that we had was a really good worker, and it need two people to replace her, right? So,
Okay, I have Mayor Martin.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. So I actually completely disagree. So there's no excuse for being 4 years behind on the Marburg Road. That's not way too busy, can't get to it. That is that other competing priorities, and council probably didn't encourage it. So that's not that one staff member is going to come in and get us caught up. So yeah, exactly. And then, don't get me wrong, I know that all departments could use staff. I'm not arguing the merits of beefing up various departments to support our team. I know that they're all worthy, but just because we have a 4% increase, it doesn't mean that doesn't carry over on the next year and the next year, because that position is there going forward. I would expect our CAO to say that. I would expect our general manager to say that. Those are compelling arguments, but I did hear that a lot of this work is facilitating developments, and a lot of this work is facilitating the planning department. And so to that, I would say these should be paid for by development charges, not the general levy where the taxpayers are paying to expedite road closures to help a planning file along or a development file along. So again, it's not that there isn't merit in bringing this person on and those arguments aren't valid. It's that just because we're at a 4% this year doesn't mean that we won't be facing budgetary pressures in years to come. And this is not a required FTE I just don't feel compelled to add an additional FTE to this particular department right now.
Thank you, Chair Brunton. My question is, will this person assist at all with the land monetization that seems to be creeping along?
So, Madam Mayor, through you to Councillor Huffman, certainly that the County Land Review project will continue to be a project as long as we have, we'll be bringing a report forward this year to get direction from council on the next batch of properties, and depending on the direction we get, then we will move that forward.
You second that, Councilor Michelli?
I did, yeah.
Yeah, okay, I'm going to call the motion on that. If there's no further questions, all those in favor in removing this one? Okay. That's,
What are we voting like
no,
sequentially?
yeah, I did too, but, so that didn't carry. Okay, so back to you, Mayor.
All right, thanks very much. I think we're moving along then. Item
No, it didn't.
Okay.
Page 322 is the council-approved initiatives. I can't imagine there's anything there to dig into. Page
Sorry,
three.
I just have a question.
Sure.
Sorry, I'm sorry, Chair, to interrupt you. So did we essentially just approve all those other ones as well as we did this? Or we,
Unless you pull them out. It's not
okay,
approved
that's-
yet, but
Okay, but that's at the end, we don't have to discuss the rest of them, like those ones are sort of, we are agreeing that by the end, okay. That's why I
Yeah.
make sure I'm, okay.
I would agree. Consensus, right?
Yep.
Okay. Page 323 to 326, full-time equivalent guide and report on the pages. Page 327 is a rundown on injured departmental charges through to 329. Councillor Brunton.
Yeah, I did. Turn it on there, sorry. My question is, we all those positions we just passed, I think it added up to 1.2 million, we'll say. Is that, with the exception, I assume, of paramedics, I assume there'd be some funding in there, those positions, but are we, that's another 1% we're adding to the tax levy, am I right on that?
No, that's all, these are already included.
They are included? Okay, thank you very much. Thank you.
Page 331 to 339, provincial and federal cost share breakdowns on programs. Variance report information on page 341. Proposed BIA budgets, page 343 to 346. Nothing? Councillor Duthie.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. It's just a question. When do you anticipate that we'll return to the discretionary items?
Next.
Perfect.
Item 5.2.
Love being on the ball.
All right, final call on the above-mentioned items. Essentially page 322 to 346. All right, I will turn it back over to our finance team. We're on section 5.2 of the agenda. That is proposed 2025 operating budget discretionary items.
Thank you, Mayor Martin. I'll be very brief with this one. This report is before you today to provide additional information on the 7 discretionary items that we've mentioned earlier today. These are typically requests that come throughout the year and have been referred to budget deliberations. As such, we're seeking specific direction on each as to whether they be included or excluded from the budget. The specific items include the North Shore Resilience Project, the net levy contribution from the Marinas, NBIs from the Norfolk County Public Library, an additional increase for Haldeman Norfolk Housing Corp., and direction on continued membership with SCORE. These items are currently not included in the budget as presented, aside from the SCORE membership, which would have a 2026 impact if there is a change in direction there. So all others would increase the levy if they are approved. And with that, I will pass it back to you.
Okay, so let's handle this with direction or a motion, a mover and a seconder, to add one of those items. Councillor Duthie.
Sorry, just once, let me get on the right page here. Thanks, Madam Mayor. I would like to ensure that we have the SCORE membership included, so I would make that motion.
Okay, seconded by Councillor Berry. Discussion and debate. Included. So it's yeah, so it would, true, that is the only one because it serves as a 1-year notice period to opt out. So we would be a member this year and we will not be serving our notice. Okay, so let's vote on it anyways. We're continuing with our membership. All in favor? Great. Any other items? Councillor Berry.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I guess I have to move the Marina's levy offset. So my motion is to remove it, I suppose, and redirect that surplus into the Marina reserves. I guess that's the motion.
Okay, yep, understood. Is there a seconder for that motion? Councillor Michelli, and I'll open it up for debate. Councillor Berry.
Thank you, Mayor. So I guess my point on this is we've done a lot of work on it. By it, I mean the Marina issue. We've passed as much information as we can along to the community, whether it's being received as we intended or not. Discussion for another day, I suppose. But the bottom line here is that we are raising fees and passing along some of those costs to the boaters, and I feel like, we should be making sure that the money that the Marina does generate is returned to make sure that we can pay for those extensive capital costs in the future. So we're looking at about 14 million-ish last time we heard. We are not going to be able to generate enough revenue, I don't think, without diverting the surplus to the reserves to ever make $14 million. So I feel like if we're going to be serious about making the Marina work, that we have to do this.
Okay. Councillor Michelli, then Van Passen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I would just want to add to what Councillor Berry said, but perhaps on a much smaller scale regarding Port Rowan, but similar vein of thought. Thank you.
Councillor Van Passen.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Had this argument for many, many years. They keep telling me that the Marina makes all these profits and then the county takes some. And I remind everyone that if that Marina was owned by the private sector, it would be paying a thing called property taxes. And since we don't get property taxes because we own it, yes, we take part of the profit and we apply that to the general revenues of the county, just like we would with property taxes. So I have a problem with just allocating all of it over into its own reserve. And I know I bounced this idea off people before. Maybe we should get MPAC down and have it assessed and then just pretend that it pays property taxes and take that amount of money out of the profits first, and that goes into general revenues of the county, and the full remainder, then it wouldn't be an arbitrary number that we just take. It would be the equivalent of what the property taxes on that parcel of land would be putting towards the county's revenues. Because, I hate to see an extra couple $100,000 get put in the Marina Reserve, but then we're going to take levy dollars and we're going to do $410,000 worth of dredging on another marina property that we own. But it's okay for the taxpayers to pay for that to benefit the marina owners, but there's no way that a marina can benefit the rest of the taxpayers. It can't work both ways. So let's figure out a way that both sides get a fair shake on this deal.
Councillor Michelli? Then Brenton.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, I certainly see Councillor Van Passen's rationale and his logic there. I am, just a bit curious what we would do in the event that a marina loses money. Will they get to pay a reduced portion of that tax levy?
Well, they pay the same taxes. If a business loses money, they still pay it. Build it into your business model.
Councillor Brunton, Huffman, Berry.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Martin. Could I know we're having a further report come forward with on the marina? Could that idea be looked at by the in that report? Is that out of line to ask for that?
Through you, Madam Chair. No, it's not out of line. I think, in fact, we've had several discussions around this table in regards to, and I'm going to call it something different. I don't want to call it a profit because it's not a profit. It's an operating surplus, a budgetary operating surplus. Profit would imply that there's not other costs. What we're talking about is simply an operating surplus at the end of each year. So we've had that discussion about an operating surplus and what we were going to do with it. There had been discussions, if you recall, around this table when we were discussing about the future marina ownership and operations, whether that surplus should be, any surplus should go towards the Marina Reserve or whether it should continue to subsidize taxes. So that was always going to be a discussion that this council was going to have later on when the report comes back to council for consideration in regards to the future of the marina and the business case and the governance model that's going to be proposed. I would say the following as for Councillor Berry's motion is that if there is a desire to have an operating model that makes the most sense for this marina to stay operational and viable, it starts with increasing the fees, which I think council has already done, and to be clear, council's approved a 1-year increase to fees. Council has not approved 25% a year for the next 4 years, as I think was mentioned earlier today. That was not the case. Council's approved 25% for 1 year. It's a bridge increase so that when we put together a business case and an operating model, we will evaluate whether that increase makes sense or not when we look at all of the capital costs and what it's going to take to operate that marina correctly. So I would say that if it's this council's desire to have a marina under its ownership, that we should do everything we can to make it as viable as possible, and that would include, if there are any operating surpluses, to go into a reserve to offset future capital costs. So that would be my recommendation to this council.
Councillor Huffman.
Thank you, Chair Martin. I just wanted to add my support to Councillor Berry's motion. I think that we've made it clear that I know that there was an increase in the fees. We were trying to get more. I know that there's some high end, some low end, and in the middle kind of thing, but we were trying to make sure that we were competitive because we didn't want to undercut local businesses. But I think we've made a commitment to the marinas, and I think it's only right that we do put some money into it. We've got some, not just capital repairs there, we just have some amenities that need to be updated and fixed and some tender loving care. So I will be supporting his motion.
Councillor Berry.
Thanks, Mayor. I guess I want to, yeah. We hear if all the time, and I understand if it was privately owned, it would be paying taxes, yes. However, if for the last 20 years the surpluses weren't coming out, entirely and had got into a reserve, then we wouldn't be in this mess. So we can play if all day, and it doesn't really change anything. We can only look at what is, and what is that there's a massive debt, and we've decided to keep the marina, we've decided to keep it operational. I know, and I'm pretty sure that last I spoke to Amy Fanning, and you can tell me, I can feel you burning, wanting to tell us what the tax value would be. It's $92,000, right?
Through the chair, the best estimate that staff had last year, $98,100 for Port Dover.
90,000?
98,100.
98, so it's 98,000. You told me 92, but whatever. You probably didn't. Yeah, it went up, that's right. So 98,000. So whether we collect 98,000 in tax, and that offsets the levy, or we put the 98,000 in the reserve, and that offsets the capital costs we're facing, it all comes from the same pot. Eventually it trickles down, right? So whether we fix those things sooner because the 98,000 went there, or those debts project longer and longer and longer, it ends up being the same. It still has to be fixed if we're going to keep the marina in business. And I think we've decided that we are going to keep it in business. So why extend the projection? I don't see it. So anyways, that's sort of my addition, is that I'm looking at what is, and it's a mess. And here's an opportunity to get out of that mess faster.
Councillor Michelli.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Councillor Berry's point has, of course, created my curiosity if I can get the figure for Port Rowan.
Through the chair, that would be 11,200.
Okay, I'm going to call the question, but I will, Councillor Van Passen.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Did we, as a council, agree that we're keeping both the marinas, and don't we run them together? So if this money goes into strictly Marina Capital Reserve, should the fixing and the dredging and the repairs in Port Rowan, can that money get paid for out of the Marina Reserve? Again, you shouldn't be able to have it both ways. And if we want to keep all the operating surpluses, because they've got us even calling things profits when they're not, they're operating surpluses from one area, and that should pay for an operating loss or a shortfall in another area. So, I'll agree to move all of the operating surplus into the Marina reserves as long as we're going to pay for the repairs to the marinas out of the Marina's reserves. So can I get some guarantee that that will happen?
Comment from staff, please.
You, Madam Chair, I can certainly start. I would say that is the goal. So council's direction was to retain ownership of the marinas, both. And part of what staff are coming back with is some recommendations on an operating model that will hopefully make the arenas self-sustainable and not require a subsidization from the tax levy. So what that means is looking at all expenses, including the dredging, capital requirements, and everything else, looking at the revenues that are generated, looking at potential additional revenue opportunities to make the marinas a sustainable, self-sustained business. And that's what we're coming back to council with those ideas to try to get there. That does not mean that there won't be additional marina user fee increases. We don't know what that looks like. It's premature to say that yet. But what it means is that we will be back with a model that hopefully captures every capital cost to be funded out of marina revenues that will be put in a reserve, so that eventually we get to a cycle where those fees pay for the costs, both operating and capital, and that's what we're endeavoring to do through the help of community input and all of you around this table, and looking for other benchmarks and other operations for marine operations to try to get there. And so that's what we're coming back to council later this year with, those recommendations in that report. As far as the question about the dredging, it's in our capital budget now. As I think you heard from Mr. Cridland, when an assessment is done of the water levels this year, we will make a determination if that project is required to proceed this year or not. And hopefully that'll be in conjunction with some recommendations on how to pay for those capital costs and the dredging for those marinas.
Okay, I'm going to prepare to call the question, but I would like to provide my comments. Oh, sorry. Please go ahead. I forgot.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm just going to say that I will support the motion if it is, as was indicated by the CEO, that they are incorporated as one. When we say the words marinas, it incorporates the two.
Okay. So we've made a commitment to retain public ownership. That has been very clear despite how the public wants to frame or shape it. We've also increased by 25% the user fees this year, and while some may call that steep, there is a difference between profit and operating surplus, and we've spent the entirety of the day talking about essential services, core services, adding paramedics, adding legislative staff to stormwater retention, OPP budget increases. Those are and infrastructure. Those are things that are non-negotiable. So when we look at something like recreational boating, I really take these fees and increases, as I know the rest of you do, seriously while balancing the budget for the residents of Norfolk. I think it's also important to note that while the surplus dollars were sent to the various county initiatives over the years, and that fluctuated over the years. Specifically in 2020, we sat down and had a discussion about it. And I think it's important to remind everyone that council has to take a holistic view in everything we do. And that happened in 2020. There were over 20 terminations at Norfolk County Council in that year. We closed a museum, we closed an arena, we closed an administrative building. There were countless things on the go, as Councillor Van Passen noted, with the reserves to try and rebound Norfolk County's financial position. So while those dollars were moved here and not there, council needs to be given some slack, I suppose, for the rebound on the financial situation and what was happening in that day, in that time, in that moment. So I am in full support of this motion. Let's move the dollars back over and take another step towards ensuring a sustainable marina for many, many, many years. And hopefully eventually we get to a spot where it can pay for all of the capital repairs and generate a revenue for the taxpayers of Norfolk County, because that's not such a bad story after all. So thanks, Councillor Berry, for bringing this forward, and let's not beat ourselves up over what has happened, because we're always juggling many, many priorities, and the priorities of the day, they could change tomorrow, next year, and so on and so forth. So I will call the question. All in favor of the, are we including or excluding? In the, I'm getting tired here. In the exclusion of the net levy contribution from the marinas. Okay? Meaning they're going to their own marina reserve. All in favor? That's carried unanimously. No, I apologize. Any opposed? It is not carried unanimously, but it does pass. Any other discretionary items? Councillor Michelli.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would like to include the North Shore Resilience Project in this budget. I believe it's $25,000. I think the commitment was for 4 years. I think this is a project, and I know we've discussed this project before, that is well worth while. It is going to make a huge difference and impact on the shoreline of Norfolk County with regard to Lake Erie, and also some of the other habitats that it impacts. So I think it's a very valuable program.
Okay, is there a seconder for that motion? Okay. Go ahead, please.
Okay, sorry, Chair Martin. I'm just looking at the screen, and there's the recommendations. So we have to pull each one separately to put it in.
Include them. They are not included right now, and then we will pass a motion for whatever is left over to exclude it so that staff has direction.
To exclude it. Okay, gotcha.
So this motion from Councillor Michelli is to include in the budget $25,000 per year for 4 years until 2029 for the North Shore Resiliency Project.
Okay, okay, thank you.
Councillor Van Passen.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I am going to do something I shouldn't be doing, but I will second the motion only because I sit on the Sustainability Committee who had made recommendation to this council in full support of this entire project, and we're kind of mad already that council didn't get around to cutting these people a check already. So I will second Councillor Michelle's motion, and at least that'll allow the discussion to start. So.
Appreciated. Discussion from any other members of council. Councillor Vanden Driesch.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through you, I think this is a worthwhile project. It does help to maintain the shoreline and give property owners opportunities as well to be able to work with saving their shoreline. So, I've lived along the lake shore and I've watched property go into the lake. So it is good to see this, and I think we should be supporting this item. Thank you.
Any other debate? I, conveniently enough, had a meeting with the team yesterday and was educated on this program that I don't know that I would have supported it if it wasn't for the supplementary information I received. Of this program, we'd be making a $100,000 contribution, and we'll be receiving a ROI of roughly $900,000, with Norfolk County receiving most of the benefits of the North Shore Resiliency Project. And Norfolk County is home to some of the fastest eroding shorelines in along the lake, with 3 to 4 meters eroding each year in some places, which is actually quite unprecedented. So I will be supporting the motion. Councillor Michele.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and yes, I was going to add that as well, but also this project is of extreme importance to those people who are living in the areas of Port Rowan and Long Point and along Cove Road and those areas west of Long Point as well. So very important project.
All in favor to include North Shore Resiliency Project funding from 2025 to 2029 in the levy operating budget? That was carried unanimously. Thank you. Back over to Budget Committee for any other items. Councillor Huffman.
Thank you, Mayor Martin. I don't know why I was thinking that we were leaving them in and we had to pull them if we wanted them out. So anyways, I would be remiss to say that I think it's very important that we look at the additional 4% increase for the HNHC funding in the 2025 levy operating budget. As we know, we are experiencing, not just in Haldeman, Norfolk, and Norfolk in particular, because that's who we represent at the table, an increase in homelessness. It is a provincial issue. We need to do what we can to make sure that we provide opportunities for our most vulnerable citizens. I think HNHC has done an exemplary job of coming to council, being very transparent with what they're doing. They're very proactive. They work with a very lean team and do a phenomenal job with what they've got. I think in these times, 4% increase for the HNHC is absolutely appropriate, and I will be supporting that.
Is there a seconder for that motion? Councillor Columbus. Debate and discussion. I'll call the question. All in favor? Carried unanimously. Thank you. All right. If that's it, I would be looking for a mover and a seconder to take the remaining items and exclude them from the 2025 levy operating. Councillor Van Passen moves, seconded by Councillor Vanden Driesch. Debate, discussion, all in favor? That's carried. Thank you. Staff, are we needing a couple minutes to get organized? Okay, so why you start that, and I will give one final call to any members of councilors, any members of council to backtrack on anything, and then we can take a 5-minute break. Is there any page you've missed? Any department? No, I'm not seeing anything. Okay, let's come back at 3:30. It's 3:21, 3:30. County take over the next 4 years and beyond. A direction that builds on our strengths and sets a strong foundation in place for future generations. We looked outward to the people of Norfolk for input. We listened to you, the valued members of our community, from our sandy lake shores, our vibrant downtowns, our picturesque countryside, and our bountiful farmland. We engaged leaders from local businesses and community agencies. We gathered ideas from our team across the county. Based on what we've heard, we created Our Future Norfolk, a set of priorities that focuses on 5 key areas: empowering Norfolk, building Norfolk, connecting Norfolk, serving Norfolk, and sustaining Norfolk. These priorities, along with the initiatives and activities that drive them, will guide council and staff as we work together to serve you and all of the members of our community over the next 4 years. On behalf of Norfolk County Council and staff, we invite you to check out our website at norfolkcounty.ca/Our Future Norfolk and return frequently to learn more about our path to a vibrant and strong future for all of us, now and in the years to come.
Hi, I am Mohammed from Norfolk County Planning Department. We get a lot of questions at the Planning Department, and this video series will answer some of those. The first big question is, what is the official plan? Norfolk County's official plan describes Council's policy on how lands in our community should be used, managed, and developed. It is prepared with community input and helps to ensure the future planning and development will meet the specific needs of our community. An official plan includes issues such as where new housing, industry, offices, and shops will be located, and what services like roads, water mains, sewers, parks, and schools will be needed. It also defines when and in what order our community will grow and outlines community improvement initiatives. The official plan is approved by the Ministry of Municipal Affairs and Housing in Ontario. The current official plan was adopted in 2016 with a goal to manage the growth of this county for the next 20 years. Residents can see Norfolk County official plan on our website at norfolkcounty.ca/official plan. What is a secondary plan? A secondary plan is a more detailed policy document embedded within the official plan to address the growth and development issues unique to a specific area of the county. For example, the lakeshore area in Norfolk County or a particular urban area with defined characteristics can be a secondary plan. As I mentioned, it is a more detailed policy document. It provides directions on where future development will occur with a guideline on density, road access, infrastructure services, different building types, building heights, or even design guidelines that are compatible to that specific area. In Norfolk County, there is only one secondary plan at this moment, which is the Lakeshore Special Policy Area Secondary Plan. The Port Dover Secondary Plan would be the second plan the county is working on at this moment. What does the land use designation of a property mean? Norfolk County's official plan also identifies how individual land or a group of lands will be used, and this is done by the land use designation. In Norfolk County, a lot of lands have been designated as agricultural. Some areas have been designated as hazard lands because of their specific natural features. An example would be the natural creeks, streams, rivers, or shoreline areas. Some lands have been designated as residential, commercial, or industrial to efficiently manage the growth of specific land use. Each land designation has rules about the kind of development allowed. The official plan uses growth management data to identify where and how much growth will occur in the next 20 years. In accordance with the provincial requirement, Norfolk County reviews and updates these growth areas every 5 years. What is the process of changing an official plan designation? A landowner can request to change the designation of the land through an official plan amendment application. This change requires a public hearing meeting and council's decision. A landowner needs to consult with a planner to get more information about this process and to identify the required documents they must submit. Any official plan amendment needs to conform to the provincial policy statement, which is a planning policy document that affects all municipalities across Ontario. This provincial policy statement is currently under review and may change in the future. To To learn more about planning in Norfolk County, visit our website at norfolkcounty.ca/planning or contact the planning team at 519-426-5870 or 226 Norfolk, extension 1842, or email planning@norfolkcounty.ca. Thanks for watching.
Hi, I'm Jacob, and I'm here to take you behind the scenes on a capital project in Norfolk County. We begin planning capital projects by analyzing our infrastructure needs related to roads, water mains, storm and sanitary sewers, as well as bridges. We assess their overall condition, age, and servicing requirements. This provides a solid foundation to ensure Norfolk has the hard infrastructure for current and future needs. Once a project is determined and approved by Council, we retain an engineer to complete the design. During this stage, we engage the public through public information centers or postings on the county website to inform them of the upcoming project and provide an opportunity to share feedback. After the design is completed and all approvals are in place, we hire a contractor through a public bidding process. During the construction phase, we track progress, budget, and continue to engage with the public. We also work with other departments to ensure the overall success of the project. Once complete, we report and track any warranty issues for 2 years. We measure a project's success by its ability to enhance infrastructure and positively impact residents. As a Norfolk County employee, I enjoy building the community that has given me so much. Thank you for taking the time to join me on this behind-the-scenes tour.
We all have the right to feel safe at work, when spending time with friends and family, when participating in activities or attending a public meeting or event. Norfolk County is committed to ensuring our spaces and workplaces are safe. Our respect and responsibility policy outlines the code of conduct for employees, patrons, contractors, volunteers, coaches, and spectators. This code of conduct also applies to phone calls, emails, and virtual and social media platforms. We all play a part in fostering a respectful and safe environment. Inappropriate behaviors such as swearing, name-calling, verbal and physical threats, physical violence, harassment, and vandalism will not be tolerated. Staff have the right to take action when incidents occur. This may include denying service, asking individuals to leave, contacting the police, or, if necessary, suspending them from county programs and facilities. Those responsible for damaging county property will be required to cover the cost of repairs, fees, and lost revenues. We are committed to providing high-quality customer service and a safe and respectful environment for all. For more information about our respect and responsibility policy, visit norfolkcounty.ca/RNR.
Hi, I'm Hannah from the Norfolk County Planning Department. We receive many questions at the Planning Department, and this video series will answer some of those, like, what types of planning applications are there? There are 4 main types of planning applications for different needs. First, there are minor variances and different types of severances. These are reviewed by Norfolk County's Committee of Adjustment. An example of a minor variance is when a garage is being built closer to a property line or is taller than what is permitted in the zoning bylaw. An example of a consent to sever is creating a new lot to allow for a new house. Second, are zoning bylaw and official plan amendments that are considered at Council. An example is changing the permission in an urban area to allow for a triplex where a single detached dwelling is permitted. Third, are applications that Ontario's Planning Act gives Norfolk County's Planning Department authority to approve. For example, a draft plan of condominium or subdivision, which are types of applications which enable the division of land for future housing. And fourth, are applications which rely on approval from another regulator, such as telecommunications towers and hazard land boundary line adjustments. As a resident, when do I need to submit a planning application? For the average homeowner, a planning application may be required if your project does not meet the requirements of the zoning bylaw or official plan, or your property falls under site plan control. The building department will let you know that a planning application is required. If you want to change the boundaries of your lot, create an easement, or create a new lot from your property, you will need to apply for a consent to sever with the Planning Department. What is a pre-consultation meeting? A pre-consultation meeting is the first step of a planning application and allows staff to clarify the application process and provide a checklist of documents required. A complete application can reduce the time required for review and decision-making. Applications that must undergo a pre-consultation meeting before the application can be submitted include official plan amendments, zoning bylaw amendments, draft plans of subdivision, draft plans of condominium, and site plan applications. A meeting may also be required for certain Committee of Adjustment applications. To learn more about planning in Norfolk County, visit our website at norfolkcounty.ca/planning or contact the planning team at 519-426-5870 or 226 Norfolk, extension 1842. You can also email planning@norfolkcounty.ca. Thanks for watching. Hi, I'm Hannah from the Norfolk County Planning Department. We receive many questions at the Planning Department, and this video series will answer some of those. A common question is, what is zoning? Zoning is a way of categorizing how land can be used. Norfolk County has identified through its zoning bylaw different land use zones, for example, commercial, agricultural, or residential, what they can be used for, and any required standards, for example, building size and location. Zoning must be maintained by any development or activity that has started from the date the zoning bylaw has been passed by the county. What is the process of changing a zoning bylaw? A common reason that residents are referred to the Planning Department is because their proposal does not meet the current zoning bylaw provisions. If a landowner wants to change the land use from what is permitted in the existing zoning, a change in the zoning bylaw would be required. For example, changing the permission from only a single detached dwelling to expand the permission to build a triplex. This is called a zoning bylaw amendment and it requires council's approval. A planning application known as a minor variance can be submitted for a minor change in the zoning bylaw, such as the height or size of a structure. Minor variances are reviewed by the Committee of Adjustment that is made up of citizen members who are appointed by council. The committee is governed by the Planning Act and holds public meetings to approve applications for minor variances and consents. A minor variance must meet the 4 tests to be approved. 1, the change is minor. 2, the development is desirable for the appropriate use of the land, building, or structure. 3, the change maintains the general intent and purpose of the official plan. And 4, the change maintains the general intent and purpose of the zoning bylaw. What happens after a decision is made by the Committee of Adjustment? If the committee approves an application, the applicant and anyone else involved is notified. Certain parties can appeal a decision to the Ontario Land Tribunal within a 20-day appeal period. If no appeals are filed, the county issues notice that the decision is final. For minor variances, an applicant can now proceed with the building permit process. For severances, specific conditions must be met within 2 years, or the application will expire and the process will need to restart from the beginning. To learn more about planning in Norfolk County, visit our website at norfolkcounty.ca/planning or contact the planning team at 519-426-5870 or 226 Norfolk, extension 1842, or email planning@norfolkcounty.ca. Thanks for watching.
Hi, I am Mohammed from Norfolk County Planning Department. We've got a lot of questions here and this video series will answer some of those. What is a saver?
All right, we are back with our numbers, but I understand that we may have made a slight error earlier. I'm going to turn it back over to Councillor Michelle Huffman, Councillor Michelle.
Go ahead. Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. I believe I was remiss in not asking to address the discretionary item regarding the Norfolk County Public Library NBI for the part-time library assistants. So I am wondering if I can ask for a 2/3 vote to reconsider that particular item.
Okay, so unless Councillor Van Passen corrects me, I'm going to ask for council's a vote for 2/3 majority to just revisit this, even though reconsideration would need to happen at council, but then staff can get the budget numbers done today. So we have an original motion that had all 3 library items be excluded. So moved by Councillor Michele, seconded by Councillor Huffman to revisit, I'm not going to call it a reconsideration, this topic. All in favor? And opposed? Oh, that fails on a tie vote. Okay, so reconsideration at a council meeting is still available. Okay. All right, Councillor Van Passen.
I don't believe it's reconsideration at council meeting. This is a budget committee. The recommendation from this committee will be going to council. In normal practice, we can pull any of the items from the recommendations at the council meeting. So I don't think it's a reconsideration. I think it's just got to wait for final approval by council.
Okay, yep, good point. So we'll just leave it to you two to pull it from budget. Unfortunate, because staff won't be able to get the numbers done for budget, but it's still only committee. Councillor Michele, yes, Councillor Michele?
Yes, and for clarity, Madam Chair, we are talking about the next CIC meeting?
No.
Or the next
Council.
council meeting? On the 22nd?
Next Wednesday, 22nd, yes.
Thank you.
All right, I'm going to turn it back over to finance. I believe they have numbers prepared, or clerks, either or. Who wants to handle this?
It's up on the screen.
It is on the screen. Council, take a moment and review. I am just conferring with the, do you want me to put, I've asked for a division of the question to separate out police services so that I can vote separately on that. Councillor Duthie, do you want to do the same for the entirety of corporate services? Oh, perfect, second line. Well done. Okay. If we can,
They have the answer.
they all do.
Yeah.
Councillor Van Passen, and then I'll go to finance.
Well, thank you, Madam Mayor. I think this is probably a good time to move the motion and then make a request that it be split into its each individual part so that members of council who have their conflicts can vote on some and not the others.
Okay, and finance, you have a comment?
Through the mayor, I just figured maybe I would give an update before you vote on this as to where we've landed.
Wonderful.
So just to summarize for you, the changes we have are the increase for additional attendance at AMO and Roma at 10,000, removal of the Marina levy offset at 317,400, the North Shore Resilience Initiative at 25,000, the additional 4% for Haldeman Norfolk Housing Corporation at 35,000, and then we have also tracked a change that does not affect the levy, but the user fee increases that were approved for the marinas in December, just noting that the revenue will increase and so will the transfer to reserve, just so we have it accurate in there. So that brings us to a total combined net levy requirement of $136,416,200. And that is a 6.1% increase on the net levy, which equates to a 4.3% increase on the average residential property.
Thank you for that. Okay, I would look for a mover and a seconder. Councillor Van Passen, are you telling me we need to move the whole thing before we can divide it?
I believe that's you got to move it in second, and then somebody requests that it be split.
Okay. Mover and a seconder, please. Councillor Huffman moves, Councillor Van Andrieschy seconds, and Councillor Duthie.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. I would just ask that we divide the question, please, by segment.
And is it okay with you if we do one segment for police services and one separate segment for communications and then put the remaining 3 together?
That is fine, yep.
Wonderful. Okay, then with that, I'll turn it over to our deputy mayor for him to call the vote on receiving as information and the police services section so that I do not vote on that. Or OPP. Just the first 2 paragraphs on your screen is what is before you, before council.
Mayor Martin, but you only don't want to vote on the Police Services Board, correct?
Right, so just read these 2.
Okay, all right. Do you want me to read them, please? Okay. That report CS 25002, proposed 2025 levy operating budget be received as information, and that the 2025 police services operating budget with a net levy requirement of $13,164,200 be approved. Any questions? No? All those in favor? That is carried. Back to you.
Thank you very much. The second motion will read, Councillor Duthie is rolling away, and that the 2025 corporate customer service communications levy supported operating budget with a net levy requirement of $1,237,500 be approved. All in favor? Opposed? It's carried. Now he rolls back. And then if we can finish off the last 3 altogether, and that the 2025 levy operating budget with a net levy requirement of $122,014,500 be approved, and that the Delhi and Simcoe Business Improvement Areas 2025 operating budgets be approved as submitted, and further that staff prepare the bylaw to approve the special BIA levy to all applicable properties within the Delhi and Simcoe BIAs. Good? Call the question. All in favor? That is carried. Thank you very much, everyone. Great work today, staff and budget committee. You bought yourself a day off tomorrow. We don't need our second day of budget. Not staff, sorry about that, yeah. Yeah. With that, Councillor Huffman, may I have a motion to adjourn at 3:44 p.m., seconded by Councillor Michelli. All in favor? That is carried, and we will see you all next week, Wednesday, not Tuesday, for our meeting post-Roma. Thanks, everyone.